Chapter 901, Dao Domain. A roaring wave instantly appeared beneath Yun's feet. Looking at the gigantic fish that had a snake's head, Yun took a light breath and stretching out his hand, saying, "Come sword." 30 seconds later, the battle began. At this moment in Astral Palace, everyone was waiting silently. Bai Yueqing waved his fan and suddenly said with a smile, "Elders, it's truly boring to just wait here while doing nothing. Why don't you project the scenes of their battles?" Battle projection? Elder Duanmu glanced at Bai Yueqing. This third prince of the White Fox clan sure was troublesome. Many formation arrays had the ability to project the scenes that were happening within. As this Fey refining rock was much more exquisite than other formation arrays, it could obviously do so as well. Before activating the projection, only the people who controlled the formation array, like the Luo Divine Hall elders, could see what was happening. Upon hearing Bai Yueqing's suggestion, all the disciples' eyes lit up. The people like Princess White Fox, who entered the trial, were geniuses much more talented than them. If they could watch the battles, they might be able to learn a thing or two. That's right, elders. Why don't you open up the formation array and let everyone have a look? Fairy Red Fox said with a smile. There's no harm in doing so. Elder Shur nodded with a deadpan expression. Immediately, he sent an incantation into the Fey refining rock. Above the heads of everyone, ripples began appearing in the night sky. As though it was a picture scrolled being rolled open, the figures of Princess White Fox and company were projected on this gigantic panorama. Everyone could see them, as though there was a membrane separating them. It was like they could see into another dimension, with everything being extremely lucid. It was unknown how much energy was expended for such an array. Bai Yueqing immediately looked at Princess White Fox. He wanted to witness the improvement of Princess White Fox. As for the others, he was not interested at all. The princess chose the... Could it be the Fey Dragon? A White Fox clan disciple suddenly exclaimed. The Fey Dragon was the one that Elder Duanmu summoned when they first stepped into Astral Palace. It had given all these disciples a great shock. The strength of most of the ancient Fey were equally brutal, but a few of them were exceedingly strong. This Fey Dragon's aura was much more powerful than the ancient Fey that they had chosen. Princess White Fox actually chose to do battle with the Fey Dragon? She was standing on withered land filled with yellow sand. Dark and oppressive clouds hung in the sky as lightning constantly flashed. As for the gigantic dragon, its figure was looming within the clouds. In comparison to the horrifying phenomenon and the gigantic Fey Dragon, Princess White Fox's figure appeared extremely weak. Interesting. Jianzhu chose the Fey Dragon as well. Elder Duanmu suddenly said. Everyone quickly scanned through the 20 disciples' figures and they saw a black-clothed Jianzhu standing in front of a gigantic dragon. The two top geniuses of the two clans had spontaneously chosen the same ancient Fey at the Luo Divine Hall trials? All the disciples were excited. What was a confrontation? This was it. Both geniuses were facing the same ancient Fey. How far could they go? Elder Duanmu, please project Shuer and Jianzhu's projection together. Bai Yueqing said with a smile. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to the battles of the two geniuses. However, Princess White Fox's figure on the projection was too far from Jianzhu's, so it was inconvenient to watch both. Elder Duanmu pondered for a moment before enlarging Princess White Fox and Jianzhu's projection into the middle. The remaining people were relegated to the corners of the picture scroll. The battle begins. Elder Duanmu said while looking at the picture scroll. The two dragons roared simultaneously and they charged out of the clouds. Dragons came from the clouds, while tigers accompany the winds. With the two dragons moving, the black clouds rumbled immediately, as the world discolored. The dragon's head approached Princess White Fox as though it was a hill. The dragon's terrifying might and its indifferent eyes made the disciples outside the array involuntarily hold their breaths. Princess White Fox floated up as her graceful figure stood mid-air. She reached out her fair jade-like hand and gently tapped out at the charging dragon. Upon tapping, a sacred and massive phantom image of a fox appeared in front of her out of thin air. The fox head's fur was silver and it had slender eyes. Its gaze was cold, as though it had seen the passing of time. Across space, the disciples watching the battle felt their bodies being penetrated by its gaze. It's the nine-tailed heavenly fox. How strange. The Luo clan disciples were alarmed, but the White Fox clan disciples were extremely excited. This nine-tailed heavenly fox was also an ancient fae. The fox looked at the dragon as a strange glint flashed in its eyes. The dragon came to a halt and its indifferent eyes seemed to glaze over. At this moment, the phantom image of 9 white fox tails suddenly appeared behind Princess White Fox. Taking a step forward, with a gentle tap like before, a fissure appeared in the eyes of the dragon's head before it cracked open. The dragon roared before exploding, splattering blood everywhere. The first dragon, dead. Its spatial dimension laws. Fairy Red Fox's eyes lit up. Not only that, there were also whitish silver bolts flashing around Princess White Fox. It was as though she was isolated by the bolts in another dimension. Schwer has attained Dao Domain. Bai Yuqing snapped his fan and slowly said, because of the laws that she has grasped, the space around her becomes a spatial domain. This is a manifestation of Dao Domain. Third Prince is right. Elder Duanmu's tone could not hide his appreciation. Low-level disciples do not pay attention to nomological insight, because laws are too distant to them. However, once martial arts are cultivated to a certain stage, one would have reached the end without laws. Only laws can open up the path to a higher level. It can even reach the core of the universe's birth, origins. At this stage, you would be on the same existence level as the universe. With you being the universe, that is the true extreme of martial arts. Elder Shi lightly said, that's too hard. Even supremacies are unable to grasp the laws of origins. That's right. To be able to grasp a single heavenly Tao laws, that would allow you to become a supremacy. At your level, it is already extremely talented to be able to attain Dao Domain. Elder Duanmu said. They were studying the laws in the Empyrean heavens so they could reach the level of heavenly Tao, allowing them to become supremacies. Dao Domain, Great Tao, Heavenly Tao, Chaos, and Origins. The grasping of laws is extremely difficult. The Dao Domain is just the beginning. But those who have yet to attain Dao Domain are equivalent to not having even started. Elder Duanmu looked at the disciples as he bluntly said, not even started. When the disciples heard this, they felt the immense gap. They too had studied the laws, so they obviously knew about their difficulties. Princess White Fox was able to draw out the auric charms of the Fey gods from the three-god seal. After months of an epiphanic process, she had attained her Dao Domain. With her Dao Domain, just a single strike of hers was enough to kill the Fey dragon. This attack was extremely profound and terrifying. This was the terrifying aspect of laws. It directly mobilized the laws of the world in battle. It was equivalent to using the powers of heaven and earth. This was truly something that they had no hope of chasing up to. And after that, there was Great Tao and Heavenly Tao. To what extent was their difficulties? Jianzhu has also killed the Fey dragon, a disciple suddenly said. So fast? Did Jianzhu also attain the Dao Domain? Chapter 902, Slaying the Rani Fish. Oh. Everyone was still feeling amazed by Princess White Fox's strength when they heard that Jianzhu had also slain the Fey dragon. Immediately, they looked over at him. All they saw was the Fey dragon in front of Jianzhu turning into a corpse as it slowly disappeared. They missed it. Everyone was feeling wistful as the killing speed was just too fast. He was a few seconds slower than Princess White Fox. They were pondering about Princess White Fox's Dao Domain and were fully focused it, so they had failed to notice Jianzhu's killing processing. At this moment, Elder Duanmu waved his hand as Jianzhu's projected image flashed. The scene was rewinding itself. If you want to watch it, go ahead. All the scenes are recorded in the array formation. Elder Duanmu said lightly. Everyone felt excited for the opportunity to see Jianzhu slay the Fey Dragon properly. At the beginning of the battle, Jianzhu held his bone sword while facing the dragon that was 100 times bigger than he was. He slowly took 3 steps forward. Every step caused his aura to rapidly rise. When his final step was taken, Jianzhu's aura had reached a cumulative maximum. At this moment, he could not abstain from attacking, even if he did not wish to attack, because the killing intent would end up harming him. So, like a pale moonlight suddenly flashing past, everyone felt the horizon in front of them disappear for an instant. Only the elders, Baiyu Qing, and Fairy Red Fox were not affected. They could clearly see that Jianzhu had grabbed the bone sword behind him and stabbed forward instantaneously. At that instant, his actions accelerated extremely quickly. There was nothing fancy except for its speed. With the bone sword stabbing forward, the sword's blades seemed to disappear in the process. Immediately following that, the dragon's head appeared in front of him. At such a close distance, the dragon had opened its mouth, intending to swallow Jianzhu's sword. But the sword's blade had torn straight through its throat with sword beams, tearing the dragon's body apart, killing it in one strike. That was it. Everyone stared at the projection with widened eyes. Jianzhu's strength as well as his will seemed to gather around his strike. Yet, with the Fey Dragon's powerful defense and life force, it had failed to withstand the strike. This amount of destructive power was appalling. Compared to Princess White Fox's elegance, Jianzhu's savage slaying of the Fey Dragon gave them another form of shock. Baiyu Qing pricked his brows slightly. The bone sword was so fast that it had nearly broken through the limitations of space and time? Jianzhu might not have gained insights in other nomological Dao domains, but he has attained his own heart of the sword. Using the heart of the sword to form one's own Dao is also a path. The 12 Empyrean heavens have divine lords of the sword as well. Through their swordsmanship, they form their own Dao, allowing them to receive the divine lord royal seals as they destroy all obstacles. Elder Duanmu said as he stroked his beard. Jianzhu is not bad. It's no wonder that he is fancied by Supremacy Gulen. His voice was not very loud, but when all the disciples present heard this, they felt powerless and frustrated. The divine lord royal seals were too far for them. They were Dao marks formed from laws at the birth of the Empyrean heavens. The entire 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven only had 72 divine lord royal seals. A few of them had seemed to have gone missing. Even most supremacies did not have the qualification to wield a divine lord royal seal. Those who could wield the divine lord royal seal were peerless mighty figures who surpassed supremacies. If a supremacy were to be able to attain this step, it would be even more terrifying. They were the freaks amongst supremacies. And when such a person surpassed a supremacy, they would become part of the top figures of the Empyrean heaven. This kind of legendary figure was neither within sight nor within reach for them. Just the level of supremacy was somewhat of a legend to them. To form one's Dao through the heart of the sword. Although one wasn't mastering the laws of the universe, one would immerse themselves in the sword for decades to eventually hone their heart of the sword and establish their own sword Dao. For someone to be able to wield the divine lord royal seal, it was enough to prove how terrifying sword Dao could be. It's impressive, but even with the heart of the sword formed, it is still far from a nomological Dao domain. Baiyu Qing said with a smile. Princess White Fox had attained her Dao domain through an epiphany while meditating with the three-god seal. As for Jianzhu, he had yet to reach the Dao domain. In terms of combatability, Princess White Fox had yet to use her full strength clearly. Jianzhu was still much weaker than Princess White Fox. Baiyu Qing was never worried about Jianzhu. He was only nonchalantly watching Jianzhu's growth. He was certain that no one in the Luo Divine Hall trials could pose the slightest threat to Princess White Fox. It was only Luo horror at the White Fox trials. Just thinking about Luo horror made by Yuexing's brows twitch involuntarily. Princess White Fox is already battling the second Fey Dragon. The disciples were watching with rapt attention. Princess White Fox and Jianzhu had each killed the first Fey Dragon. The disciples were all astounded, but they failed to gain any insights from the battles. They had to watch carefully during the second ones. Boom! As soon as the second Fey Dragon appeared, it stretched one of its large claws out. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the void would tear open. Black spatial rifts appeared with raging spatial storms within. Terrifying. The disciples standing in Astral Palace could not even beat the first ancient Fey, so they did not even have the chance to see the second ancient Fey. Now, through watching the projection, they only felt their bodies stiffen slightly. And this was just them watching a projection. If they were standing where Princess White Fox and Jianzhu were, it was obvious how immense the pressure that they would feel while facing the second Fey Dragon. This made many people depressed. From the looks of it, despite their 7 years of hard work, they were still no match for the ancient Fey. It would be pretty good if they could kill the first ancient Fey. Just as everyone's focus was fixated on Princess White Fox, someone suddenly let out an exclamation. Senior Brotheries seems to have also killed an ancient Fey. The person who spoke was a White Fox clan disciple, and she was none other than Lan Xiaoma. She had also inadvertently swept her gaze past Yi Yun. This was probably because she would tend to look at Yi Yun's stone-like figure over the past 7 years. She now had a sense of familiarity with him, so just to scan would allow her to notice him. Now, everyone was watching Princess White Fox and Jianzhu's battle with the second Fey Dragons. That was the exciting thing, so no one had the mind to watch the battles of others. Furthermore, Princess White Fox and Jianzhu's battle scenes were projected right in the middle. The other disciples were relegated to the edges to serve as a border. Even Lan Xiaoma was initially focused on Princess White Fox, but she had inadvertently noticed Yi Yun. Lan Xiaoma's words gave quite a number of people pause. Yi Yun had also killed an ancient Fey. They hurriedly looked around the projection. Where was Yi Yun? There was a total of 18 disciples along the edges. The images projected were just too tiny. The disciples who were not familiar with Yi Yun had to spend some time before they could find him out of the series of projections. When they saw Yi Yun, the Rani fish beneath his feet had sunk into the water, leaving a tiny portion of its body above the water surface. Junior sister, you must be mistaken. Isn't it alive? When a disciple saw this Rani fish, he immediately lost interest. He really killed it. That is already the second fish. Lan Xiaoma hurriedly argued. She had just seen the Rani fish's corpse vanish. The corpse that was divided into two had released a shower of blood. The second one? The disciple was astonished. If this was already the second Rani fish, then wouldn't it mean that the time that Yi Yun took to kill the first ancient Fey was not much slower than Princess White Fox and Jianzhu? It was no wonder that this disciple's first reaction was that Lan Xiaoma was mistaken. Yi Yun was weaker Luo Mo and ran Shui 7 years ago, but now he was able to kill the first ancient Fey in a few seconds? Wasn't it said that he only had a spirit mutation and had no nomological epiphany? It's indeed the second Rani fish. Elder Duanmu said, affirming Lan Xiaoma's words. Elder Duanmu was somewhat surprised as well. The speed at which Yi Yun slew the Rani fish was much faster this time. The speed at which his strength improved was very exaggerated. Yi Yun was able to kill a Rani fish in the past. This time, he isn't injured and the battle was finished swiftly and cleanly. With his spirit mutation, his judgment in battle has become more precise. Elder Duanmu spoke with a hint of praise in his tone. Upon hearing that Yi Yun had already slain the first ancient Fey, Bai Yueqing's gaze sank, but he did not say a word. Beside Bayuachin, the other White Fox clan disciples were feeling displeased. If it was Princess Schwer, she was within sight but beyond reach, so it was fine even if they were no match for her. They were not on the same level after all. It was like commoners looking at nobles. They did not feel the need for comparison. But Yi Yun was not much stronger than them, to begin with. He was like their neighbor, but he had suddenly become a wealthy merchant. This feeling was naturally unpleasant. Yi Yun actually managed to kill the first ancient Fae in such a short period of time? How did he do it? He was only a few seconds slower than Princess White Fox, a Luo clan disciple said. His words stirred the displeasure of the White Fox clan disciples. The manner in which it was said made it appear as though Yi Yun was on the same level as Princess White Fox, so how could they accept it? Humph, don't compare him with Princess Schwer. They are not on the same level at all. Against the first ancient Fae, Princess Schwer did not even have the opportunity to use her full strength. Furthermore, what Princess Schwer killed is a Fae dragon. As for Yi Yun, he only killed a Rani fish. Although the Rani fish is powerful as well, it is much weaker than a Fae dragon. Towards the end, the gap between Princess Schwer and Yi Yun will only expand, and she will leave Yi Yun far behind, a White Fox disciple said. His words made the Luo clan disciple, who had spoken, frown. You don't even have the qualification to partake in the battle, so how dare you say that Yi Yun was inferior to Princess White Fox? However, despite it sounding unpleasant, the Luo clan disciple had to admit that the gap between Yi Yun and Princess White Fox was not trivial. Her starting point was just too high. 7 years ago, the others had struggled in their battles with an ancient Fae, including Yi Yun, who ended with an internecine outcome. As for Princess White Fox, she had killed 2 ancient Fae herself, and she had even seriously injured the third one. Now, Princess White Fox had had an epiphany of the 3-god seal, forming her Dao domain. Her strength was formidable and it could not be compared. Well, Elder Duanmu, can you replay Junior Brother Yi's battle scene? The Luo clan disciple from before requested. Everyone was interested when they heard this. They too were curious as to how Yi Yun had slain the first ancient Fae so quickly. Chapter 903, Golden Crow Spreads Its Wings. Yi Yun's increase in strength was just too ridiculous. What had happened to his body over the past 7 years for him to be able to kill the first ancient Fae so quickly? With everyone looking at him, Elder Duanmu stretched his hand out and waved it with a deadpan expression. Immediately, the projection returned to the moment that the battle between Yi Yun and the Rani fish unfolded. Boom! The Rani fish raised its fish tail and slammed the surface of the sea. A monstrous wave immediately surged straight at Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not bat an eyelid. He raised the sword in his hand as Yuan Qi surged around him. Even the sword, which could only be considered an ordinary weapon, emitted a dazzling golden shimmer. A glaring radiant sun appeared above Yi Yun's sword. Boom! Yi Yun charged into the wave, sword and person as one amidst burning pure yang flames. Wherever the sword's blade passed, large amounts of seawater was evaporated, and during this period of time, Yi Yun had charged into the Rani fish's body with the sword in hand. The Rani fish had grasped water elemental laws. Its body could separate like water. However, when Yi Yun slashed with his sword, the aura around the blade distorted. Large amounts of pure yang flames spread out as the Rani fish cried out in pain. Its water elemental flesh and blood were being burnt and evaporated by the pure yang flames. Boom! 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 As the pure yang energy gathered together, a terrifying explosion happened. The Rani fish's body was torn apart from its head, splitting into 2. That was it. The disciples were appalled. There were no tricks. He had burned the Rani fish to a crisp with a single strike, just using pure yang laws. It was no wonder that Elder Duanmu had evaluated it as being swift and clean. Yi Yun's strength had improved so much over what it was 7 years ago. Yi Yun's perception is astonishing. He is able to mutate his spirit during the meditation process. Now, from the looks of it, his pure yang laws have also been enhanced. Could it be that his spirit's mutation has allowed his pure yang laws to take another step forward? A Luo clan disciple asked. It was not strange to have some refinements to one's laws brought about by spirit mutation, but this improvement was way too much. I wonder how many ancient Fei Yi Yun will be able to slay. Another Luo clan disciple commented. Yi Yun's current performance was already much better than Wu Fei and the Shadow Twins. It could be considered as him vindicating the Luo clan. And at this moment, a White Fox disciple said, Wu Fei and the Shadow Twins have all killed their first ancient Fei at almost the same time. His voice sounded somewhat wistful. The time that Wu Fei and the Shadow Twins had taken to kill the first ancient Fei were inferior to Yi Yun's timing. They had allowed Yi Yun to steal the limelight for nothing. Our clan has had 4 people killing the first ancient Fei already, and all they have is Yi Yun and Jian Zhu. Besides, how is Princess Shuai someone that they can compare with? A White Fox disciple had a change in tone as he said proudly. At this moment, Luo Mo and Ran Shui were still engaged in battle with their first ancient Fei. They were still relatively weaker. It would still take some time for them to kill their first ancient Fei. And at this moment, a White Fox disciple's eyes lit up as he said, Her Highness has slain the second ancient Fei. Slain the second one? How long has it been? Everyone's eyes immediately moved away from Yi Yun as they looked at the zoomed-in projection of Princess White Fox. In the picture scroll, Princess White Fox was floating mid-air. In front of her was another dead dragon. She had really slain it. Everyone found it incredulous. They were still immersed in the shock of the first ancient Fei being slain, but they never expected Princess White Fox to slay the second ancient Fei so quickly. Immediately, they had an odd feeling that maybe the second ancient Fei was not much stronger than the first. However, they looked at Jian Zhu, whose projection was beside Princess White Fox's. At this moment, Jian Zhu still had a redoubtable aura. His every strike was as fast as lightning. Everyone saw countless sword chi wrapped around the figure and attacks flashing at the dragon's claws. After every flash, large swaths of blood would burst out of the dragon's body. The dragon roared angrily as its attacks turned more violent. Countless spatial rifts appeared around the dragon's claws as black clouds loomed. The dragon's might was formidable. The crowd could not help but hold their breaths while watching this. These disciples began to imagine themselves facing this dragon. They would probably last less than a minute, or maybe be defeated in less than half a minute. Jian Zhu attacked with great ferocity, but he could only attenuate the dragon by adding new wounds to it. It would probably take a period of time before he could defeat it. He was unable to reach the point of killing the first ancient Fei with a single strike. Only Jian Zhu's battle was in line with the crowd's imagination. As for Princess White Fox, the speed at which she killed the first and second dragons seemed completely indistinguishable. Even her gestures, even the moves, were the same. Was that truly the second dragon? Her Highness is indeed awesome. A White Fox disciple said in admiration as he leered at the Luo clan disciples. What was the point of comparing the slaying of the first ancient Fei? Their Princess White Fox had already slain the second one. Bai Yueqing listened to the battle of tongues of the two factions, but he remained silent. Slaying the first ancient Fei was nothing much, even if it was done in one strike. By being able to slay the second ancient Fei with the same strike, that was strength. Princess White Fox, who had attained Dao Domain, had an immense increase in strength. She had completely integrated the laws into her moves already, and she would become stronger when facing the strong. The third ancient Fei begins. Bai Yueqing said as he flapped his fan. Boom! Boom! 1,000-foot-long dragon descended. The dragon claws appeared first, but while it was still mid-air, a large fissure had appeared on the ground. Compared to the second dragon, these disciples could still maintain their composure on the surface. After all, it was just watching an array formation's projection. However, at the instant when the third dragon appeared, they could not help but take a step back. The powerful dragon's might was already projected out of the array formation. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying it would be to face the dragon themselves. Princess White Fox's delicate figure stood there silently. She observed the dragon and then stretched out her slender hand. Everyone was astonished. Why was it the same move again? At this moment, Jianzhu was still engaged in battle with the second dragon. The Shadow Twins and Wufeng had each begun battling the second ancient Fei. It was not that no one was paying attention to their battles. While looking at Princess White Fox, the crowd would also take some time to look at their performances. The White Fox disciples would look at the Shadow Twins and Wufeng from time to time. They were similarly looking forward to the moment when the three geniuses would be able to make up for the loss to Yi Yun. As for the Luo clan disciples, they were eagerly looking forward to Jianzhu killing the second ancient Fei and for him to catch up to Princess White Fox's progress. If not, the gap would only become bigger. Jianzhu's bone sword had an alarming destructive power. The dragon's body was already plastered with wounds. It was bleeding so much blood that it formed a river on the ground. So, as Jianzhu struck out again, the dragon gave an unwilling roar as it began to stagger. Just another 2 or 3 more strikes will kill it. The Luo clan disciples' eyes lit up. Princess White Fox's battle with the third ancient Fei had only just begun. This would mean the gap wasn't too great. At this moment, Elder Duanmu suddenly said in astonishment, "How did he kill the second one so fast?" "Elder Duanmu, what do you mean fast? Also, it's not even dead yet." A Luo clan disciple just spoke when he noticed that Elder Duanmu was not looking at Jianzhu's direction. The Luo clan disciple traced Elder Duanmu's gaze and he saw that in the projection, Yi Yun was floating above the surface of the sea. Beneath his feet was a gigantic Rani fish's corpse that was floating on the sea surface. The water had been dyed red. This Rani fish had been split into 2 from the middle. Its innards were consumed by flames, as large amounts of lifeblood had been evaporated. It looked like it was grilled completely, making it evident how terrifying the attack was. And behind Yi Yun, a 3-legged golden crow bathed in pure yang flames had its wings spread out as it screeched. The scene of Yi Yun having a foot on an ancient Fei corpse, and a golden crow with its wings spread behind him was reflected into the eyes of everyone, not to be forgotten in time to come. Chapter 904, Eye of the Skyfox. The golden crow aspect totem was glaring as the pure yang flames pervaded everyone's vision. Even though it was just a projection, everyone could feel as though waves of surging heat were coming at them in a suffocating manner. This was the power of laws. When pure yang laws achieved a particular realm, it was enough to penetrate array formations, creating true oppressive feelings. Everyone held their breaths. Yi Yun had really slain the second ancient Fei. He had clearly slain the first ancient Fei later than Jianzhu, but he had slain the second ancient Fei faster than Jianzhu. They had witnessed the battle process between Jianzhu and the dragon. It was extremely intense. As for Yi Yun being able to slay the second Rani fish at such a fast speed, didn't that mean his offensive strength was much stronger than Jianzhu's? This had subverted the knowledge of everyone. Impossible! A White Fox disciple exclaimed subconsciously. Just as his voice faded away, he saw Bai Yueching's eyes glance at him. Immediately his heart skipped a beat as he shut his mouth in a hurry. Bai Yueching's eyes had flashed a hint of displeasure. He could ignore the fact that the Luo clan disciples were surprised, but even his own clan's disciple had joined in making a mountain out of a molehill. So what if Yi Yun had slain the second ancient Fei? Princess White Fox was still leading. However, what was going on with Yi Yun? It was normal for his strength to increase, but how did his strength increase by so much? Bai Yueching did not like Yi Yun to begin with. In the past, Yi Yun was just a trivial character, someone Baiyu Qing belittled. Hence, he did not find him an eyesore. But now, Yi Yun had surpassed Jianzhu. He was right in front of him, in hot pursuit behind Princess White Fox. Although there was still a gap between Princess White Fox and Yi Yun, the gap was smaller than it was 7 years ago. This meant that Yi Yun's rate of improvement exceeded Princess White Fox. How could this make Baiyu Qing happy? In his eyes, Princess White Fox was not only strong, her cultivation speed was also very fast. She was someone no one should be able to reach. Ah, this child, Yi Yun, is truly not bad. Elder Duanmu mused. Even a smile that appeared on his blank face appeared cold. He had previously thought highly of Jianzhu. But for Yi Yun, he was really mistaken. Yi Yun had given him a pleasant surprise. Elder Duanmu had not paid too much attention to Yi Yun's battle from before. Only when Yi Yun was about to slay the Rani fish did it catch his attention. Yi Yun's killing of the first Rani fish could only make Elder Duanmu feel slightly appreciative of him. However, by slaying the second one, Yi Yun made Elder Duanmu look upon him in a very different light. It's indeed not bad. With his cultivation realm, it's truly not easy to reach such a stage. It appears that the improvement in his laws was nothing trivial. Elder Duanmu, can you replay the battle process of Yi Yun again? Baiyu Qing asked. Yi Yun is about to begin his battle with the third ancient Fei. Why don't you just continue watching if Third Prince is so interested? Elder Duanmu said dismissively. Yes, it's also perfect to watch it along with Shuer's battle. Baiyu Qing said. A cold look flashed in his eyes. How could he be interested in Yi Yun? He was only feeling unhappy and wanted to see how strong Yi Yun had become. No one had believed that Yi Yun was capable of killing the second ancient Fei before Jianzhu. Therefore, the people who saw the battle process was limited to Elder Duanmu. Maybe Elder Shi, who did not say a word, had also seen it. Elder Duanmu, please project junior brother Yi's battle image towards the middle. A Luo clan disciple said. Elder Duanmu waved his hand and the scene beside Princess White Fox on the picture scroll abruptly changed. It was the battle scene of Yi Yun. As for Jianzhu's projection, it was lined to the side with all three scenes displayed side by side. Baiyu Qing frowned slightly once again. By lining three people side by side, he could ignore the fact that two of the three spots were taken up by the Luo clan, but Yi Yun was taking up the middle. At this moment, Princess White Fox and the third Fei Dragon was already underway. Princess White Fox's tapping with her finger this time did not appear as relaxed as before. Her movement was extremely slow. Although she tapped gently on the void, it was as though she was crushing down with a pressure that was no different than a huge mountain gave. As her fingers slowly landed, everyone could feel the coagulated nomological aura through the array formation. As for the nine-tailed phantom image behind Princess White Fox, they were constantly swirling around as they engaged in a battle with the Fei Dragon. The ground began to fissure. Even rifts began to appear in the sky as spatial storms appeared everywhere. The third Fei Dragon was able to distort the space around it just with its body's strength. It appeared as though it could annihilate an entire world if it indulged in its rampage. Princess White Fox's finger finally managed to press down fully with her finger. Boom! As though an invisible barrier shattered, a bloody scar appeared on the Fei Dragon's head. The bloody scar slowly tore open from a thin crimson line. Immediately following that, the Fei Dragon experienced a pain that made it produce an incensed roar. Princess White Fox frowned slightly. Her strike had failed to instantly kill the third Fei Dragon. Everyone finally managed to understand what had happened from watching this process. Princess White Fox's finger had changed the laws of a tiny volume of space at the gigantic dragon's glabella. Even though it was a tiny volume of space, it was enough to instantly kill the first and second dragon. This was the terrifying power of laws. In a battle against humans, if the laws of a tiny volume inside the opponent were changed, the opponent could be killed even without a direct attack. If the opponent were warriors with poor nomological insights, they might die without even knowing how. This was the great difference in martial arts, having nomological insight or not. It was like a gigantic ravine that separated people. However, Princess White Fox was unable to slay the Fey Dragon in a single strike. As her palms were held together, her thumbs pointed at one another as four of her fingertips on each hand touched the corresponding fingertips on the other. Her hands formed a triangle where a fox's eye emerged out of it. Eye of the Sky Fox. Bai Yueqing immediately could not compose himself. After Princess White Fox attained her nomological Dao domain, she was able to summon the Eye of the Sky Fox. The Eye of the Sky Fox was the coagulation of the Sky Fox bloodline in her body. By resonating with the dispersed nine-tailed Sky Fox aura in the universe, she was able to summon the Eye of the nine-tailed Sky Fox. Without sufficient perception and talent, it was difficult for Princess White Fox to achieve this at her cultivation realm. However, she had managed to summon it. Upon seeing this eye, the Luo clan disciples felt as though the world around them had disappeared. The eye appeared to constantly expand in front of their eyes. Eventually, it filled everything they could see. Dawn! 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 Intense palpitating heartbeats could be heard in their ears, while their blood was boiling as though they would explode to their deaths. Suddenly, what seemed like a gentle breeze blew past them, jolting these disciples awake immediately. Don't stare at it, Elder Duanmu said. As he looked at the Eye of the Sky Fox, he said, "This is the nine-tailed Sky Fox race's avatar. I've previously seen your father use it before. It is pretty good for Princess White Fox to be able to produce an Eye of the Sky Fox at her present realm. Father had once summoned the Eye of the nine-tailed Sky Fox to annihilate a faction. The faction lost themselves in madness as they slaughtered one another. Schwer still has a long way to go," Bai Yueqing said humbly. The disciples did not dare to stare at the Eye of the Sky Fox any further. It was too strange. The White Fox disciples were unaffected by it due to the White Fox bloodline they had. Instead, they looked in Princess White Fox with arduous passion. First, it was her nomological Dao domain, and next, it was her Eye of the Sky Fox. What Princess White Fox had achieved truly left others in the dust. Phew! A blazing white light shot out from the Eye of the Sky Fox, stabbing straight into the Fey Dragon's glabella. The Fey Dragon's body quivered as its amber eyes glazed over, as though it had lost its sanity. And at this moment, Princess White Fox tapped her finger out once again. As she did so, Princess White Fox seemed like a white flower that gently floated in the wind before arriving in front of the Fey Dragon. Despite her tapping at such a close distance, the Fey Dragon did not put up any resistance even when her finger landed on its forehead. Pang! The entire Fey Dragon's head sank downwards with the position of Princess White Fox's finger at its center. Its skull fractured as blood splattered. The third Fey Dragon was dead. This strike had a stifling effect on others. Such an oppressive Fey Dragon had its skull shatter and sink the moment it was gently touched by Princess White Fox. She looked just like a soft and light flower that floated around. The impact such a bloody battle scene had given them was staggering. They were rendered speechless for a prolonged period of time. Chapter 905, Nomological Sword. After witnessing Princess White Fox's terrifying combat strength, the Luo clan disciples no longer had any demands for Jianzhu. They did not wish for Jianzhu to have a fast slaying speed, all they wished was for Jianzhu to kill the third ancient Fey. However, wasn't it easier said than done? The third ancient Fey was too powerful. And at this moment, Jianzhu had just managed to kill the second Fey Dragon. In the blink of an eye, Jianzhu and Princess White Fox had a huge gap separating them. I wonder how it will be when Yi Yun faces the third ancient Fey. Yi Yun had slain the second ancient Fey before Jianzhu. His battle with the third ancient Fey was about to begin. All the Luo clan disciples were looking forward to Yi Yun's performance. If Yi Yun could slay the third ancient Fae at a passable speed, the gap would not be too great. From Yi Yun's previous performance, there was still some hope for him to achieve this. The White Fox clan disciples took a dim view towards the eagerness of those disciples. The Luo clan disciples did not know the terror of the Eye of the Sky Fox. At this moment, a few figures were ejected in succession. Their faces were pale as they gasped for breath. One of them was Ran Shui. He had managed to slay the first ancient Fae, and he had injured the second ancient Fae. Such a result was a great improvement from the one 7 years ago. Ran Shui did not believe that he had done too badly. Although he was injured all over, he was very satisfied with his results. After he was ejected, he had appeared behind a few Luo clan disciples. Having just experienced a fierce battle, the extremely excited Ran Shui did not notice what these Luo clan disciples were doing. He said, "What a pity. I nearly killed the second ancient Fae." Just as he finished saying that, Ran Shui noticed that the Luo clan disciples were looking upwards. Looking up, he was taken aback. A projection? That meant that their battling process had been seen by the crowd, including the elders and the White Fox clan's third prince? Ran Shui's face seemed to burn. The words he had just said had an exaggerated embellishment to them. He had failed to even severely injure the second ancient Fae, let alone nearly killing it. He had exaggerated it so as to trample on Yi Yun, but he never expected that the battle process could be seen by all. Ran Shui felt like he wanted to find a hole to burrow himself into. He gaped as he racked his brains to justify himself before he suddenly stared upwards with widened eyes. What was this? The enlarged scene placed in the middle was not Jianzhu or Princess White Fox's, but Yi Yun's. The figure standing above the surface of the sea was that Yi Yun. What gave him the right to be enlarged? Why was he in between Princess White Fox and Jianzhu? He hurriedly began to look for the position of his battle projection. Although he had already been ejected, the images were still there. Was he actually given such a tiny corner? Who would pay any attention to such a small picture? And at this moment, a Luo clan disciple that heard Ran Shui's words leered at him and casually said, "That's pretty good." It was fine if the disciple did not say that, but when he said that, the already embarrassed Ran Shui's face flushed a deeper red. All that was left in his heart was anger. Indeed, no one had paid attention to him at all. Luo Mo was ejected after Ran Shui. He quickly noticed the projection above them. When he saw Yi Yun's enlarged projection, he was also taken aback. That is, Yi Yun's battle has begun. A Luo clan disciple said, interrupting the about to speak Ran Shui. He is now beginning his second battle, right? What's there to see? Ran Shui said with a livid expression. He did not plan to focus on Yi Yun, but with such an enlarged picture, it was just too harsh on the eyes. He had worked so hard, cultivating for 7 full years, so as to regain the position that should have belonged to him today. However, when he was ejected, he realized that he had been placed in the corner. His above-average result had not been seen by anyone. As for Yi Yun's battle scene, it was placed right in the middle. Second? That is now his third battle. The Luo clan disciple said. Third. Ran Shui did not dare to believe his own ears. He stared at Yi Yun's battle screen with widened eyes. At this moment, Yi Yun's battle had already begun. In the rough waters of the Black Sea, there were severe storms brewing across the surface of the sea. And in this storm, Yi Yun was holding a sword in his hand. On the surface of the sea, a large but strange fish loomed. Its eyes were extremely cold, and it was staring at Yi Yun, who was above it, while hiding in the dark waters. Ran Shui's body trembled. He had already faced the second ancient Fae, but the aura that was exuded by the strange fish was no doubt far greater than the second ancient Fae's. Furthermore, with the strange fish surfacing, Ran Shui realized that Yi Yun was battling the Rani fish. It was his ancestor. killing my ancestor? Although it was just a wisp of the ancient Fei's aura, it still was rather depressing for Ran Shui. Furthermore, what had happened to Yi Yun's strength? 7 years ago, Yi Yun was still inferior to him. And now, after receiving better cultivation resources and arduous cultivation for 7 years, he was inferior to Yi Yun? Ran Shui had not seen Yi Yun's battle process with his own eyes, so he found it unacceptable. At this moment, Yi Yun moved. Against the terrifying weather and the Rani fish that hid in the sea, Yi Yun charged down with the sword in his hand. The sword's blade slashed the dense rain apart. A blank and white mark emerged out of the rain. With the white mark, Yi Yun thrust his sword straight at the Rani fish. Boom! The Rani fish opened its huge mouth as seawater immediately flowed into it. Following that, it spat out the seawater as a gigantic column of water burst out of the surface of the sea. It came flowing at Yi Yun while blotting out the sky. The force of the water column was redoubtable, enough to topple a mountain. However, Yi Yun did not have any intention to dodge such a water column. Inferno Golden Wheel. Golden light suddenly burst forth from Yi Yun's body. In between the dark seawater, a blazing inferno exploded. The water column was slashed apart by Yi Yun. The seawater was split into two. And at this moment, the seawater suddenly surged back. The terrifying power made the watching disciples hold their breaths. Once the seawater halves hit each other, wouldn't the person in the middle be instantly reduced to a meat pulp? But at this moment, Yi Yun still did not retreat. The sword in his hand trembled and suddenly, countless mysterious runic patterns appeared on the sword's body. This was one of methods of using the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. After 7 years of meditation, Yi Yun was now testing the power of his sword. Nomological fragments? Seeing Yi Yun's move, Fairy Red Fox was taken aback. Did Yi Yun gain nomological insights from the unknown Fey Godstones? With a nomological sword in hand, Yi Yun slashed at the Rani fish once more. Yi Yun's slash was not only targeted at the Rani fish's body, but its water elemental laws as well. The Rani fish flipped around in the water as the two tumultuous water columns surged straight at Yi Yun. Disintegrate! With golden light scintillating, the sword's blade flashed across them. Boom! Numerous tiny wounds appeared on the Rani fish's gigantic body from its head to tail. It was obviously one strike, but the effects of its attack was rather odd. If it was a warrior that was weaker than the Rani fish, their bodies would be instantly diced into countless tiny neat pieces. They would die without a doubt. The Rani fish's fish stiffened, and following that, the tiny wounds began to heal. Upon seeing this scene, the Luo clan disciples, who were staring intently at the battle projection, found it regretful. This strike was unable to slay the Rani fish. Ran Shui's mind went blank. Yi Yun was already so strong. Even if Yi Yun was unable to slay the third Rani fish, he was still much stronger than himself. Against Jian Zhu, or even if Luo Mo had such an improvement, he would feel only envious, but he would never doubt himself. He stared blankly at the battle projection. At this moment, the infuriated Rani fish nearly stirred the entire sea as water columns burst straight into the sky. These water columns were splattering water droplets everywhere. Just being in their vicinity meant injury, touching them meant death. Yi Yun's previous strike was very powerful. But against the Rani fish, that strike was not enough. Princess White Fox had summoned the Eye of the Sky Fox, while Yi Yun. He did not have any especially powerful ancient Fey bloodline, nor did he have any bloodline heritage. At this moment, Yi Yun stretched his hand out and waved it. Around him, 999 flying sabers that shimmered suddenly appeared. 1,000 snow saber array. Yi Yun looked at the Rani fish. If one wasn't enough to slay it, what about 100 or 1,000? Although they didn't have the true power of the 1,000 snow flying sabers, with nomological augmentation, the flying sabers made by the Luo clan could still produce an explosive attack. Sha! 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 As though it was snowing, snowflakes began fluttering towards the Rani fish. All of the flashing brilliance contained a murderous blow. Every flying saber had a runic pattern. This was a saber array constructed from nomological fragments. This array contains more than 1,000 laws, so it can crack your water elemental laws. Ian followed straight behind the saber array and he thrust his sword forward. Die! Boom! 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 With the dazzling brilliance exploding, it was like there was a temporary moment of silence in the world. Immediately following that, there was a gigantic boom as the Rani fish's gigantic snake mouth burst open. Blood and seawater splattered everywhere. The water columns that the Rani fish was controlling collapsed beside Iyun. In the dark billowing waves, Iyun stood high in the air. Standing above the Rani fish's corpse, he held a sword in his hand and there was blood still dripping from its tip. The third ancient Fae was dead. Snap! Bai Yueqing's fan was fiercely closed. Bai Yueqing still found Iyun slaying the second ancient Fae acceptable. After all, Jianzhu, Wufab and company had also managed to do the same. But now, Iyun's slaying of the third ancient Fae was not much slower than Princess White Fox's. Iyun was already on a completely different level when compared to Jianzhu. Be it Jianzhu, the Shadow Twins or Wufeng, they could still easily cope with the second ancient Fae, but they would be embroiled in a tough battle when facing the third ancient Fae. This meant that Iyun had transcended the second tier like Jianzhu, and he had truly entered the first tier level of existence. Even if he was still inferior to Princess White Fox, he was still qualified to be her opponent. At this point, Bai Yueqing had no reason to ignore Iyun. Bai Yueqing felt fidgety as he said to Elder Duanmu, Iyun has really surprised us. He will begin to fight the fourth ancient Fae at the same time as Shuer. But isn't his opponent, the Rani fish, a little weak? The joy on the Luo clan disciples' faces sank. Bai Yueqing obviously meant that the Rani fish was not as powerful as the Fey dragon and that Iyun was actually still much weaker than Princess White Fox. And when Ran Shui heard this, he felt a stiffness in his chest. He truly wanted to vomit blood. Iyun was slaying his ancestor, but now, his ancestor was prejudiced as being not strong enough. The words that he had said in front of Iyun had now turned into a joke. Furthermore, Iyun had never even targeted him. He no longer had the qualification to compete with Iyun. Since you think the opponent is too weak, a change would do. Elder Sher suddenly said as he waved his hand. The crowd did not know what Elder Sher had done, but at this moment, Princess White Fox's battle with the fourth ancient Fae had begun. The fourth ancient Fae's strength was several times stronger than the third one. And before the battle, a minute of preparation time was given to the trial takers, but that time was just too short. It was not even enough for them to catch their breaths. Against the fourth Fey dragon, Princess White Fox immediately summoned the Eye of the Sky Fox. Under the gaze of the Eye of the Sky Fox, some of the fourth Fey dragon's power was restrained at the moment it appeared. Obviously, Princess White Fox was using her true strength right from the beginning so that she could end the battle fast. The Eye of the Sky Fox, the Finger Tap and the Shattering Law required her to expend a great deal of Yuan Qi in order to maintain them. As for the fourth Fey dragon, its body was extremely powerful. If it became a battle of attrition, Princess White Fox would probably be bogged down. Well done. Bai Yueqing was very in favor of the battle strategy that Princess White Fox employed. However, when he looked at Iyun's battle scene, his expression had changed drastically. Iyun was standing on the corpse of the Rani fish when he suddenly saw the scene around him become blurry. Following that, he suddenly appeared above a layer of clouds. The Rani fish's corpse had vanished. The clouds were white and speckless. The sky was azure blue and there was a lingering mist that elevated one's spirit. Iyun thought for a moment, what was going on? At this moment, Iyun suddenly sensed the emergence of a shadow behind him. He immediately turned around and he was surprised to see a gigantic fox coldly staring at him. The fox was silverish white in color and it had 9 long tails. It had a lofty attitude and it was standing on the layer of clouds. It seemed to have an air that belittled trivial existences, while it nonchalantly looked at Iyun, who was beneath it. The Rani fish had changed into a 9-tailed white fox. As Iyun looked at the 9-tailed white fox in front of him, he was filled with questions. He did not understand why the Rani fish had changed into a 9-tailed white fox. In the Tianyuan world, the desolate race had a white fox sacred spirit, but compared to the 9-tailed white fox in front of him, its aura could be as different as the difference between night and day. The desolate race's sacred spirit possessed the bloodline of the 9-tailed white fox, but it did not manage to mature properly. But the being in front of him was the condensation of a real ancient phase aura. It was very strong. It was much stronger than the Rani fish. This is also good. A glimmer of fighting spirit flashed in Iyun's eyes. Although the Rani fish was good, its water elemental laws were restrained by his pure yang laws. He was truly in need of a more powerful opponent in order to affirm several of his theories. Elder Shi, what's the meaning of this? Outside the Fei refining rock array, Bai Yuqing looked at Elder Shi unhappily. Was the switch of Iyun's battle opponent to the 9-tailed white fox a result of Elder Shi's wave of his hand? This 9-tailed white fox was the ancestor totem of his white fox clan. The 9-tailed white fox's strength is on the same level as the Fey dragons. Furthermore, Iyun will have to face a 4th-level 9-tailed white fox immediately, lacking any prior combat experience. This will offset the advantage that he had gained from the previous 3 rounds. Elder Shi appeared as though he did not see Bai Yuqing's ugly expression. The 9-tailed white fox was also an ancient Fey, so it was obviously selectable for battle. Bai Yuqing's expression was ugly. The ancestors of others could be slain, but his ancestor could appear in the Fey refining rock array as well? As for facing the 4th level immediately, what Elder Shi was saying was clear. The difficulty of Iyun's 4th battle is more difficult than Princess White Fox's. This was clearly smacking Bai Yuqing in the face because of his statement from before. Elder Shi. Bai Yuqing could not help but utter. Why, does Third Prince have any comments about my arrangements? Elder Shi nonchalantly glanced at Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing fell silent. The elders had no interest in power struggles, so they did not care about his status as Third Prince. Furthermore, if he were to ascend to the throne, it would still result in him not being able to directly offend these old fogies, who could very likely become supremacies. Even if the chances of them becoming supremacies were minute. The picking of the White Fox clan's ancestor incensed Bai Yuqing. Humph, that old bastard is digging a grave for Iyun. If Iyun were to fight the Rani fish, he might be able to last for a while, but the battle against the 9-tailed white fox has a much higher difficulty. He will only be defeated faster and embarrass himself even more. Bai Yuqing thought to himself as he looked at Iyun's figure on the picture scroll. As a descendant of the 9-tailed white fox, how could he not know about its terrifying strength? He was waiting to see how Iyun would die. The minute of preparation time was up. Iyun and the 9-tailed white fox's battle begun. Half of the 9-tailed white fox's body was hidden in the clouds as it revealed its gigantic head like it was a god. Its cold eyes were focused on Iyun. Iyun brandished his sword as runic patterns shimmered on it. Slash! A resplendent swordbeam tore through space and it instantly arrived in front of the 9-tailed white fox. As for the 9-tailed white fox, it remained motionless. All it did was stare at the sword beam that Iyun produced with cold eyes that lacked any color. It was such a silent stare. Ka-cha! The sword beam Iyun produced shattered directly. Iyun was alarmed as he retreated several hundred feet. A single sword beam had been shattered by a single stare of the 9-tailed white fox. What sort of stare was it? It's the eye of the sky fox, the eye of the sky fox. Upon seeing this scene, the white fox disciples were immediately excited. Previously, Princess Schwer had summoned the Eye of the Sky Fox, and now, the nine-tailed white fox had used it. This was a true ancient fae. Even though it was just a wisp of the ancient fae's soul essence, the Eye of the Sky Fox that it used was the true Eye of the Sky Fox. It was even more powerful than the Eye of the Sky Fox produced by Princess Schwer, which relied on the power of her bloodline. Chapter 907, Nine-Tailed Domain. Let this punk challenge our White Fox clan's ancestor and let him witness the power of our White Fox clan's Eye of the Sky Fox. The White Fox clan elites present found it vindicating. As the ancestor of the White Fox clan, the nine-tailed white fox was often consecrated and worshipped by the White Fox clan. The reverence for the nine-tailed white fox was deeply engraved in the hearts of every White Fox disciple. Elder Sher's choice of letting Iyun challenge the nine-tailed white fox obviously made the White Fox disciples feel uncomfortable. Now, their anger was somewhat vented. Not only was the nine-tailed white fox strong, but it was also proficient in laws. The way it attacked was extremely bizarre. If one did not understand what they were facing, they would only suffer. At this moment, Iyun and the nine-tailed white fox were looking at each other in the array formation. The white fox's eyes were dark but bright, as though it contained the galaxies in the sky that were connected to another dimension. When Iyun saw that pair of eyes, he spaced out momentarily. He felt as though the eyes were the core of darkness, a source of darkness. But there was not a single speck of dust on the nine-tailed white fox's fur that was as white as fresh snow. The black and white formed a sharp contrast. Ocular technique? Iyun was surprised. He knew that in martial arts, there were mystic techniques that allowed the cultivation of ocular techniques. These ocular techniques were commonly related to illusions and spiritual attacks. But now, Iyun felt that the eyes of the nine-tailed white fox were definitely no ordinary illusionary technique. The scenes that were reflected in its eyes contained great Tao laws, as though it was the birth and death of worlds. It appeared as though fragmented laws formed during the formation failure of this primordial Empyrean heaven were reflected in its eyes, forever etched within them. At this moment, Iyun suddenly sensed a darkness emanate from the nine-tailed white fox's eyes. The darkness seemed to turn into an actual substance that was spreading black chaos. It consumed the surrounding space as it began compacting towards him. Iyun suddenly felt as though he had arrived in a boundless void of darkness. There was nothing in the void, but he could vaguely see a white fox at the ends of the void. Its body had shrunk to about an inch in size, as though it was rapidly distancing itself from him. And just as Iyun came up with this thought, the white fox was already the size of rice grain, as though it was about to disappear any time. If it disappeared, Iyun would be the only one remaining in this space. The white fox would disappear into infinity. A sealing ocular technique? Iyun suddenly had such a thought. Once he was sealed, he would lose this match. Seeing the seal about to close in on him, Iyun roared. Boom! Behind Iyun, the three-legged golden crow spread its wings as surging Purian flames emanated around him. The dark space was consumed by the flames. Even if it was a sealed space with absolute darkness, Iyun was able to use Purian flames to set it on fire. This universe was an endless darkness of emptiness and silence originally. It was because of the existence of stars that the universe was illuminated. And these stars were burning with the flames of pure yang. Break it for me. Iyun shook the sword in his hand as nomological runes gathered around it. The thousand snow saber array was also summoned by Iyun as it dispersed in all directions. Amid the snowflakes, Iyun produced sword beams that penetrated the snowflakes. Shi-La. The dark void was slashed apart by Iyun. With his sword in hand and the 999 flying sabers spiraling around him, he stepped on the golden crow while bursting out of the void. This was also the scene that everyone saw. They saw Iyun being instantly consumed by the void, and this caused the Luo clan disciples to hold their breaths. But 30 seconds later, they saw Iyun tear through the void and walk out. What a close call. Iyun seems to be struggling a bit. This fox makes me flustered. I do not to dare look straight into its eyes. The Luo clan disciples present were all nervous and distraught. Yi Yun was indomitable from the beginning, but now, he finally seemed to be caught in a quagmire. He could not slay the white fox easily. Furthermore, the white fox had its body hidden in the clouds from the very beginning, having not moved at all. The gap was slowly revealing itself. On the other side, Princess White Fox had already injured the fourth Fey Dragon. The gigantic Fey Dragon had been stabbed in the back by Princess White Fox with a sword. She had nearly penetrated through the body as blood burst out of the wound. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Yuqing revealed a satisfied smile. The final outcome would not change. It would obviously be much easier on Yi Yun if he were battling the Rani fish. He might have been able to severely injure the fourth Rani fish, but now, against the nine-tailed white fox that had strange offensive tactics, Yi Yun was unable to make use of his strength. This was the repression that came from laws. The nine-tailed white fox was one of the ancient Fae that was closest to the heavenly Tao. Even the laws known by a wisp of soul essence far exceeded Yi Yun's. When he thought about this, Bai Yuqing gave a cursory glance at Eldersher. The old man's act of rashly switching to the nine-tailed white fox was equivalent to moving a stone to smash his own foot. At this moment, the nine-tailed white fox moved. Its massive body slowly revealed itself as its nine tails fluttered, as though they were burning white flames. Its eyes were staring at Yi Yun. With the nine-tailed white fox's eyes as the center, different circular rings of different colors burst out. After these circular rings spread out to a distance of several thousand feet, they disappeared into the void. However, they did not truly disappear, but instead, they began to seal the space. Domain. The Luo clan disciples present gasped. They were talents meticulously nurtured by the various Luo clan states or factions, so they were obviously well-read. They could tell that after these circular rings merged with space, they had formed a sealing domain. However, with so many circular rings, and with all of them being different colors, was each of these circular rings a different domain in itself? As though she guessed the thoughts of the Luo clan disciples, a female white fox disciple spoke. That is the nine-tailed domain. The nine-tailed white fox has 9 domains. The domain you are seeing is the amalgamation of 9 domains. By fusing these domains, it will cause the internal structure of the domain to be like a complete world. It is nearly indestructible. Just the domain itself can kill whatever is trapped inside. Now that the domain has closed, Yi Yun, who lacks the knowledge of the mysteries behind the nine-tailed domain, will not be able to escape. The female white fox disciple said proudly. Yi Yun was suffering because he did not understand the nine-tailed white fox's offensive means. If not, he should have rushed out prior to the domain's closure. It was already too late. The outcome was fixed once he was sealed in the indestructible nine-tailed domain. At this moment, in the nine-tailed domain, Yi Yun's expression sank slightly. He sensed that the surrounding laws of this space had changed. The nine-tailed white fox appeared to be a god and overlord of this space, in charge of life and death. Yi Yun obviously knew about matters regarding domains. With a thought, the thousand snow saber array flew out. Sha! 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 The saber beams danced around like flying snow. However, when the thousand snow-flying sabers reached a range of 1,000 feet, they appeared to have struck an invisible wall. With the sounds of ding 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 ding, all the flying sabers bounced back. Chapter 908, Illusions Abound. Oh! The nine-tailed white fox's domain boundary is that powerful. Yi Yun looked at his surroundings. The space that he was in appeared to be sealed off by invisible barriers, but the barriers did not truly exist. They were formed from laws, and it was the change in the laws of nature of this space that had blocked his thousand snow-flying sabers. But not only that, the domain contained an invisible pressure. The pressure was not only a pressure that targeted his body and energy, it was also a pressure that targeted the soul. The domain was lorded over by the nine-tailed white fox, and this repressive feeling came right from the soul. Yi Yun saw death and hell. He saw the black-armored demon god in the Tianyuan world. The black-armored demon god had long been subdued by Yi Yun, but now, he had appeared in Yi Yun's mental world once again. The black-armored demon god brandished his lance, and wherever he passed, massacres would occur with massive losses of life. This is an illusion? Scenes that I fear in my heart? Yi Yun came to this realization. Illusion attacks typically attacked one's mental demons. Back when the black-armored demon god was wreaking havoc, there was a period of time that Yi Yun was powerless against him, so the black-armored demon god was really a mental demon of his. Roar! 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 The black-armored demon god roared with a resounding bellow. Yi Yun could see the wanton flashes of blood shuttling through his body, as though they were ripping him to pieces. It was not only limited to Yi Yun. Even the young elites outside the Fey refining rock array immediately felt illusions appearing around them as they watched the nine-tailed white fox and the nine-tailed domain it formed. Battle. Blood. Murder. Wraiths. Mental demons. All sorts of illusions surged at them like a flood, as though it would wipe their sanity away. Unknowingly, cold sweat began oozing out of the foreheads of many people. The illusions had an effect on their minds. Whatever happened in the illusions were the things that they feared the most. They seemed like dreams, but they also seemed real, preventing them from escaping from their deepest fears. The powerfulness of illusions was the impact that it gave you despite you knowing that it was fake. Not only were the Luo clan disciples affected, even the White Fox disciples, who were feeling proud because of the nine-tailed white fox, were in a similar situation. Although they kept saying the words Eye of the Sky Fox or Nine-tailed Domain, those were abilities that people who had truly awoken the White Fox bloodline had. Ordinary White Fox disciples could only brag about it with their mouths to find a sense of pride, but in fact, it had nothing to do with them. At this moment, Elder Shur coldly harumphed. It as though a large gong had reverberated in the ears of everyone. The disciples who were lacking in strength awoken. They were gasping for breaths as though they had experienced a huge battle. Many people began feeling a belated fear. They could tell that it was an illusion in the beginning, but unknowingly, they fell deeper into the illusions. The Luo clan disciples noticed that the White Fox disciples were not one bit stronger than they were. A Luo clan disciple could not help but quip, "That bunch of foxes were still bragging a while ago, and now, aren't they just like us?" The competition between the two sides was so intense to the point of all decorum being lost. That Luo clan disciple did not use a Yuan Qi transmission, and he had said it out loud instead. Although it was not said in a very loud voice, the White Fox disciples heard him clearly. Immediately, the expressions on the White Fox disciples' faces turned extremely ugly. As disciples of the White Fox clan, their performance in front of their ancestors' illusion was equally as bad as the Luo clan disciples. It was very shameful. A White Fox disciple could not help but retort, "Humph. My art is not intricate enough and I have a weak bloodline. So what if I'm affected by the illusions?" This shows how powerful the talent of our White Fox clan's blood lineage is. The true nine-tailed white fox is not something that any of you can imagine. Just from the projection of the array formation can result in such repercussions as a result of the illusions. If you were truly in the nine-tailed domain, you would have suffered a mental collapse. The Luo clan disciples immediately turned worried when they heard the White Fox disciples' words. Yes, just the projection itself was horrifying, then how bad would it be inside the nine-tailed domain? Wouldn't the intensity of the illusions that Yi Yun faced be 100 times higher than theirs? It would really result in a mental collapse. The Luo clan disciples present turned their heads to the Fey refining rock array's projection and they saw Yi Yun silently standing in the nine-tailed domain. His entire being looked he had been cast in stone, making him motionless. And around Yi Yun, there was a gray mist that lingered in the nine-tailed domain. The mist was constantly in motion, at times forming a ghostly image that enveloped Yi Yun. What's that gray mist? Is Junior Brother Yi fine? Why is he motionless? He hasn't been defeated, has he? Don't say such disheartening words. Maybe Junior Brothery is battling the fox in his mental world. The outcome is still unknown. No one undermined themselves while uplifting others, but when the Luo clan disciples said such things, the White Fox disciples sneered. The outcome is still unknown? Our ancestor, the nine-tailed white fox, is the father of the laws of illusion. How can it lose to a human in battle while in a mental world? A female white fox disciple said with a proud tone, but just as her voice faded away. Phew! A black beam of light shot out of Yi Yun's glabella, penetrating the void. It was a black-colored sword of light. The sword was black in color, but it was blinding, like it was tearing straight through the souls of the crowd. Be it the Luo clan disciples or the White Fox disciples, they felt as though a sword was being held against their glabellas. It made their hairs stand. Sword of the will. This thought streaked past the minds of everyone present. For a sword of light to shoot out of one's glabella, it was very likely to be a sword of will. A sword that slayed all monsters and demons, dispersing the grey mist in a single sweep, vanquishing them into nothingness. The nine-tailed white fox's massive body quivered because of this sword as it retreated. A single sword of will had broken the illusions of confusion in the nine-tailed domain, and it had even made the nine-tailed white fox retreat? People held their breaths. All of them knew that Yi Yun had been in meditation for 7 long years, eventually culminating in a mutation of his spirit. Having awoken his sword of will, it now appeared that the black light was the usage of the sword of will. They had lost themselves in the illusion attack just by watching a projection. Yet, Yi Yun, who was in the domain itself, was able to tear it apart with a single strike. The gap between his strength and theirs was huge. When the White Fox disciples present saw this situation, the words they were planning to say were drowned in their bellies. They stared at the Fey refining rock array with astounded looks on their faces. The nine-tailed white fox's illusion attack was broken just like that. They knew that Yi Yun had experienced a spirit mutation, but after the nine-tailed white fox conjured its domain, even the White Fox disciples were left speechless at the powerfulness of the domain. As a result, everyone had forgotten about Yi Yun's spirit mutation. Moreover, even if they recalled it, they would never expect that Yi Yun's sword of will would be so resilient for him to tear apart the mental illusions. Chapter 909, Fusing with the Heaven and Earth. That punk was just lucky. Mental battles must be his forte, so it makes it easier for his sword of will to shatter the illusion. The White Fox disciples were feeling depressed. The greatest advantage that the nine-tailed white fox held happened to be countered by Yi Yun. No problem. The nine-tailed white fox is more than just that. Even if he had broken through the mist of illusions, he still will not be able to break the nine-tailed domain. And the nine-tailed white fox is invincible inside the nine-tailed domain. Being the amalgamation of 9 domains, the nine-tailed domain was the highest manifestation of the nine-tailed white fox's mastered laws. If Yi Yun had known about the combat techniques that the nine-tailed white fox employed ahead of time, he could have avoided them in advance, but now, Yi Yun was already sealed in the domain. In the nine-tailed domain, Yi Yun looked at the nine-tailed white fox with a strange feeling. He felt as though the white fox was the world itself. Is this the effect of a domain? With a thought from Yi Yun, his golden crow aspect totem emerged behind him. The phantom image of the Tang Valley with Fusang emerged as well. Yi Yun shook the sword in his hand and slashed it at the nine-tailed white fox. Cha! The sword beam tore through the void, hitting the nine-tailed white fox straight in its head. However, just at the moment that the sword beam hit the nine-tailed white fox's head, a very strange phenomenon seemed to happen. Like water ripples, the nine-tailed white fox's body split apart, making way for the sword beam. It was like Yi Yun was slashing a phantom image. This was completely different from how the Rani fish used water elemental laws to dodge attacks. The Rani fish was injured in the process at least, but the nine-tailed white fox escaped completely unscathed. Yi Yun's blade had missed it. An illusion? The Luo clan disciples stared at the projection. Even the nine-tailed white fox's body itself can become an illusion itself? But just as they had this thought, Cha! A fox claw that was as sharp as a blade swiped at Yi Yun. It brought a breathtaking sharpness with it as it slashed at Yi Yun's side. Yi Yun dodged the claw, but the enchanted clothes he wore were ripped apart by the winds that the claw stirred. It's not an illusion. It was not an illusion when it was attacked, but it would become an illusion when it defended? Wouldn't this make it practically unbeatable? Many people had such thoughts because they did not understand the nine-tailed white fox's combat methods. However, Yi Yun's mind remained clear in the nine-tailed domain. The inkling that he had from before was not wrong. The nine-tailed white fox had actually integrated itself with the domain. The nine-tailed domain was the nine-tailed white fox, and the nine-tailed white fox was the domain as well. The nine-tailed white fox had manifested itself as a world. If this domain was not shattered, there was no way to defeat the nine-tailed white fox. Senior brother, you seem to have overdone it. In front of Yi Yun's battle projection, Elder Duanmu transmitted his voice to Elder Shi. If Yi Yun was battling the Rani fish, he might have severely injured it already. However, Yi Yun was lacking in experience when it came to battling the nine-tailed white fox, which had all sorts of bizarre combat techniques. It was very disadvantageous for Yi Yun. Elder Shi faltered slightly and then said, "It's not true that this domain doesn't have a weakness, but it will be very difficult for Yi Yun to find the weakness. However, that's fine as well. By letting him know what sort of bizarre and multifaceted battle moves exist in the martial world, it is worth the tiny loss against the young lass from the White Fox clan." During Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi's conversation, Princess White Fox had seriously injured the fourth Fey dragon already. It was the fourth ancient Fey, yet it did not seem to put a stop to Princess White Fox's advancement. As for Yi Yun, he was in a stalemate. As for people like Jian Zhu, the Shadow Twins, and Wu Feng, they had already been expelled because of defeat. Only Jian Zhu and the older one of the Shadow Twins, Nonying, had barely managed to kill the third ancient Fey. They were no match for the fourth ancient Fey when they faced it. As for Nonyue and Wu Feng, they had only managed to severely injure the third ancient Fey, but they ended up being defeated before falling short of killing the third ancient Fey. At the moment they were expelled by the Fey refining rock, they saw the two large projections of the Fey refining rock array. Princess Shuer, and the other one is Yi Yun. Yi Yun is battling the nine-tailed white fox. Furthermore, it has already conjured its nine-tailed domain. Nonying and Nonyue came to a realization as to what had happened in the other battles. As descendants of the white fox, the gigantic nine-tailed white fox astounded them. They did not need to ask which ancient Fey that Yi Yun had reached because they knew just from the aura of the nine-tailed white fox and the feeling that the nine-tailed domain gave them that the nine-tailed white fox that they were seeing was much stronger than the third ancient Fey that they had been fighting. Could it be that Yi Yun is fighting the fourth ancient Fey? The twins found it unbelievable. That's right. The fourth one. Bai Yuqing said as he gripped the fan in his hand tightly. Even though Yi Yun was now at an impasse, Bai Yuqing was still unable to understand why Yi Yun had become so strong. Cha! In the nine-tailed domain, another claw swiped at Yi Yun. 3 bloody marks smeared through the nine-tailed domain where the claw's tips were. The consequences were obvious if the bloody marks landed on Yi Yun's body. Yi Yun dodged them in the nick of time. At this moment, Yi Yun remained extremely calm while he faced the nine-tailed white fox. The nine-tailed domain was something that he had never been exposed to. The superposition of 9 domains gave Yi Yun an experience that he had never felt before in combat. This was a challenge, but wasn't it also an opportunity for him to train himself? Yi Yun had mediated over the 10,000 demon wheel of existence through the purple crystal Fey God Stone. Although he had gained insights into it over a period of 7 years, the gap between his and the long-haired man's realm was still like the difference of night and day. Furthermore, to go from insights to actual combat skill required a process. Yi Yun wanted to use this actual combat to complete a perfect fusion between the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence's laws and his actual combat skills. Cha! The fox claw swiped at Yi Yun, but this time, not only did Yi Yun dodge, he had even slashed out as a response. Yi Yun's blade shimmered with purple runes. The purple runes were the runic patterns that came from the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. With Yi Yun's present realm, summoning the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence in its entirety was too difficult. It would nearly consume all of his strength, resulting in him not being able to continue fighting. That was to say that if Yi Yun were to summon the complete 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence and kill the fourth ancient Fae, that would be as far as he could go for this Fae refining rock array. That was not the outcome Yi Yun wanted. And if he distilled the complete 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence into nomological runes and augmented his weapons with them, it would save a lot of energy. Saber beams appeared as 999 flying sabers shot out from Yi Yun's surroundings. Each flying saber was inscribed with a rune. The flying sabers flew freely as they arrived at the boundaries of the domain. Ding! 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 As metal struck the nomological barrier, it issued a jarring sound. As for Yi Yun's sword, it was devoted to battling the fox claws. Every flying saber slammed into the domain's barriers and were repelled, as though it was in vain. But in fact, Yi Yun was choosing a different point of attack every single time. To Yi Yun, every strike of the saber array was a clash of laws. The feeling was completely different. In the battle, he began deducing the way to crack the nine-tailed domain through the collision of laws. At the same time, this was a form of training for Yi Yun's use of the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. As he attempted to crack the domain, he was enhancing his comprehension of the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. Yi Yun believed that no matter how powerful the nine-tailed white fox was, it was greatly inferior to the long-haired man hidden in the purple crystal's phantasm. The nine-tailed domain's laws were inferior to the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence after all. Saber beams flew in all directions like flying snowflakes. As for Yi Yun, he was in a dangerous situation as the fox claws attacked him. It was like he would be defeated at any moment. Junior brother Yi is embroiled in a bitter battle. The Luo clan disciples were extremely nervous. As for the White Fox disciples, it appeared as though victory was at hand. Yi Yun is still flinging his flying sabers around at this moment. Does he think he can crack the nine-tailed domain? What naivety! A White Fox disciple said when suddenly a loud cheer erupted from the White Fox disciples. Princess Schwer! Princess Schwer has killed the fourth ancient Fae. The Luo clan disciples were stunned as they turned their heads quickly. There, they saw a long dragon's corpse floating above a deep blue sea. Its body was covered in wounds. As for Princess White Fox, she floated mid-air, while Crimson Dragon's blood slowly flowed down her sword tip. Pa-da! Pa-da! The heavy dragon's blood fell into the sea. The scene of clothes as white as snow, while blood dyed the sea was fixed in the irises of many disciples as they felt their entire beings going into shock. Momentarily, the Luo clan disciples were silent in front of the Fae refining rock projection. Princess White Fox was too powerful. Invincibility was a form of loneliness. Amongst the younger generation participating in the Luo Divine Hall trials, Princess White Fox was probably an invincible existence. Thankfully, the Luo clan still had Luo horror to match her. Chapter 910, Fox Blood-Stained Clothes. After slaying the fourth ancient Fae, there was a 2-minute rest period before the battle against the fifth ancient Fae began. Although it was a short period of time, it was sufficient for Princess White Fox, who had a tremendously powerful bloodline, to recover a substantial amount of Yuan Qi. Princess White Fox was about to challenge the fifth ancient Fae. In this regard, the White Fox disciples were excited. But at this moment, even they were not optimistic that Princess White Fox would be able to slay the fifth ancient Fae. She did not have an easy time killing the fourth ancient Fae. And since the fifth ancient Fae was stronger than the fourth, for her to defeat the fifth one? Difficult. Time passed as Princess White Fox began to meditate and regulate her breathing. And outside the array formation, the Luo clan disciples were watching the battle between Yi Yun and the nine-tailed white fox nervously. In the nine-tailed domain, Yi Yun had no way to attack the nine-tailed white fox's body itself. He could only passively defend, while seemingly attack the nine-tailed domain's boundaries in vain. The 1,000 snow-flying sabers would launch 1,000 attacks in a few seconds, but every single attack would be repelled by the domain boundaries. He still can't crack it. Junior brother Yi's Yuan Qi is dropping drastically. The battle projection of the Fei refining rock array gave everyone the feeling that they were there in person. It reflected the moves, the ancient Fei's aura and suppression, as well as the challenger's Yuan Qi intensity. Everyone could clearly sense that Yi Yun's Yuan Qi was only about 80% of his full capacity. Once his Yuan Qi intensity went below its optimal state, then be it attack or defense, it would be more taxing on him. As such, his Yuan Qi would deplete even faster, resulting in a vicious cycle. If this went on, defeat was a matter of time. At this moment, pang! The crisp sound of metal shattering was heard as one of Yi Yun's flying sabers exploded in the nine-tailed domain. His saber shattered? The Luo clan disciples stared at the projection. Although they did not understand the 1,000 snow-flying sabers, they knew that Yi Yun was using a form of saber array. The number of flying sabers that formed the array were fixed. With one fewer saber, the saber array would no longer be perfect, resulting in a decrease of its strength. In the Fei refining rock array, all the weapons were standard and lacking in quality. If a warrior injected Yuan Qi into them, it was possible to make it indestructible. However, if insufficient Yuan Qi was injected while having to sustain high levels of impact, it was normal for the weapon to shatter. Yi Yun was controlling 999 flying sabers, and with his Yuan Qi being divided into so many portions, in addition to his drop in stamina, this resulted in one flying saber exploding. Just as people were having such thoughts, the sound of another flying saber shattering into two was heard. Every flying saber that shattering resulted in Yi Yun's offensive weakening. That punk finally can't handle it. He really gave me a fright. Bai Yueqing thought to himself before exhaling. He was truly afraid that Yi Yun would be able to defeat the nine-tailed white fox. That would result in him catching up with Princess White Fox. After all, it was not certain that Princess Shuer was able to slay the fifth ancient Fei. When the time came, even if Princess White Fox's battle outcome against the fifth ancient Fei was much better than Yi Yun's, it would look not much different if she failed to slay it. Upon thinking about this, Bai Yueqing relaxed. He casually flapped his fan and said, Yi Yun is not bad either. Unfortunately, he's challenging the nine-tailed white fox. As the totem of our White Fox clan, even a wisp of its soul essence has strength beyond his imagination. How would he be able to deal with it? Bai Yueqing's words made the Luo clan disciples frown, but they did not retort. After all, Yi Yun's flying sabers were constantly being shattered in the domain. In the short time span, more than 10 had shattered. The Luo clan disciples' hearts sank. As they looked at Princess White Fox again, 2 minutes was enough for her to restore a sizable amount of her Yuan Qi. She was about to begin challenging the fifth Fei dragon. The gap was widening. But even so, Yi Yun could be proud of himself. With his background in age, it was truly a miracle that he achieved so much up to this point. In the nine-tailed domain, Yi Yun's forehead was dripping with sweat as he panted. By using the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence's laws in actual combat, what limited his strength the most was his weak cultivation level. Yi Yun's Yuan Qi was insufficient to support the use of the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. Even if he were using the nomological fragments, his energy was quickly depleting. I need to maintain 70% of my stamina to reach the fifth stage at least. Only then will I have the slightest chance of winning. For now, I can only use 10% of my energy to crack this nine-tailed domain. Yi Yun powered the Great Empress Heart Sutra to its maximum. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence was an offensive technique after all. What truly affected a warrior's cultivation level and yuan qi reserves was one's cultivation technique. Once upon a time, the Great Empress Heart Sutra was the top-level cultivation technique that Yi Yun possessed. It was a great boost for Yi Yun, but now, with the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, the Great Empress Heart Sutra was insufficient. This resulted in the yuan qi reserves being Yi Yun's weakness. More than 20 flying sabers have shattered. That punk is truly at his limits, Elder Duanmu said with a sigh. Despite already knowing Yi Yun's performance was stunning, he subconsciously hoped that Yi Yun would create a greater miracle. There are many shattered, but don't you find it odd? The punk seems to be deliberately conserving strength at this point in time? At this moment, Elder Shi suddenly spoke. Elder Duanmu was stunned as he looked at the projection. He realized that Yi Yun did not seem to be going all out as well. It was as though he had reservations. What is that punk doing? Doesn't he know the urgency of the situation? Why isn't he not using all of his strength? Even if he doesn't crack the nine-tailed domain by freely attacking, it would allow his results to look better. Elder Duanmu was left perplexed. Rewards were awarded through the clearance of the Fey refining rock array. The better the results were, the better the rewards were. Yi Yun is persisting in a difficult situation indeed. He has used every means possible, but I noticed that the flying sabers that shattered seem interesting. The 20 or so flying sabers that shattered seem to give me a special feeling when linked together. Oh? Elder Duanmu pricked his eyebrows. Senior brother, what do you mean? Are you telling me that Yi Yun has found a way to crack the domain? Elder Shi dismissed it, unlikely. If it were me, even if I had the Heaven Ascension cultivation level, I would have 100 means of cracking the nine-tailed domain. However, Yi Yun is not using any one of the 100. I do not think he can find a method that exceeds my methods. But since he hasn't found a solution, Yi Yun is still attempting it. However, his attempts make me find it rather special. As to saying that there's something profound about it, it's unlikely. Elder Shi shook his head. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His cultivation level was formidable and he was well read. He could understand the profoundness of the laws and the moves of a junior, even if it was the first time he saw them. He could not comprehend the profoundness in Yi Yun's moves, which only meant that it probably lacked any. Just as Elder Shi said this, a series of pang 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 noises was heard. Dozens of flying sabers shattered at that instant. Adding the ones from before, a total of 100 flying sabers had been shattered. No one noticed that after every flying saber shattered, the nomological fragments injected into the flying sabers had transformed into golden runes that affixed themselves to the nine-tailed domain's boundary. 100 flying sabers had left behind 100 golden runes. When the runes were linked together, they seemed to form a giant wheel. And at this moment, Yi Yun's body suddenly flashed as he arrived at the center of this wheel. He faced the spatial boundary with his back facing the nine-tailed white fox. As he had flown to this point while disregarding everything, he was unable to block the nine-tailed white fox's attack in time. A fox claw followed swiftly behind Yi Yun. Yi Yun was about to be torn to shreds. Junior brother Yi! People screamed. It was like Yi Yun did not know that the nine-tailed white fox was attacking him. Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi stirred as they circulated their yuan qi. They planned on saving Yi Yun in the nick of time. But at this moment, Yi Yun ignored the nine-tailed white fox. With his sword in hand, he stabbed the core of the wheel. Break! Boom! The 100 runes exploded simultaneously. The entire spatial boundary of the nine-tailed domain began to crack like an eggshell through this intense blast. As for the nine-tailed white fox, which was located in the middle of the nine-tailed domain, it had already merged with the domain. It was the domain, and the domain was it. At the instant that the domain shattered, the nine-tailed white fox's body shattered as well. It let out a horrifying scream as its body was torn apart, spraying blood everywhere. The fatal claw was reduced to dust just as it was about to strike Iyun's back. With the sword in his hand, Iyun's back faced the collapsing nine-tailed white fox. His body was soaked in the rain of fox blood. It was a bloody patch. This sudden change in the scene exceeded everyone's expectations. Iyun was just about to fail, and he had even been hit by the fox's claw, but in an instant, everything was reversed. Iyun's sword had cracked the nine-tailed domain and the nine-tailed white fox was killed as a result. Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi stared at Iyun with an inexplicable look on their usually indifferent and cold faces, much less the complete daze the Luo clan and White Fox disciples were in. What the hell happened? Chapter 9:11, Sea of Lightning. The nine-tailed domain has been cracked by Iyun. Seeing the White Fox blood that rained down the sky, the White Fox disciples gasped. The nine-tailed white fox was their species totem. They would only occasionally see the nine-tailed white fox's phantom image during their White Fox clan worshipping rituals. To the White Fox clan, the nine-tailed white fox was a paramount existence. Now, it had been slain by Iyun. Furthermore, this was the nine-tailed white fox that had conjured its nine-tailed domain, merging one with it. Iyun had cracked the domain and slain the white fox. At this moment, Iyun had more than 800 flying sabers flying around him, with a great deal of flying saber fragments as well. His entire body was dyed red by the fox's blood while he gripped his sword tightly in his hand. The sticky blood dripped down his cut face. His brows resembled sharp swords, and his eyes were like the morning star. He was a warrior that came from the lower realm, and he was younger than most people present. Yet, with his cultivation level at the early stages of the Heaven Ascension realm, he was catching up to Princess Schwer, who the White Fox clan had nurtured with full dedication. Even though he had yet to chase up to her, he was already at the pinnacle of what a genius was. Every matter had its pinnacle, and the moment's pinnacle was undoubtedly Iyun's. He was in his heyday, a young hero. With a 3-foot sword, he slew everything. The White Fox disciples present did not even speak. Bai Yuqing griped his fan, as though he wished to snap the fan. As for the Luo clan disciples, they were extremely excited. After all, Iyun and them were considered clansmen. When against something foreign, the Luo clan would still be rather united. Junior brotherly is too powerful. That's right. After the Luo Divine Hall trials end, Junior Brother Yi's reputation will definitely spread throughout the royal capital. When the time comes, his fame might be matchless. Probably many large factions will throw olive branches at Junior Brother Yi, and some powerful family clans might even want to betroth their daughters to Junior Brother Yi. As the Luo clan disciples spoke of this, many were feeling envious. Such a life was truly something to yearn for. Senior brother, what was this about? Elder Duanmu looked at a speechless Elder Shi, who was still staring blankly at the projections Iyun. He had just commented on Iyun's battle arrogantly on account of his seniority. He was certain that Iyun would not find a way to crack the domain, but in a blink of an eye, the nine-tailed domain was shattered. Elder Shi was at a loss for words. He found it fortuitous that he had made the judgment through a voice transmission with Elder Duanmu, and he had not said so publicly. If not, his old face would probably not be able to withstand such a blow. I don't know as well. This punk has truly exceeded my expectations. The corner of Elder Shi's lips twitched as the wrinkles on his face heaved. He believed that he was well read, but he truly could not understand what had happened. This was the first time that it had happened in his long tenure as guardian of the Luo Divine Hall. It's truly odd. I've seen so many geniuses, Luo clan geniuses, who have gone further in the Fey refining rock array than Princess White Fox and also being younger than Iyun. I have even guided a few of them, but for me to be completely wrong, to the point of not even understanding what had happened, it's truly a first. Elder Shi murmured. Elder Duanmu said, indeed, it's true that there were others who were more talented than Iyun in the Luo clan's history, but when it comes to the person with the fastest improvement, Yi-Yun is probably ranked first. Senior brother, for Yi-Yun to come this far, could it be that he had truly gained insights from that mysterious Fey God Stone? About that, Elder sure felt as though his heart nearly skipped a beat. That's impossible. While the two elders were engaging in a voice transmission conversation, the other White Fox Clan and Luo Clan disciples had similar thoughts. What did Yi-Yun comprehend over the past 7 years? From the looks of it, it was definitely not as simple as awakening his sword of will. But thankfully, Yi-Yun's absurdity had its limits. Yi-Yun may have slain the fourth ancient Fey in his battle, but his Yuan Qi had dropped significantly. It was already less than 70%. With his Yuan Qi decreasing so drastically, he clearly lacked the strength to battle the fifth ancient Fey any further. During his battle with the fourth ancient Fey, Yi-Yun had pulled out all the stops. Even if he still had 100% of his stamina, it would be difficult for him to beat the fifth ancient Fey, not to mention that he has less than 70% of his stamina left. That's right, even a tiny drop in stamina will result in his attacks being far less sharp than before. For Yi-Yun's stamina to drop below 70%, it means he fought too desperately. Now, against the fifth ancient Fey, Yi-Yun's offensive and defensive power would only be 70% of the amount he had while he was battling the fourth ancient Fey. As for the fifth ancient Fey, its strength is several times stronger than the fourth ancient Fey. As a result of this, he will probably last a brief moment before being defeated. As people began having such thoughts, they saw the nine-tailed white fox's corpse disappear. Even the fox blood that had dyed Yi-Yun's body red disappeared as well. Yi-Yun had 2 minutes to meditate and regulate his breathing, but the amount he could recover in 2 minutes was completely trivial when it came to fighting the fifth ancient Fey. Just as people came to this realization, a Luo Clan disciple suddenly shouted, "Look at Princess White Fox!" Oh! Everyone looked over towards the projection by the side. The scene had zoomed out. The dark blue sky had already turned into a bluish-purple sea of lightning. Princess White Fox stepped through the void as her silver hair flared upwards, as though she was a goddess descending into the world. As though she was fated to rule over heavenly armies, she pointed her sword towards the sky. Thousands of divine lightning were invoked by Princess White Fox's sword. Countless lightning bolts gathered around her until it took up a substantial form. A sword that seemed to make up of thousands of bolts cleaved down at the Fey dragon. This power surged out of the Fey refining rock array's projection. It was nearly suffocating to the elites present. It was too terrifying. They knew that Princess Schwer had a body of lightning spirit. She was extremely well-versed in lightning laws. But before this, Princess Schwer did not use much of her lightning laws. That also meant that Princess White Fox was conserving her strength from the very beginning. Even against the fourth Fey dragon, Princess White Fox did not use her full strength. Instead, she used a battle strategy that conserved the most amount of Yuan Qi, in preparation for the fifth battle. Right from the beginning, Princess White Fox had already treated the fifth battle as a goal. Now, she was expending all her Yuan Qi without any reservations so as to use all her strength. In that case, Princess White Fox might even be able to defeat the fifth ancient Fey. Upon realizing this, the White Fox disciples turned excited. Defeat the fifth ancient Fey? It was exciting just thinking of it. Princess, you're invincible. A White Fox Clan youth, who worshipped Princess Schwer, could not help but shout. His eyes were filled with an agitated glimmer. In the mortal world, there were actors that were idolized by others or worshipped to the point of madness, so what more a warrior's world? Martial arts was not acting, but the fundamental foundation of a warrior's world. Who was she? A perfect proud daughter of heaven, a princess who had excellent talent. She was outstanding in every way. There was probably members of the White Fox clan who were willing to die for her. The battle was more intense than ever. In Princess White Fox's exhilarating battle with the Fey dragon, she could do it without worries. There was no need for her to conserve her stamina as well. she could go all out. For such a fantastic and interesting battle, even the Luo clan disciples could not help but shower praises on her. Furthermore, they were infected by Princess White Fox's lofty and mighty appearance. They could not help but cheer for her. This was the pinnacle of one's life. If it were said that every matter had its pinnacle, now was the pinnacle that belonged to Princess White Fox. This pinnacle had even exceeded Yi Yun's. The Fey Dragon has been injured. And it doesn't look light. Princess White Fox has managed to severely injure the fifth Fey Dragon. The intense battle has lasted for 90 seconds. What terrifying endurance! Princess White Fox's bloodline is truly powerful. Despite going through 4 battles, Princess White Fox is still able to conserve so much of her stamina. The 90-second battle made everyone hold their breaths. At this moment, a Luo clan disciple suddenly said, "Junior brother Yi's meditation is over. He is about to challenge the fifth ancient Fey as well." The Luo clan disciple who spoke sounded slightly agitated. But compared to Princess White Fox's all-out battle with the fifth Fey Dragon, there were fewer people who paid attention to Yi Yun. Only when the Luo clan disciple spoke did others look over. Indeed, Yi Yun had already stood up from his meditation and ascended into mid-air. Chapter 912, 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. With his 2 minutes of resting time over, the scene in front of Yi Yun was still the deep blue sky and endless clouds. "Choose your opponent." The emotionless voice of the array resounded in Yi Yun's ear. Yi Yun took a deep breath. "I choose the Nine-Tailed White Fox." Boom! The clouds opened up as the gigantic head of the white fox emerged from the clouds. Its pair of black eyes were cold and emotionless as they reflected Yi Yun's face. At the moment the fifth ancient Fey, the nine-tailed white fox whose strength escalated once again appeared, it was like it had become the only thing that existed in this world. The turbulent aura from its body was like roaring waves, hitting Yi Yun's body and mind. Yi Yun clenched the long sword in his hand. This was his final battle in the Fey Refining Rock Array. Why is Yi Yun's opponent still my White Fox clan's ancestor? Bai Yueqing frowned slightly. As the nine-tailed white fox was the White Fox clan's totem, Bai Yueqing found it uncomfortable for it to be used as an opponent in the Fey Refining Rock Array. Previously, Bai Yueqing was questioning if the ancient Fey that Yi Yun had slain was too weak, resulting in Eldersher changing the Rani fish to the nine-tailed white fox. Bai Yueqing could only blame himself. Why did he have to shoot his mouth? But now, it was happening again? Bai Yueqing looked at Elder Duanmu, but Elder Duanmu threw up his hands and said, "Don't look at me. Yi Yun shows the nine-tailed white fox himself. It has nothing to do with me." Yi Yun chose it? Bai Yueqing faltered for a moment. He did not choose a weak ancient Fey, but he ended up choosing the powerful nine-tailed white fox? Did Yi Yun find it insufferable enough? Although Yi Yun had won the previous battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. If he were fighting the Rani fish, how could he have expended that much energy? Your Highness, it might have something to do with Yi Yun knowing that it's impossible for him to kill the fifth ancient Fey, so he's going for broke. By choosing the nine-tailed white fox, it might look better even if he were to lose. Someone from the White Fox clan said. But Bai Yueqing harumphed. Even if he knows he will lose, choosing a weaker one will reduce his suffering. Unless he plans to admit defeat straight away. If not, once the battle begins, he might be severely injured by the nine-tailed white fox and it might even affect his future cultivation. Bai Yueqing said lightly. On the contrary, he was hoping that Yi Yun would not be defeated too early. That would be too boring. That punk. For him to dare choose the nine-tailed white fox as his fifth ancient Fey, he really doesn't know how the word death is written. Bai Yueqing slowly opened his hand fan, seemingly restoring his usual calm composure. After all, in the projection scene to the side, Bai Yueqing had seen the hope of Princess White Fox slaying the fifth Fey Dragon. Even if she failed, she was able to severely injure the fifth Fey Dragon at least. The gap between Princess White Fox and Iyun would still be large. Just as Baiyu Qing was thinking this, he noticed Iyun, who was in the middle of the dark blue sky, wave his hand, discarding rows of flying sabers. The shiny flying sabers shimmered with fearsome cold beams, but they were discarded just like that. Splash! Splash! As the flying sabers dropped into the sea, they stirred up tiny ripples, but those quickly disappeared. He even discarded his sabers? Baiyu Qing was stunned. Iyun had lost more than 100 flying sabers in the fourth battle, and logically speaking, he should have requested for the corresponding number of flying sabers to mend the saber array from the Fey refining rock array. But now, he had even discarded the remaining flying sabers? Is Iyun planning on throwing in the towel? A White Fox disciple said. Baiyu Qing frowned and said, "That punk sure is crafty. With his stamina weakened, he will directly admit defeat. Although this can prevent risk of severe injuries, it will weaken his martial resolve. His martial resolve will lack the warrior's courage against all odds and an indomitable momentum." Baiyu Qing was feeling extremely upset. Iyun had just shown off a moment ago, but now, by admitting defeat, he could retire after winning some merit. All the benefits were his. Furthermore, if Iyun was planning to admit defeat, what did he summon the nine-tailed white fox for? Was he teasing him? Just as Baiyu Qing was having such thoughts, he suddenly saw a cold glimmer appear in Iyun's palm. Those are flying sabers. Sha! 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 Iyun stretched his hand out as flying sabers shot out from Iyun's body as they floated midair, with their tips pointing in every direction. There was an estimated 100 sabers. He did not discard all of them? What was going on? Iyun had 800 flying sabers, and he had deliberately discarded about 700, leaving 100 behind. What was he planning to do? A typical saber array would be flawed at the moment it lacked a single saber. But now, there was less than 10% of Iyun's saber array left. How was this even usable? Just as people were feeling perplexed, the nine-tailed white fox roared and attacked Iyun. The nine-tailed white fox would not wait for Iyun. At the moment that the nine-tailed white fox attacked, a halo expanded around its body. The surrounding space was distorted by the divine light. It was a domain again. The nine-tailed white fox was conjuring its domain. This was the domain of the fifth nine-tailed white fox, a domain that was on a completely different level to the fourth nine-tailed white fox's. Iyun had expended 30% of his stamina and his all in order to crack the nine-tailed domain. It was nearly impossible for him to crack a stronger domain this time. The domain expanded and enveloped Iyun. Once he was devoured by the domain, the outcome was decided. At this moment, no one knew what Iyun was planning to do. He did not dodge the domain, nor did he throw in the towel. Boom! In an instant, Iyun's yuan qi suddenly burst out, like it was a torrential flood that surged in all directions. People could sense that Iyun's energy was rapidly being depleted. The remaining 70% of yuan qi was sucked out in a split second till almost nothing was left, as all of it surged towards the 100 flying sabers in front of him. The 100 flying sabers were injected with immense energy as their bodies began to hum and vibrate, as though they were about to explode. Iyun held his hands together as the 100 flying sabers flew towards Iyun's body. At this moment, they were gathered around him, and mysterious runes emerged on the saber blades. These runes were dark and moving in and out of existence. As though no matter how one focused on them, it was impossible to see the runic patterns on the runes. 100 flying sabers merged as one, forming a circular-shaped saber array that spun at a rapid rate. Iyun used all his energy to push the circular saber array out. Wah! Space seemed to tear apart as the saber array smashed towards the nine-tailed white fox's gigantic head. The nine-tailed white fox had already been conjured. Inside the nine-tailed domain, as long as the domain was not taken down, the nine-tailed white fox would nearly be invincible. The nine-tailed white fox roared as it sent a claw at the flying sabers. The saber array was clearly reflected on the spinning saber array. Pang! With an explosion, the saber array shattered along with the noise. 100 flying sabers shattered under the powerful explosion. Upon seeing this scene, everyone held their breaths. It was over. That was a strike that drained Iyun of his remaining 70% energy. In 1,000th of the time that it took to blink, the thought that just aroused to which they did not even have time to react, they saw that faint black runic lines left behind where the shattered saber array was. The saber array had been broken, but the mysterious runes augmented on the blades were left behind? The runes, when aligned together, were still in the shape of a circular disc. It looked like a gigantic wheel. The wheel was revolving. Despite the fierce collision, its rotation speed became uncannily slow, as though time had come to a standstill. Ah! The nine-tailed white fox let out a scream as it clawed at the wheel, but the moment its claw touched the wheel, its claw was torn apart by the slowly revolving wheel. Flesh and bones separated as blood splattered everywhere. The nine-tailed white fox screamed. The look of fear finally flashed in the depths of its cold and emotionless black pupils. It wanted to retreat, but the black wheel seemed to traverse across space and time, appearing right in front of the nine-tailed white fox's body. Wah! 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 As though a spatial black hole had formed inside the nine-tailed white fox's body, the nine-tailed white fox, which had merged as one with the nine-tailed domain, had its body minced by the spatial black hole. Its innards burst as blood sprayed everywhere. The nine-tailed domain began to tremble violently. It was on the verge of collapse. Boom! The nine-tailed domain exploded, while the nine-tailed white fox's body was torn apart. Minced meat mixed with fresh blood flew in every direction. Iyun, who had completely exhausted himself, was sent flying back from the blast. His body was covered by the fox's blood and minced meat. It was like he had crawled out of Shura hell. Boom! Iyun fell into the sea. The sea had been dyed red. His last bit of energy was only sufficient to ensure that his body floated on the surface, or he would have sunk. He floated on the surface of the sea in a sprawl, welcoming the sensations of the red rain, the blood of the nine-tailed white fox that bombarded him. Pada! Pada! The blood that was still warm had a special feeling when it hit his face. It was over. The fifth battle was also Iyun's final fight. The moment the battle began, Iyun used his trump card. As with the remaining Yuan Qi he had left, Iyun was only able to barely summon the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. If he had used any other move before summoning the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, it would make it difficult for him to have any more Yuan Qi left to continue on. And it was because of this, Iyun did not even have the strength to move his fingers after that one strike. He looked to be in like he was a sorry state, but outside the Fey refining rock array, the scene of him weakly floating above the Red Sea surface was forever engraved in the minds of the crowd. Even many years later, after some of these young elites had achieved greatness, they still found it difficult to forget this scene. The youth that used flying sabers had used 100 flying sabers that were remnants of a hole to kill the fifth nine-tailed white fox that appeared in the Fey refining rock array in a near impossible situation. How did he do it? There was total silence. Even Elder Duanmu and Elder Shur stared at the projection with their mouths agape. There was no reaction to what had just happened. And beside Iyun's projection, where Princess White Fox was fighting, it was already at its most intense moment. However, no one was paying any attention to her, like they had forgotten about her. In their vision, there was only Iyun, who was facing the sky while he bathed in the rain of blood. Regardless of how intense Princess White Fox's battle was, it was not as shocking as Iyun's instant kill. Yes, an instant kill. Against Iyun, the fifth ancient Fey, which was so powerful that it made one lack the courage to resist, was instantly killed. Chapter 913, Outcome of Battle. As the cold seawater washed against Iyun's skin, Iyun experienced the raining blood while feeling an inexplicable sense of calm. It was most likely the comfortable feeling after experiencing a life and death battle. This was the first time that Yi Yun used the 10,000 demon wheel of existence in true combat. Throughout the entire battle, although he had only barely conjured a weakened form of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence at the final moment, Yi Yun's body seemed to attain a familiarity with the laws of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. He was taking advantage of the serenity of the moment to digest the realizations that he was receiving. The blood rain quickly disappeared, but the smell of blood continued to linger in the air, as though there were strands of blood floating across his face from time to time. Yi Yun refused the chance to battle the sixth ancient Fei. In his present condition, he was already unable to carry on. As such, after Yi Yun's Fei refining rock array battle ended, he was transported out of the independent space. The moment he exited the Fei refining rock array, Yi Yun sensed everyone's gazes being fixed on him. The gazes were extremely complex. There were looks of shock, fear, envy, and worship. One strike would more or less result in some feelings of disbelief. The process of Yi Yun killing the fifth ancient Fei was like a dream to them. If Yi Yun had only slain the fourth ancient Fei, the Luo clan disciples might have surrounded Yi Yun while congratulating him. But now, Yi Yun had instantly killed the fifth ancient Fei. Furthermore, there was a killing aura emanating from Yi Yun's body. Although the nine-tailed white fox's blood had vanished, for some reason or another, people still felt a faint sense of blood lingering around Yi Yun. Such an aura prevented anyone, even the Luo clan disciples, to make conversation with Yi Yun. The area fell into temporary silence. At this moment, Elder Shi was the first to speak. He said, "Yi Yun, your results in the Fei refining rock array are impressive. The rewards promised by the clan will be handed to you very soon." Rewards? Upon hearing Elder Shi mention rewards, the young elites present were filled with envy. The rewards were no trifling matter. All the Fei empires and large sects of the 10,000 Fei Empery in heaven would gather the best resources to nurture the geniuses under them. Now, Yi Yun had clearly reached the point where the Luo clan would focus on nurturing him. "Thank you, Senior," Yi Yun said, while having walked to a corner. He wanted to further ponder on the insights gained from the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. And at this moment in time, the deadlock in Princess White Fox's battle had broken. Princess White Fox, who had used all her strength, had managed to defeat the fifth Fei dragon. However, Princess White Fox had barely managed victory. Not only had she expended all her stamina, she was also severely injured. Her tenacity was the only thing that kept her going to slay the fifth Fei dragon with great difficulty. If this were any time in the past, the White Fox disciple would have shouted out in excitement while receiving Princess White Fox, as though they were receiving their goddess of war. But now, although they were cheering for her, it was much more subdued. This resulted in the first few people to cheer realizing the lack of an atmosphere. Seeing how it was meaningless to cheer, their voices also lowered. Princess White Fox, who was originally stunning in every way, had only managed to equal Yi Yun's results. But in terms of killing speed, as well as the shock of annihilating the nine-tailed white fox into a blood mist with one strike, Princess White Fox was far inferior to Yi Yun. As such, the White Fox clan themselves lacked the mood to even cheer. After slaying the fifth Fei dragon, Princess White Fox had already reached her limit. "Choose your opponent." After the fifth Fei dragon died, the cold voice of the array resounded in Princess White Fox's ears. "I give up." Princess White Fox took a deep breath. She was already a spent force, so it was meaningless to persist on. With a flash, Princess White Fox appeared in the hall. Immediately, everyone's gazes was focused on Princess White Fox. Princess White Fox had an indifferent character to begin with. She walked her own martial path, and she did not concern herself with how others looked at her. But even so, she guessed that her slaying of the fifth ancient Fei should have astounded the White Fox clan geniuses. But from the looks of it, their reactions seemed to be a bit different from what she expected. A few White Fox disciples were cheering for her, but there were people who had odd looks. Princess White Fox was slightly surprised. What had just happened? She looked around and she saw Jianzhu, Wufeng, the Shadow Twins, Yi Yun, Luo Mo and company, who had all entered the Fei refining rock array with her. They had all come out. She was the last, and also the one that had lasted the longest. This was not odd since she fought the longest. The number of ancient Fei that she killed was most likely the most as well. As for the others, it was not Princess White Fox being haughty, but according to the difficulty of the array, she was absolutely sure that other than her, the rest could not even slain the fourth ancient Fei, much less the fifth. It exceeded the limits of their strength. Being able to kill the first three ancient Fei was already an excellent outcome. These people having been eliminated ahead of her was within her expectations, but why did they have such weird expressions? Furthermore, she noticed that some people were looking at Yi Yun, which made her involuntarily glance at Yi Yun as well. Yi Yun had expended a great deal of energy. His Yuan Qi was nearly drained, but he was uninjured. This shocked Princess White Fox. Typically, with the stamina of a warrior being drained to such levels, be it offensive or defensive strength, they would be weakened, so it was not easy to be unharmed. "Schwer, you did well," Bai Yueqing said with a sullen face. However, his words did not sound anything like he was praising Princess White Fox. Clearly, he was in a terrible mood. "It was all right. My strength can only reach this stage. There should still be progress in the future." Princess White Fox answered with some questions on her mind. She looked at Nonying and transmitted her voice. What just happened? How many ancient Fei did Jianzhu kill? Could it be that Jianzhu's results had exceeded her expectations, which resulted in this effect? 3. Nonying answered slowly with a voice transmission. That result is normal. The fourth ancient Fei is indeed rather difficult. It's not surprising to not succeed in killing it. What about the others? Princess White Fox had casually asked, but she never expected Nonying to give her an answer that left her astounded. Nonying answered, "Sister, Wufeng and I were nothing to talk about, but for Yi Yun, he also killed the fifth ancient Fei just a while ago." "Ha!" Princess White Fox's eyebrows pricked up. "Yi Yun killed the fifth ancient Fei?" "Yeah, he was faster than you. Actually, he only used one move, instantly killing the fifth ancient Fei. Besides that." When Nonying reached this point, she revealed a wry smile. What he killed was the nine-tailed white fox that had conjured its nine-tailed domain. The nine-tailed white fox that had conjured its domain? An instant kill with one move? Princess White Fox was completely flabbergasted. She looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Her cherry-shaped lips opened slightly, and they did not close for a long period of time. Chapter 914, Death Reclusion. Anyone who killed the third round ancient Fei onwards in the Fei refining rock array would receive rewards. However, these rewards were nothing much considered to the reward given to the person who came in first. Yi Yun and Princess White Fox had both defeated the fifth ancient Fei, but Yi Yun had finished earlier. With this reason, Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi, who were biased towards the Luo clan disciples, obviously determined that Princess White Fox had narrowly lost. Hence, Yi Yun clinched first place. The reward for being first in the Fei refining rock was an ancient Fei bone. But even ancient Fei bones were of different qualities. The ancient Fei bone Yi Yun previously obtained at the Black Wind Valley trials was a peripheral part of the ancient Fei's skeleton. The amount of ancient Fei energy it contained was not much. Better ancient Fei bones came from areas such as the sternum or spine, core parts of the ancient Fei's torso. These spots were where large amounts of energy of the ancient Fei were deposited in the skeleton. As for the ancient Fei bone rewarded to the person who came in first, it was also a peripheral part. The only difference was that it contained a tiny bit of bone marrow. An ancient Fei's skeleton contained immense energy, but the essence of an ancient Fei did not lie in its skeleton but in its blood marrow. After an ancient Fei's death, its blood marrow would dissipate into the ether, returning to the universe. Only an extremely tiny portion would be left within the skeleton. This reward was something all geniuses from large family clans would desire. Their family clans might be influential, but it was also not easy obtaining an ancient Fey bone that contained bone marrow, much less giving it to them. The better the reward Yi Yun obtained, the worse Bai Yueqing's mood became. The reason he came to the Luo clan trials was because he wanted to see Princess White Fox's performance so as to get some reassurance for his bet. However, before he even received any assurance, he ended up getting so infuriated that he had to suppress his anger. The suppression nearly caused him to suffer from internal injuries. Because of the third prince's arrival, my Luo clan's disappointing disciples must have been imperceptibly motivated. Finally, they managed to squeeze out a bit of potential. "Thank you, third prince, it must have been hard on you," Elder Shi said. The corner of Bai Yueqing's eyes twitched. Elder Shi might be a man of few words, but he had a strong sense of retaliatory streak in him. All Bai Yueqing had done was to question if the Rani fish that Yi Yun had chosen was not as powerful as the Fey dragon, but this remark had been constantly on Elder Shi's mind. Heh, not really. I wonder how many more days does third prince want to stay? Elder Shi said again. Stay further? Bai Yueqing no longer had the mood. If he stayed any longer, he felt like he would really suffer a mental collapse. Bai Yueqing quickly bade farewell. When he came swaggering, but when he left in a hurry. His spirit cruiser quickly tore through the void and vanished above the Luo Divine Hall. Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi stood in midair while watching this happen. Elder Duanmu stroked his beard and said, "Senior brother, the closer it is to your breakthrough reclusion, the more I find you becoming petty. Before a reclusion, one's state of mind is extremely important. One should act as one pleases. Furthermore, this reclusion will last to my death if I fail to break through. Even the heavens do not know if I'll be able to come out alive. In that case, why must I worry over so much?" Elder Shi said. Elder Duanmu's lips quivered, but he did not say anything. All he did was let out a sigh. "There's no need for you to sigh. Although I am determined to enter a death reclusion, it is still in preparation. I've been pursuing martial arts my entire life. Being a supremacy is the ravine that stops me in my martial path. One is willing to die in the evening if the truth could be heard in the morning. As long as I probe it, I'll die without regrets." Elder Shi said. "No wonder you think so highly of that kid's martial heart," Elder Duanmu said. Elder Shi did not say a thing. In the past, he only found Yi Yun mildly interesting, but after Yi Yun killed the fifth ancient Fey, he began to truly pay close attention to Yi Yun. The little fox isn't bad too. Unfortunately, she's not from our Luo clan, Elder Duanmu added, but it's no big deal. She can definitely become one of us. Elder Duanmu stroked his beard as a smile flashed in his eyes. This time, Elder Shi opened his mouth. "Yeah. White Fox Training Ground. Celestial Platform." The celestial platform was made of countless floating rocks. This independent space was extremely special. It did not have any land to it. Rocks of all shapes and sizes were floating in the air. The small ones were the size of millstones, just enough for one person to stand on, while the big ones were hundreds of feet wide. The rocks that formed the celestial platform were powered by an array formation, forming a ladder platform that reached the heavens. The higher one went, the more difficult the trial became. At this moment, Luo Horror had already broken through to the 19th level. This was a boulder about 100 feet across. The higher one went on the celestial platform, the more chaotic the laws became. The difficulty here had already halted the progress of most of the trial takers. Only a few trial takers, for example, Xian Junyue, were still struggling in the 15th and 16th levels. There was a glimmer of hope for Xian Junyue to reach the 17th level. He looked up at the boulder. Although it was just the distance of one level, every level up had a steep rise in difficulty in the celestial platform. At this moment, Luo Hor was sitting on a boulder at the 19th level to meditate. The disciples who were lacking in strength could not even sit here properly. The chaotic laws might even cause their yuan qi circulation to turn turbulent, causing them to die by exploding. Luo Hor was sitting here, dressed in a thin dress. Her hair had turned fire red in color, while her pupils had turned scarlet red, as though they were dancing flames. The 19th level was somewhat difficult for Luo Hor. However, awakening her bloodline made it trivial. This was because her ancient Fey bloodline was extremely rich. The ancient Fey were born out of the universe itself, so their insights into laws were very high. Everyone else was trying their best to move up another level, but Luo Hor was extremely laid back. She was in no hurry and was even planning on sitting here for some time. Since no one could exceed her, why did she need to rush herself? She might as well take a good rest. At this moment, a fire-red charm suddenly flashed in front of her. The celestial platform was a training ground of the White Fox clan, but as a princess of the Luo clan, a heir designate, Luo Hor obviously enjoyed certain privileges. This voice transmission charm was one of her privileges. Luo Hor was somewhat surprised. What matter was so urgent that a voice transmission had to be sent to her during her trial? At the moment the voice transmission charm shattered, a voice entered Luo Hor's ears. "What, little Yun, is that awesome?" The information in the voice transmission was regarding Yi Yun's performance at the Luo Divine Hall's trials. Luo Hor stared in surprise. Yi Yun had killed the 5th ancient Fey using a lesser time than Princess White Fox. Luo Hor had seen Princess White Fox's talent. Princess White Fox was definitely no ordinary person, so although Luo Hor was proud, she still thought highly of an opponent like Princess White Fox. Little Yun actually beat Princess White Fox. Luo Hor found it incredible. Yi Yun had truly given her one surprise after another after their reunion in the 12 Empyrean Heavens. Little Yun did very well. That male seductive fox will definitely lose the bet, he suggested. Who knows if that little fox princess will end up having little Yun to accompany her on her travels. I wonder what expression a particular brother of mine will have when he learns of this matter. Luo Hor's delicate face revealed a sinister smile. However, as she smiled, she suddenly smacked her palms. Aya, that's bad. If this keeps going, what happens if I were to lose to little Yun? Wouldn't that be so embarrassing? I have to rush up. The White Fox elder that was monitoring the situation of the trial suddenly sensed motion on the 20th level of the celestial platform. Luo Hor reached the 20th level? The White Fox disciples, who had already suffered terrible mental setbacks, immediately noticed that Luo Hor's strength suddenly rose sharply. Could it be that she was not using all her strength previously? The White Fox disciples had tears flowing down their faces. They were also elites of the White Fox clan, but participating in a trial with Luo Hor was masochism. Those who did not have a resolute mind might receive such a heavy blow that tore them to pieces. Chapter 915, Blood Dragon's Blood Marrow. 2 days after the Fey refining rock trial was over, Yi Yun suddenly received a voice transmission from Elder Duanmu. The Luo Divine Hall was extremely palatial, and one of its many levels was the Astral Palace where the Luo clan disciples cultivated. And the summoning led Yi Yun to the 7th level. The 7th level of the Luo Divine Hall was very different to the Astral Palace. It looked extremely extensive, as though the place was boundless. Floating in the air were countless golden dots of light which were constantly in motion. Yi Yun saw a dot of light stop in front of him and he was surprised to discover that the dots of light were actually tiny golden birds. Each one was wrapped in a layer of golden light as they flew around. I wonder if the birds are living creatures. Fascinating. Yi Yun stood in the main hall and he watched them while reflecting over the sight. This 7th level is an independent space, named Treasure Pavilion. Yi Yun suddenly saw phantom figures flash in front of him as 2 people appeared. He hurriedly saluted them, "Greetings to Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi." "There's no need for such decorum." "Oh?" Elder Duanmu's vision swept across Yi Yun's body and he said, "You have already recovered completely. Your cultivation realm has increased slightly as well?" "Yes," Yi Yun responded. Although he wasn't injured when he slew the fifth ancient Fei, he had used all of his power to release a weak 10,000 demon wheel of existence. All of his yuan qi was consumed, which meant that Yi Yun could not even move. Elder Duanmu had previously witnessed Yi Yun's recovery rate, so he laughed. "Although you are a human, your recovery rate is still pretty good. The only problem is that your physique is slightly lacking. I know that you have absorbed the heaven-devouring WIRM's Fei bone in the past, but the quality of that Fei bone was terrible." Elder Duanmu spoke frankly, while Yi Yun revealed a trace of helplessness. Not only was his physique bad, his cultivation realm was low as well. He could barely conjure a weakened 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Furthermore, using it once would drain all of his strength. The reward this time is an ancient Fei with blood marrow. After giving it to you, quickly absorb it and strive to perform well in the remaining trials. Elder Duanmu now thought very highly of Yi Yun as well. The reasons that the elders remained in the primordial Empyrean heaven to man the Luo Divine Hall was firstly to gain nomological insights while being in reclusion, and secondly, to nurture more talents for the Luo clan. Years ago, they too had gone through the same path. "Thank you, elders. However, I plan to enter reclusive cultivation in the primordial space immediately following that," Yi Yun said. Elder Duanmu faltered slightly. "Reclusive cultivation? For how long?" "I don't know." Yi Yun shook his head. If he entered reclusion in the primordial space, years might pass without him even knowing. If he was disturbed during this period, it would greatly affect the outcome. "I see. The Luo Divine Hall has the primordial space as its core. The value gained from cultivating in there is the highest. There will be some losses incurred if you do not participate in the trials after this, but it's still alright." Elder Shi gave it a thought and he said with a nod, "So what if you don't participate in them? You are extremely talented, and the path of martial arts is full of vicissitudes. You have to know that there were even more geniuses in the past that possessed exceptional talent, and they were aided by great fate, but they eventually perished. This path is a very difficult one." Yi Yun drew a gasp and said, "I understand." He looked calm and determined. Back then, he was just an unimportant youth. From his climb upwards that began from the cloud wilderness, he already recognized the difficulty of the martial path. Regardless of how difficult this path was, Yi Yun chose to continue forging ahead. Within the purple crystal, the long-haired man and the red lotus woman who later appeared, they stood at a vantage point that was so much higher than where he was. Was he able to use his own feet and hard work to reach where they stood and see what they saw? "Since you want to enter reclusion, then you will not be given a blood marrow ancient Fei bone," Elder Shi said. Yi Yun was stunned. Not giving it to him? At this moment, Elder Shi followed up, "Yes, the rewards were meant to be given to you progressively along the way, but since you aren't participating in those trials, you will miss those rewards. If that's the case, I might as well give you the best one in one fell swoop." In the history of the Luo Divine Hall trials, such an item has only been handed out a few times. This is the highest reward in the Luo Divine Hall trials. Senior brother. Elder Duanmu glanced at Elder Shi, but he eventually did not speak another word. "Here." Elder Shi beckoned with a stretched out hand. A blood-red bird tore through the sky like lightning as it suddenly stood on Elder Shi's palm. It was crimson red in color. Yi Yun had failed to discover the crimson bird out of the numerous golden birds here. The bird emanated an extremely peculiar aura. As Yi Yun looked at it, he had the feeling that his heartbeat, blood flow, and yuan qi circulation were being induced by the bird, as though his entire being was in an extremely sublime rhythm. At this moment, the bird suddenly chirped and it transformed into a blood-red crystal. In the middle of the crystal, there was a line of blood that was constantly in flux, as though it possessed life. That is. Yi-Yun's eyes stared intently at the crystal. He could sense the extremely unusual value of the crystal. This is the blood marrow of a degenerated blood dragon, Eldersher said. You have previously been to Mt. Azure Billow's Black Wind Valley during the collective training? This is the blood marrow left behind by that degenerated blood dragon, a blood marrow that was in the dragon bone's vertebral keel. The degenerated blood dragon's blood marrow. Yi-Yun drew a cold gasp. After the degenerated blood dragon died, its flesh and blood's decomposition caused the place to become a forbidden ground where it nourished and produced blood specters. The power of its blood marrow was unimaginable. Yi-Yun had previously absorbed a heaven-devouring WIRM Fey bone, and although a heaven-devouring WIRM was a grade higher than a degenerated blood dragon, the value of its Fey bone was incomparable to a degenerated blood dragon's blood marrow. This blood marrow is one of the treasures of the Luo Divine Hall. Each one we give out depletes the limited stock we have. This wisp of blood marrow is of the highest quality. Its energy was preserved the best. But it would be even more difficult for you to absorb it with your poor physique. Take it and enter reclusion. How much you can absorb will depend on your destiny. Eldersher threw the crystal at Yi-Yun. He had chosen to give it to Yi-Yun, but it would depend on Yi-Yun himself as to whether he could rise up as a dragon. When Yi-Yun caught the crystal, he felt as though the blood marrow in the crystal was alive. It was constantly in motion as though it would fly out of his hands at any time. The best wisp of blood marrow, its value was probably unimaginable. The both of us are old. We do not know how many more years the Luo Divine Hall can be manned by us. Seeing how talent has been dwindling after the Luo clan's war. Elder Duanmu spoke midway before shaking his head and stopping. As Yi-Yun looked at them, he felt that there was something between the lines of what Elder Duanmu had said. Their strength and cultivation realm were like the clouds to him. It was something that numerous warriors yearned to reach. However, Yi-Yun saw something different from their expressions. Thank you, Eldersher, thank you, Elder Duanmu. Yi-Yun gave them a solemn salute. Having come to the Luo clan, his feelings for the Luo clan was mostly due to Luo Horror as he had a friendship with her. Furthermore, Yi-Yun was also in need to join a faction, so he had naturally chosen the Luo clan. Having received the goodwill of a faction, he obviously had to contribute back to them. And today, the feelings that the two elders had for the Luo clan, as well as the expectations that they had for the Luo clan geniuses, had moved Yi-Yun. He gripped the crystal tightly. The hopes of the two elders were embodied in the crystal. The Luo Divine Hall trials continued, but no one saw Yi-Yun participating anymore. After the Fey Refining Rock Array evaluation, Yi-Yun had become the idol of a good deal of the Luo clan disciples. When Elder Duanmu informed them that Yi-Yun would enter reclusive cultivation and that he would no longer participate in the trials, the disciples were rather upset, but they felt envious at the same time. To enter such a long reclusion proved that Yi-Yun had reaped great benefits from the 7 years of meditation and the Fey Refining Rock Array. When he completely digested the benefits, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Yi-Yun was much stronger than them already. To what extent would he reach after improving his strength? The potential already shown by Yi-Yun made them scared to think any further. He was only cast in the limelight at the Fey Refining Rock Array, and there he is, trying to hide away. He was actually able to clinch victory only with that strange move at the end. Without that strange move that instantly killed the nine-tailed white fox, Yi-Yun's combat ability is far inferior to Her Highness. And in the following trials, there are tests on physique and bloodline, but he does not plan on participating. He is clearly worried that his physique and bloodline are inferior to Her Highness. Nong Yue grumbled in a soft voice. Although she knew in her heart that Yi-Yun had beat Princess White Fox through the use of the strange move at the end, she knew that even without the move, Yi-Yun could easily thrash her and her sister. This point left a bitter taste in her mouth. However, when it came to the Fey race's bloodline, Nongyue was convinced that Yun was absolutely inferior. Just as Nonyue's voice faded, she saw her elder sister, Nonying, staring at her. Nonyue stuck out her tongue and she hurriedly shut her mouth. When Princess White Fox heard Elder Duanmu's words, there was a gentle flash in her beautiful eyes. He is going into reclusion. Princess White Fox had been a top elite from a young age. She did not have a rival at a similar age other than Luo Huier. Princess White Fox had obtained a detailed description of Yun's battle with the fifth nine-tailed white fox from Nonying and Nonyue. I never got to witness that battle with my own eyes. I'll look forward to you coming out of reclusion. Princess White Fox whispered. Yun may have entered reclusion, but couldn't she enhance her own strength as well? Primordial space. A huge door that was so big that it went from the ground to the sky, and it isolated the primordial space from the outside world. The entire primordial space was misty as a dead and bleak aura permeated it. It was a dead world. The auric charms of the Fey gods sealed in the Fey god stones were the only evidence of the world's past existence. What was in here was life that had failed to fully evolve. Silently sitting in front of the three mysterious Fey godstones, Yun closed his eyes tightly. He breathed silently, as though he had incorporated himself in the dead world. His consciousness was fully projected on the purple crystal Fey godstone. He still saw the long-haired man on his entry into the purple crystal Fey godstone. Yun had already grasped the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, but it was not as advanced as the long-haired man's. If the long-haired man was said to have mastered the 10,000 demon wheel of existence to its end, Yun was only just at the beginning. With his sword of will, Yun approached the long-haired man. At this moment, he saw the long-haired man push the 10,000 demon wheel of existence out. This casual push wrapped the heaven and earth. Countless nomological fragments flew past as thousands of phantom images of gods and demons appeared. Each one of them stepped on the ground and each one was 1,000 feet tall. A terrifying pressure smashed on Yun like a mountain. Yun resisted against it with all his strength. Bam! All of his yuan qi was drained as the 10,000 demon wheel of existence shattered. His vision went black immediately. Phew! Yun suddenly opened his eyes as he noticed himself returning to the primordial space. With his nomological insights increasing in profoundness every day, Yun was able to see more things. And at the same time, the pressure inflicted on Yun was higher. A casual gesture of long-haired man produced nomological pressure that he could not withstand, even the sword of will was insufficient. Who knew that there would be such a change after entering the purple crystal Fey godstone again? I'm still too weak. Yun muttered to himself, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Being able to witness how the long-haired man did things was an opportunity that one could not ask for. Jianzhu's master was Supremacy Gulan, but Supremacy Gulan was in reclusion for extended periods of time. He seldom had the time to illustrate laws for Jianzhu. As for this long-haired man, his strength was far from what a supremacy could compare with. Where could one find such an opportunity? Strength should be increased first. Yun wiped his interspatial ring as a crystal appeared in his palm. Blood Dragon's blood marrow. This wisp of Fey dragon blood marrow seemed to sense something as it began to frantically scurry around the crystal. Yun took a deep breath. Gotcha! He crushed the crystal. Suddenly, the wisp of blood dragon's blood marrow flew out of the crystal. Yun was long prepared as he grabbed at it. Immediately, the space surrounding the blood dragon's blood marrow was sealed. It struggled within the space, scurrying left and right, but it could not break out of the seal. Its shape was constantly in flux, yet it failed to escape its shackles. Yun quietly regulated his breathing and a few days had passed unknowingly. Only when his body recovered to its optimal state did Yun open his eyes. Looking at the blood dragon's blood marrow, he beckoned at it. The blood dragon's blood marrow was pulled by an invisible force as it constantly came closer to Yi Yun. As though it realized that there were no means of escape, the blood dragon's blood marrow bloodlust suddenly surged as it shot straight at Yi Yun's glabella. Yi Yun did not dodge. Boom! As though his body was thrown into a pool of magma, Yi Yun's body immediately heated up. A degenerated blood dragon was violent and bloodthirsty by nature. Its blood marrow was one of the most violent and dangerous tonics. However, it was only a wisp of blood marrow. If Yi Yun used his Yuan Qi to suppress it, he could slowly absorb it. However, Yi Yun did not choose to do so. At the beginning, he was planning on circulating his Yuan Qi, but when the blood marrow surged into his own blood marrow, Yi Yun discovered that his pure Yang bloodline had been activated by the blood marrow's oppressive energy. He felt that his body had become a furnace. And this blood marrow had become the flame that burned in the furnace, scorching his meridians. Yi Yun closed his eyes tightly as sweat constantly oozed out of his forehead. Thunderous rumblings echoed out of his body. Even his clothes were burnt into ash. The blood vessels beneath his skin seemed to be dikes for flowing magma. At this moment, anything that approached Yi Yun would be burnt into ash from the high temperatures emitted by Yi Yun's body. His entire being was like a simmering volcano as a raging energy surged wantonly around his body. In the beginning, Yi Yun would sweat. But slowly, his aura vanished. He turned into a rock once again, with the occasional flashing of his body indicating that he was still alive. Senior brother, how far do you think that Kid Yi Yun will be able to absorb the wisp of blood marrow? In the Luo Divine Hall, Elder Duanmu and Elder Shi were watching Yi Yun in the mist through an array projection. A typical disciple can only absorb 10 to 20%. A talented disciple, maybe 30 to 40%. However, I can't be sure about Yi Yun. I heard that at Mta Azure Billow, the effects of him absorbing the ancient Fei bone were astounding. I believe that this kid will surprise me this time as well. Elder Shi said lightly. Elder Duanmu shook his head and said, let's hope so. Senior brother, by giving him the blood marrow so early, with his present cultivation realm, it is still too early to absorb such a blood marrow. Early? It's not. Let him work hard to improve himself. The Luo clan's catastrophe has yet to pass. Elder Shi appeared as though he was muttering to himself. With a wave of his hand, the projection in front of him disappeared. Cultivation knew nothing about time. Year after year passed as the Luo Divine Hall trials were coming to an end. Over the 18 years, the Luo clan and White Fox clan elites had improved significantly. And after the first 7 years, Yi Yun had never appeared again. On the last day, 2 spirit cruisers tore through the void and appeared above the Luo Divine Hall. They were spirit cruisers at the supremacy level. They were here to take the Luo clan and White Fox clan elites from the primordial Empyrean heaven back to their respective clans. Yi Yun, who had been in reclusion in the primordial space all this time, slowly opened his eyes. Having entered reclusion for 18 years, it was an unprecedented experience for Yi Yun. Over the 18 years, he was like a sharp enchanted sword. He was like a sword that had been placed in a scabbard to hide its sharpness. His hair had grown so long that it reached the floor, spreading completely apart. Even though he was in the primordial space, Yi Yun could sense the environment outside, and he knew that the spirit cruisers were here. Yi Yun stood up, his eyes like lightning in the dark night. With a thought, 1,000 snow-flying saber flew out of his interspatial ring, cutting his overly long hair. It was time to leave the Luo Divine Hall. Chapter 917, Dao Manifestation Realm. With the existence of voice transmission charms and arrays, the proliferation of news was extremely fast. Especially the Luo Divine Hall trials could be said to be highly anticipated. It was a big deal to the Luo clan. Before the disciples that participated in the Luo Divine Hall trials returned, the results of the trials had proliferated at an astonishing speed in the royal capital. Yi Yun had beaten Princess White Fox in the Fei Refining Rock Array, crushing the Shadow Twins, Wu Feng, and his supremacy's disciple, Jin Zhu. Just this news alone stirred quite a storm in the Luo clan royal capital. Although they also learned that Yi Yun did not participate in any of the other tests of the Luo Divine Hall trials in the 11 years after them, it did not matter. Just the trial in the first 7 years was enough to make Yi Yun famous in the royal capital. In the past, Ran Shui and Luo Mo were influential figures in the upper circles of the royal capital, where their names were the talk of the town. But Luo Mo and Ran Shui were nothing compared to seclusive geniuses like Jin Zhu and the Shadow Twins. As for Yi Yun, he surpassed everyone else, including Princess White Fox, a publicly recognized genius. Yi Yun was even slightly younger than Princess White Fox. With his background as a commoner and his unparalleled speed at improving himself, he was now idolized by numerous youths in the royal capital, especially those from ordinary backgrounds. The title of being first up till the 7th year of the Luo Divine Hall was something that eclipsed the 4 great young masters of the royal capital. From the moment that the results of the Luo Divine Hall trials were out, copious numbers of factions paid attention to the rankings. After all, only a couple of dozen people from the entire Luo clan's 196 states and the royal capital were ranked on the Luo Divine Hall trials rankings every 60 years. Large factions had their own machinations, while small factions had their own tricks. But whoever was ranked on the Luo Divine Hall trials ranking, regardless if they ranked way below the top 10, would be clamored for by the entire Luo clan. Many factions in the royal capital were trying to woo these people. Other than a few that could not be wooed, most of the other disciples would choose to stay in the royal capital. As for the other 196 states, even the large family clans of those states would only get the leftovers. As for those ranked in the top 10, there was nothing to think about them. They were exclusive to the Luo clan ancient family clans or even the Luo clan royal family. When Yi Yun returned to the royal capital, he disembarked the spirit cruiser, and accompanying him was Luo Fengling. She ultimately failed to leave her name on the Luo Divine Hall trials rankings. She did not even get a chance to enter the primordial space. She could only meditate in front of the ancient Fey stones outside, and those were obviously much more inferior to the Fey God Chaos stones. The outcome of not being ranked meant that Luo Fengling had to return to the Fire Cloud state. She needed to stay in the royal capital for a few days, and since Yi Yun and Luo Fengling were both warriors from the Fire Cloud state and had a friendship, they naturally stayed together. Since Yi Yun's Viscount residence was large, it could easily accommodate Luo Fengling's temporary lodging. Considering how she had saved the severely injured Yi Yun 18 years ago with a Fire Cloud state spirit cruiser, that scene was like a dream. Who would expect that such a youth would come this far? Yi Yun's Viscount residence was built near a mountain. When Yi Yun returned to his Viscount residence, he saw many spirit beasts perched on the mountain behind the residence, with more than 10 spirit vessels parked near it. Oh! This is... When Yi Yun saw the spirit beasts and spirit vessels, he was surprised. He then saw a servant girl from the Viscount residence welcome him like she was welcoming her master. Upon asking the maidservant, he found out that the spirit beasts and spirit vessels were ridden by the ambassadors of large family clans who were here to visit Yi Yun. They knew that Yi Yun was someone in Empress Xian's camp, so no faction had the guts to steal from Empress Xian. Even if they did, it was impossible to steal Yi Yun from her. However, they knew that they had to establish a good relationship with Yi Yun. They sent expensive gifts to express their congratulations on Yi Yun's results at the Luo Divine Hall trials. After learning of the reason, Yi Yun was also somewhat astonished. He never expected that being first in the first 7 years of the Luo Divine Hall trials would create so much influence. Yi Yun was not being arrogant to the visitors, but it was because he did not have the time to entertain each and every one of them. Thankfully, Empress Xian had included servants when she gave the Viscount residence to him. He could just get the servants to deal with the affairs. Luo Fengling was deeply envious of all of this. She felt that it was impossible for her to indulge in such a scene herself in whatever life she had left. At this moment, a purplish-red voice transmission charm lit up in front of Yi Yun. It came from Luo Huayr. Little Yun, some important guests came to the Luo clan royal palace a few days ago. It looks like they were discussing something. Tomorrow, father will be summoning all of the best participants of the trials to the royal palace. There will also be my brother, Crimson Firmament, Princess White Fox, as well as that male seductive fox named Baiyuqing. As Luo Huayr spoke, her voice turned excited. Clearly, this girl looked forward to meeting Baiyuqing. It was a good opportunity to smack Baiyuqing in the face, so how could she miss it? Furthermore, Princess White Fox would have to travel with Yun. Luo Huayr was eager to see the expression on Crimson Firmament's face. Oh? His Majesty is summoning us? Yun was surprised. As the leader of the entire Luo clan dynasty, Emperor Luo was not someone who was easily seen. Even the top cultivators of the Luo Divine Hall trials that happened after this one might not have the chance to meet Emperor Luo. It was unknown what the legendary Emperor Luo was like. Even figures like Empress Luo and Empress Xian had to be mindful about gaining and losing his favor. After all, Emperor Luo would determine who the person that would inherit the throne was. Yun replied to Luo Huayr and he settled Luo Fengling before returning to his room to have a good rest. He had not slept like a mortal in a very long time. In the primordial space, he basically spent all of the time meditating while sitting down. He did not slack for a moment, and that solitude and loneliness was something that many people could not endure. As for the path to martial arts, it was filled with such long reclusions. Very few weak-minded warriors could guarantee that they could wholeheartedly pursue martial arts. Over the 18 years, Yun's cultivation level went straight to the Heaven Ascension Perfection realm. The next step up from the Heaven Ascension realm was the Dao Manifestation realm. By manifesting one's Dao, one could grow Dao fruits on the Heaven Ascension Dao tree. To top geniuses, the rising of an intermediate realm was not difficult, and it could be done very casually. Some top geniuses would meditate for decades. With their Dao foundations established, they were able to rise their cultivation level from the beginning stages straight to the peak in just a few short years. To geniuses, the hardest thing to raise was a large cultivation realm. It was not that it was difficult to raise, but it was difficult to raise it perfectly. This was most pertinent from the Heaven Ascension realm to the Dao Manifestation realm. The manifestation of Dao fruit was a big deal to every Heaven Ascension realm genius. The more varied the insights in the Dao that geniuses had, the more Dao fruits they manifested. Most warriors would only be able to condense a single Dao fruit when they enter the Dao Manifestation realm. After all, a young genius had a limited amount of time. It was already very difficult to comprehend a single law. If one tried to focus on too many Dao, it would be biting off more than they could chew. It was a waste of their time and potential. Mastering only one law was the safest approach. It could guarantee a smooth manifestation of Dao. Even the geniuses who were qualified to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials would mostly do so. However, there was an extremely tiny number of people who could manifest 2 Dao fruits. These people had exceeding perception. At a young age, they were able to multitask, cultivating 2 laws at the same time. The difficulty was not as simple as twice the difficulty of mastering one law. And even further up, the manifestation of 3 or 4 Dao fruits was nearly unheard of. Furthermore, even if such people existed, they were not necessarily a positive example. The number of Dao fruits manifested was not the most important thing, it was the quality of the fruits. If a genius like Princess White Fox wanted to manifest several Dao fruit, she just needed to study many laws. It would not be a problem to manifest 5 Dao fruits after that. However, Princess White Fox would obviously not do so. 5 low-quality Dao fruits were not as valuable as a single high-quality Dao fruit. Dao fruits had 9 qualities. Every rise in quality would make a leaf grow on the fruit stem. One leaf was the poorest quality of Dao fruit. The person would basically go no further than the Dao Manifestation realm in their entire lives. With every additional leaf, the warrior's potential would be greatly elevated. By the time it was 6 or 7-leaf Dao fruits, it was already exceedingly rare. An 8-leaf Dao fruit could be said to be the standard of a peerless genius of an entire sect. As for 9-leaf Dao fruits, they were nearly a legend. After all, most supremacies would only have 8-leaf Dao fruits when they entered the Dao manifestation realm. Of course, they might have all sorts of opportunities in the future, even with 8-leaf Dao fruits. The leaf count of a Dao fruit did not entirely determine a person's future success. It was even rumored that a divine lord that was in control of a divine lord royal seal only had a 8-leaf Dao fruit. Yet, he had reached a height that even 9-leaf Dao fruit geniuses could not reach. The future was anyone's guess. Now, Yi Yun was at the Heaven Ascension Perfection realm. He was already preparing to start manifesting his Dao fruit. But of course, it still would take a lot of time. Many geniuses did not dare to take this step because a lot was at stake at the Dao manifestation realm. It determined a lot of their future achievements to a large extent. Therefore, they would typically spend a century or two consolidating their foundations and meditating over the laws before they stepped into the Dao manifestation realm, accepting the sentence of the law. However, if they stepped into the Dao manifestation realm too late, it would be a waste of potential even if the quality of the Dao fruit was increased. This was truly a hard for one to resolutely make the choice. Chapter 918, Luo Clan Royal Palace. The Luo clan's royal palace was located at the top of the royal capital. It towered above all, overlooking everything. Flying was banned in most regions of the royal capital. This meant that people had to walk towards the inner sanctums of the Luo clan royal palace. If one looked up, they would see a long Empyrean staircase winding around the mountain all the way until it disappeared into the clouds. A grand and majestic golden palace loomed at the top. In between the steps, there were cloud dragon stone carvings. The designs of the stone carvings constantly changed along the way. There were heaven Fae, ancient Fae, sages of the Fae race, as well as Fae god totems. Many ministers and young talent had to stop at the bottom of the stairs. They would then respectfully bow towards the stairs before walking up them. Only people who enjoyed a very high status in the Luo clan or people who had particular special merits and honors had the right to walk further up the stairs that led into the clouds. At this moment, an extremely luxurious sedan that was the size of a house seemed to flutter over towards the stairs. There were more than 10 servants making way for it as it arrived in front of the steps. The sedan was being carried by 100-foot-tall strongmen. They had 2 horns on their heads and their faces were crimson in color. They walked as fast as the wind. What a large sedan! Who can be carried in a sedan here while still being able to continue to proceed higher? Warriors turned their heads around to take a look. Look at the emblem on the sedan. It's someone from the Oracle Fae Empire. Yes, I recognize that emblem as well. I heard my sect elders say that a number of important guests have arrived in the royal capital recently. I never expected that people from the Oracle Fae Empire would come as well. The Oracle Fae Empire was one of the largest factions of the 10,000 Fae Empyrean heaven. It was located in an ancient independent space, forming a world for itself. Since it was a sedan of the Oracle Fae Empire, it was also normal for them to be able to be carried up the stairs. However, the Oracle Fae Empire seldom made contact with the external world. What were they doing here today? The strongmen carried the sedan as they moved up and soon, they disappeared into the clouds. Warriors watched with astonishment, but very quickly, a gigantic black fish flew past them in the sky. This gigantic black fish flew over their heads and it landed on a square at the foot of the mountain. It was the size of a hill. Sea-devouring fish? It's not a real sea-devouring fish, but one of its descendants with an extremely rich bloodline. However, it's extremely rare in the 10,000 Fae Empyrean heaven. That is someone from the World Margin sect. What special occasion is it? Why are there so many ambassadors from large factions gathering here today? Oh, I've finally recognized one of those factions. That's the White Fox clan's nebulous cloud. The warriors looked over. The White Fox clan was one they were rather familiar with. The guests of various large factions passed them or flew over them. It was very overwhelming for the lowly warriors. However, although the esteemed guests had the qualification to fly above the royal palace, they still needed to walk when they reached the long flight of stairs. Amongst these people that made a grandiose entrance, a man standing on a golden condor appeared in the sky. That is. What's that? It was an ordinary golden condor, one of the most common birds in several sects. Yet, how was this commonly seen bird flying above the royal capital? Furthermore, it was flying alongside extremely well-known ancient Fey descendants that everyone knew in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven? There's someone on it. Who is that? It looks like someone from the younger generation. Typically, a person who could fly above the royal palace was someone who enjoyed an extremely high status. Most of the time, those people were not young, so it was very rare to see someone young doing so. As though he had noticed the commotion below, Yi Yun, who was flying on the golden condor, glanced down as he quickly flew across the sky. This was a special privilege that Yi Yun enjoyed after the Luo Divine Hall trials. People of honor were allowed to fly above the royal palace. Of course, he still had to walk once he reached the stairs, but it was an extremely high honor already. The ambassadors of those large factions were given the same treatment. Flying above the royal palace was an unprecedented experience. However, the mount that Yi Yun had was limited to a single golden condor, so he had casually used it. However, this nondescript golden condor stood out amid the progeny of ancient Fey. As such, the warriors beneath were all craning their necks to look at him. Before Yi Yun arrived, he was informed by Luo Horror that the people who came were important figures of various large factions. It was unknown why these people were gathering here today. Xiao. Yi Yun's golden condor landed in front of the stairs. After Yi Yun's golden condor landed, he got off and began walking up towards the Luo royal palace. The royal palace was majestic, as though it was built on clouds. Looking down from the top, there was a panoramic view of mountains and rivers that extended far out. Although the flight of stairs was long, it was not much effort for warriors to traverse it. Who is that person? On one side of the royal palace, there was a tiny garden. In it, there were artificial hills and ponds. A few pavilions were constructed around a pond, temporary resting spots for those meeting Emperor Luo. There were already many people gathered near the pond. Yi Yun immediately noticed Luo Horror amongst the crowd. She was like a brilliant flame burning in the crowd. It was difficult not to notice her. Little Yun, you sure are slow. Luo Horror said with a grin. She was sitting in the seat of honor in one of the pavilions. Beside her was Jianzhu and Xian Junyue. The moment that Luo Horror spoke, many people immediately looked at Yi Yun. He's Yi Yun? Even some of the Luo clan disciples present did not know Yi Yun. Many people had gone to the White Fox clan for the trials, so they obviously did not get to witness Yi Yun's prowess. They had only heard that Yi Yun had surpassed Princess White Fox at the Fey Refining Rock Array. As for Princess White Fox, she was no better or worse than Luo Huar. This made many people, including Xian Junyue, very uncomfortable. They even had their doubts. They had not participated in the Luo Divine Hall trials, but at the White Fox clan trials, Luo Huar's outstanding performance was something that they experienced in person. It was a complete blow to their entire beings. It struck them as though they would never be able to chase up to her. The lad in front of them had what it took to match Luo Huar. Didn't this mean that this human of a commoner background who didn't seem to be mighty would also give them the feeling that they would never be able to chase up to him? This was something that they found unacceptable no matter how it was phrased. It was a bit slow. I don't have any good mounts. I came here on a golden condor. The bird flew rather slowly. When Yi Yun said this, the geniuses around Luo Hor felt even more speechless. Was this lad truly in existence that they were too inferior to bear comparison to? I'll get mother to send you a mount tomorrow. This matter can be discussed in the future. Little Yun, let's go. Let's have a seat at the White Fox Clan's pavilion and have a chat. Luo Hor had a penchant for chaos. She was eagerly waiting for Yun to come so she could take Yun to the White Fox Clan to smack Bai Yueqing's face. What a joy would that be! There were several pavilions connected by stone bridges in the area. Using them, Luo Hor dragged Yun towards the White Fox Clan's pavilion. At this moment, Prince Crimson Firmament was also at the White Fox Clan's pavilion. Bai Yueqing and Princess White Fox were certainly not absent. They could see Luo Hor bringing Yun from afar. Princess White Fox did not react to them, but Bai Yueqing's expression turned extremely ugly. Especially when he saw that exquisite smirk on Luo Hor's face. There was obviously a teasing look to it, and Bai Yueqing knew that this princess of the Luo clan was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 919, Bearing Witness. By walking into the pavilion, Luo Hor was in the same pavilion as Princess White Fox. With two blessed daughters of heaven in the same pavilion, even disciples from other pavilions could not help but look towards their pavilion. Brother, your highness third prince, Princess Xuer. Luo Hor was elegant as she said this with a slight bow. Seeing Luo Hor being so graceful and engaging in such proper etiquette, Yun was feeling somewhat speechless watching this from behind. She was clearly here to stir shit, yet she remained so polite. The corners of Bai Yueqing's mouth twitched. He silently placed his teacup down. Back at the White Fox Clan's trials, Luo Hor's mischief had completely battered the White Fox Clan geniuses silly. That truly made Bai Yueqing witness how powerful the little demoness was. Sweeping his gaze behind Luo Hor, Bai Yueqing noticed Yun, and that made him even more upset. Princess Purple Spirit. Princess White Fox nodded her head slightly at Luo Hor as a form of reciprocating respect. After that, she looked at Yun and gently nodded. Sister Purple Spirit, I invited you over to sit, but you didn't come. Now, you have finally given me the honor. Prince Crimson Firmament said nonchalantly. He obviously knew why Luo Hor was here. However, he still had complete disregard for Yun, as though he did not even see him. At this moment, he was wearing luxurious clothing and he was sitting in a great state, with a regal air to him. Back when Yun first met Prince Crimson Firmament, he found his aura unfathomable. Now, with his cultivation realm being higher and having grasped the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, Yun could sense different things from Prince Crimson Firmament's body when he looked at him. The space around Prince Crimson Firmament's body was slightly distorted. His aura was sealed in this space, so when others looked at him for a slightly prolonged period of time, they would find their eyes beginning to swell up. His aura made people feel like it was just a black hole. I was afraid to disturb brother. However, Yun, Princess Xuer, and His Highness Third Prince all know each other, so I brought him here to meet you. Luo Hor sat down, she turned her head to Yun and said, Yun, come over here and sit. When this was said, the White Fox disciples in the pavilion immediately felt edgy. Most of the White Fox disciples in the pavilion had stayed behind for their clan's trials. They had also heard of Yun, but they did not recognize his face. Only when they heard Luo Hor call Yun's name out and how she wanted him to sit did they know that this young-looking man was Yun. He was the one that once surpassed Princess White Fox by a tiny bit? Upon hearing Luo Hor's words, Yun did not refuse either. He adjusted his pale white robe that was made out of heaven silk before sitting down. Seeing Yun sit together with all the princes and princesses, some of the White Fox disciples felt upset. Many of them came from stunning backgrounds, but they still had to stand in the pavilion. Even if they could sit, they could only sit at a lower level seat. How could they sit on the same table as Luo Hor? Furthermore, Yun did not stand on ceremony, nor did he refuse. It felt as though it was only natural for him to share a table with the princes and princesses. Who the hell did he think he was? Bai Yuqing frowned slightly. Although sitting on the same table as Yi Yun made him uncomfortable, he did not speak a single word. As for Prince Crimson Firmament, he completely ignored this matter. Your Highness Third Prince, do you still remember our bet? Luo Huar asked with a grin. Bai Yuqing quietly opened his fan and said lightly, Bet? I certainly remember it. It's good that you remember it. Brother Crimson Firmament, why don't you bear witness? Back then, the bet entailed that in the White Fox Clan and Luo Clan trials, the White Fox Clan has to account for 60% of the results. If the Luo Clan were to lose, I would stay behind in the White Fox Clan for a year of travel. If the White Fox Clan were to lose, Princess White Fox would have to stay behind in the Luo Clan to travel a year, and I'll assign a genius to accompany Princess White Fox in her tour. Wasn't that so? As Luo Huar spoke, she glanced at Prince Crimson Firmament. Yi Yun was rendered speechless while listening to her. He knew that Luo Huar was planning on assigning him to Princess White Fox. This was going to happen in front of Prince Crimson Firmament, while Prince Crimson Firmament was already gearing up to enter a marriage with Princess White Fox. No one knew what was on Prince Crimson Firmament's mind. But at least from the surface, Prince Crimson Firmament did not seem unhappy at all. This prince as witness? Sure. From this prince's point of view, that tiny bet is nothing more than motivating the elites of both clans. Its goal has been reached. As for both the trials, this prince has a detailed understanding of them. Sister Purple Spirit, you were undoubtedly ranked first in the White Fox Clan trials. Prince Crimson Firmament said slowly. As for the Luo Divine Hall trials, Princess White Fox was ranked first. Therefore, the first ranks on both sides are equally matched. As for the other disciples, the White Fox Clan was indeed slightly better than our Luo Clan's younger elites. Oh? Luo Huar stared with her beautiful eyes at him. Who did you say was first at the Luo Divine Hall trials? Princess Xuer was first. This is the result that was eventually decided after the Luo Divine Hall trials ended. There's nothing questionable about that, right? Princess Xuer eventually managed to clear the 6th level of the Fey Refining Rock Array, killing the 6th Ancient Fey. As for the others, Yi Yun was the next highest, having killed the 5th Ancient Fey. As for the others, Jianzhu, the Shadow Twins, and Wu Feng, they had managed to kill the 4th Ancient Fey. Other than the Fey Refining Rock Array, there were trials that were related to bloodline. This was undoubtedly where Princess Xuer was miles ahead. And from what I learned, Yi Yun did not even participate in the bloodline trials. Even if he had participated, with Yi Yun's thin Fey race bloodline, he probably would not have much to show for it. He would be beneath the Shadow Twins. Prince Crimson Firmament said very calmly. At this moment, he finally glanced at Yi Yun. It had a hint of derision in it. Without mentioning the Fey Refining Rock trial, Yi Yun had been absent for all the trials after that, staying inside the primordial space in reclusive cultivation. When Prince Crimson Firmament knew about this, he found it amusing. The Luo Divine Hall was filled with treasures everywhere. Countless disciples yearned to enter the Luo Divine Hall so as they could enjoy the resources inside, but Yi Yun abandoned all of these resources, all for a primordial space. The primordial space was indeed a great opportunity, but 7 years of meditation was not enough. He even meditated for 18 years. Didn't he know that a true expert was not created through reclusion? It needed constant actual combat, experiencing life and death battles. Only then could one increase one's strength through battle, eventually become a member of the Generation Strong people. But thankfully, Yi Yun was dumb, giving him an excuse. The final results that the Luo Divine Hall trials produced did not rank Yi Yun. This was because Yi Yun was absent in too many of the trials, so it was impossible for him to be ranked. It was finally recognized in the rankings that Princess White Fox was first in the trial. If not, to let Yi Yun really accompany Princess White Fox to tour the Luo clan? How could he salvage his reputation as an heir to the throne? If Princess White Fox were to one day become the Luo clan's empress, wouldn't this matter make him the laughingstock of the world? Prince Crimson Firmament's words made Luo Huayer's eyebrows prick up. So that's the case. I was wondering why Brother Crimson Firmament was sitting so stably. So you've already thought of an excuse, and would rather die than admit it? Luo Huayer derided him ruthlessly. She was enemies with Prince Crimson Firmament to begin with, so she didn't care. What did this prince say wrong? Prince Crimson Firmament sipped a mouthful of tea and slowly said, "Strength does not exist in talk, it exists in actual validation. I saw the scenes of Yi Yun battling the fifth ancient Fae. He was using a mystic technique to defeat the fifth ancient Fae. He clearly was only able to use the mystic technique once. After defeating the fifth ancient Fae, how was he going to battle the sixth ancient Fae? As for Princess Xuer, she had used her true abilities to slay the fifth ancient Fae. She did not use any mystic techniques. Princess Xuer surpasses Yi Yun in every way, other than that special mystic technique. She experienced the trials in the Luo Divine Hall for 11 years before being able to slay the sixth ancient Fae. Furthermore, she still had energy left after the slaying. That is the difference. I'll not talk about the difference in the Fae refining rock array and talk about the bloodline trials. Yi Yun was absent, and if he truly participated, would his tiny bit of bloodline be qualified to compare with Princess White Fox? Chapter 920, Shu Yunjian. Prince Crimson Firmament was clearly refusing to agree that Luo Huayer had won. Although everyone knew this, what he said was something that many of the White Fox disciples agreed with. Even if bloodline was not mentioned, just based on strength alone, Yi Yun lacked the advantage. Yi Yun had used a mystic technique to defeat the fifth ancient Fae. It was not Yi Yun being powerful, but the mystic technique being powerful. As for Princess White Fox, she had used her own abilities to slay the sixth ancient Fae. Offensive mystic techniques had wondrous effects, but they were like weapons. They were considered to be foreign objects. At an even higher realm, there was even a need for change. What truly was powerful was a warrior's nomological insight and their cultivation realm. Princess, let's go. There's nothing to dispute about this. Yi Yun said to Luo Huayer. He did not care about the outcome. So what if his strength was recognized by the White Fox clan or not? As for accompanying Princess White Fox on her tour, that was something that he was even more disinterested in. Lin Xintong had yet to be found. The 10,000 Fae Empyrean heaven was extremely expansive. He did not even know how or where to start finding her, so how could he accompany a female stranger, who he did not have much of a friendship with, on her travels? This was just a maleficent plan of Luo Huayer. Luo Huayer grunted. Prince Crimson Firmament's high and mighty appearance compelled her to give him a merciless punch in the face. Little Yun. I say, when you participated in the trial, why the heck did you keep a low profile for? At the end, you should have come out and had a go at the Fae refining rock array. By doing so, what can they still say? Luo Huayer transmitted her voice unhappily. Yi Yun lightly said, it's meaningless if they see it or not. One's strength is one's own. After saying that, Yi Yun stood up. Seeing that Yi Yun was about to leave, there was no reason for Luo Huayer to stay any longer. She unhappily stood up. Why? Are you leaving just like that? Why don't you stay behind for some tea? Prince Crimson Firmament said with a faint smile, his demeanor looking laid back and complacent. Bai Yueqing laughed out loud as well. He opened his fan again and he slowly flapped it. If one doesn't want to stay, staying behind to drink tea would make one feel uneasy. This prince won't be sending you off, so help yourselves. Bai Yueqing said. Again, it was a fluttery sentence that entered Yi Yun's ears. Yi Yun, I know you verbally say it as if you don't care, but you actually feel indignant in your heart. Do not think that it's something impressive defeating the fifth ancient Fae with a mystic technique. A mystic technique is not a law after all. It's just from a mystic manual, a move only. After you step into the Tao manifestation realm, your laws can be condensed into Tao fruits, but mystic techniques can't. The Tao manifestation largely determines your future success. If the Tao fruit that you condense is lacking in quality, so what if your mystic technique is powerful? Xue had attained Tao domain during the first 7 years of the Luo Divine Hall trials. Can you? Bai Yueqing said those words softly, but it could be heard from afar. Many people could not help but agree with them when they heard this. Indeed, a mystic technique could not condense a Tao fruit. It was not very helpful for a warrior's foundation. It could only increase one's combat power. Humph, how do you know that the Tao fruits that Yi Yun will condense will be poor in quality? Bai Yueqing, be careful of what you say, for they might smack you right back in the face. Before Yi Yun even said anything, Luo Horror had spoken first. Bai Yueqing chuckled and said, "Princess Purple Spirit, you seem unconvinced. This isn't only just my view. I was just discussing with someone what would happen when the both of you step into the Tao manifestation realm." As Bai Yueqing spoke, he glanced at a pavilion nearby. Not far away, there was a small ivory-colored pavilion. It was much smaller than the pavilion where Bai Yueqing and Prince Crimson Firmament were sitting. Yi Yun glanced in that direction and he saw 2 people sitting in the pavilion. One of them was in black clothes, with his back facing Yi Yun. As for the other person, he was dressed in fox fur, with a pair of swords, one long and one short, beside him. The person wearing fox fur had delicate looks. His bright eyes had a life to them. He was sitting there drinking wine, as though he was integrated with the surroundings. These 2 people, especially the man in the fox fur facing him, caught Yi Yun's attention. "It's Chu Yunjian." Luo Huayer's eyebrows pricked. "Oh? Is he very famous?" "Sort of." Luo Huayer nodded. He used to be an itinerant cultivator before settling down in the White Fox clan, becoming a White Fox disciple. He had participated in the previous White Fox trials. As for this time, as his age had exceeded 100 years old, he could not participate in it again. Chu Yunjian stepped into the Tao manifestation realm a few years ago. He condensed a 4-leaf Tao fruit and 2 7-leaf Tao fruits. 3 Tao fruit? Yi Yun was slightly surprised. 3 Tao fruits was indeed quite a lot. However, having 1 4-leaf and 2 7-leaf Tao fruits did not seem to be up to the standard of a worldly genius. Luo Horror could tell what was on Yi Yun's mind as she said, "A 7-leaf Tao fruit is already pretty powerful." Furthermore, the crux of the matter was that the 7-leaf Tao fruits that Chu Yunjian condensed were extraordinary. The 4-leaf Tao fruit was a condensation of Sword Tao. As for the other 2 7-leaf Tao fruits, they were both Great Tao, one a condensation of time, and the other a condensation of space. By gaining insights into both spacetime laws, he had managed to condense 2 7-leaf Tao fruits at the age of 100. That's already very amazing. Spacetime lost together with Sword Tao, so Chu Yunjian's strength is rather terrifying. If he were 10 years younger, he would have been in time for the recent Luo Divine Hall trials. Yi Yun, you would have had another strong opponent. Tao of spacetime with Sword Tao? Yi Yun was taken aback momentarily. Spacetime was born along with the formation of the universe. It was just like yin and yang. They were the great Tao amongst the great Tao. They were much harder compared to the Tao of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or the creation Tao: wind, rain, lightning. After comprehending them, a warrior's strength would also be even stronger. Comparing the same 7-leaf Tao fruit, a fire elemental 7-leaf Tao fruit was naturally inferior to space and time 7-leaf Tao fruits. As for Sword Tao, although it was inferior to the Tao of space and time, it was not a lowly Tao either. With a sword, one could wield a Divine Lord Royal Seal, becoming a Divine Lord. There were many such instances in the 12 Empyrean heavens. For example, the Azure Yang Lord was one of them. At this moment, Luo Hora added on, Chu Yunjian's status in the White Fox clan is extraordinary, so Bai Yuqing views him as a high-level guest. Not only is he very strong, his eyes are sharp as well. He must have evaluated you just now, but who knows how he evaluated you? Luo Hora was somewhat concerned about this. She did not see the process of Yi Yun's Luo Divine Hall trials. As for the effects of Yi Yun's reclusive retreat, she did not know either. Although she had an inexplicable sense of confidence when it came to Yi Yun, she was still curious about how a keen-eyed person like Chu Yunjian would evaluate Yi Yun. I do not need others to evaluate me. Yi Yun shook his head. During Yi Yun and Luo Hora's conversation, Chu Yunjian was constantly drinking wine with the person across him. He did not even glance at Yi Yun, as though whatever was happening around him did not concern him. This was not arrogance, but a swordsman that was dedicated to martial arts. He paid no attention and he was indifferent to everything that happened around him. To them, all they needed was having a sword in the heart and laws. Just as Yi Yun and Luo Hora were conversing, the door to the Luo clan's royal palace slowly opened. A majestic and luxurious aura emanated as Yi Yun looked at the slowly opening palace doors. He did not know why so many powerful factions were gathered at the royal palace and as to what had happened. But now, there was most likely an outcome. Chapter 921, Summoning. When the doors to the Luo clan's royal palace was fully opened, a Fey demon with a large head walked out and swept his gaze over the crowd in the pavilions. His Majesty summons you. His voice was deep and dull, like it was thunder ringing in their ears. The crowd stood up rapidly. It was rather rare for Emperor Luo, who supposedly held the highest power in the Luo clan, to summon others. Let's go. Prince Crimson Firmament stood up. With the goal of being the next emperor of the Luo clan, he was first to walk in front. Bai Yuqing, Princess White Fox, and other prominent figures walked alongside him. Little Yun, let's go as well. Luo Hora sneered and she took Yi Yun to walk right in front. She was a princess, so there was certainly no one who would stop her. As for Yi Yun, who was walking beside her, he was in the first row like the other regal progeny. Even Chu Yunjian was behind him. Yi Yun's figure was rather striking in that group of people. Yi Yun is really composed, Luo Mo said with a wry smile. Prince Crimson Firmament had verbally humiliated Yi Yun, but Yi Yun had no intention of entering any contention with him, nor was he afraid. Prince Crimson Firmament enjoyed a high standing, so much so that numerous people treated him with reverence and fear, yet Yi Yun did not care at all. The hall of the royal palace was extremely grand. When the group of people walked in, they felt like they were standing in a boundless square. The walls were thick and tall. There were towering pillars that reached high up into a cloudy mist. The thickness of the pillars was probably the combined arm span of 7 or 8 people. The roof was very wide, with exquisite murals of gods and demons painted on the dome. The moment that Yi Yun entered, he sensed a terrifying aura spreading from the top of the pillars. Looking up, he saw a person sitting on each pillar. These people were shrouded by the mist, preventing others from seeing their faces. Yi Yun looked up and he sensed someone glancing down from the top. He immediately felt like he was being stared by a real primordial ancient fae. Just a simple gaze from that person overlooking them made the disciples silent. There was a tall and large misty platform in front of them, with a gorgeous regal seat that could fit dozens of people. In the middle of that seat sat an extremely large figure dressed in dragon robes. Greetings, Father Emperor, my respects to all esteemed ambassadors. Prince Crimson Firmament took the lead to bow. As juniors, they were ineligible to sit on the misty pillars, so they could only sit on golden lotus seats on the 2 sides of the hall. There were probably thousands of golden lotus seats, so if the hall was filled with elites from everywhere, it was unknown how spectacular the scene would be. The last time that there were ambassadors from other factions here was when I was one. Luo Hora transmitted her voice to Yi Yun. The corner of Yi Yun's lips moved. Luo Huayer was evidently rather proud about this. However, this also indicated how outstanding Luo Huayer's talent was. If not, there would not be ambassadors coming to participate in the celebrations. She would not have become Prince Crimson Firmament's competitor as well, considering her personality. Having the top talent in the warrior's world indicated that one would obtain greater achievements, and strength was very important. Everyone sat down, with many sitting in a very formal and restrained manner. Even Luo Huayer only looked ahead. The figure on the regal seat spoke. His voice was extremely commanding, with a hint of lethargy in it. The young disciples have arrived. Duke Wuxiao, please repeat what you had just mentioned. Emperor Luo slowly said. His voice was not loud, but it gave people the feeling that they had to listen. All right. A male hoarse voice came from one of the pillars. Yi Yun looked over, and Duke Wuxiao was sitting opposite him. He was a red-clothed man who was hidden in the mist, and behind his back was a pair of gigantic wings. I'll not beat about the bush. All of you present, the disciples of the White Fox and Luo clan have been undergoing training trials for the past 18 years. Those who are qualified to come here are those who have passed the trials. As for young elites of the other factions, they are also rushing to the Luo clan's royal capital now. However, the disciples of my Cloud Trail Empire will not be coming. They were not much different to you all, but they all died during our trials. When Duke Wuxiao said this, his tone turned heavy. The disciples in the hall were alarmed. The dead Cloud Trail Empire disciples were geniuses who participated in the trials just like they did. How did they all die? It was the Fey Phantasm sect. Duke Wuxiao's tone had a lingering hatred. They attacked our spirit cruiser on the disciples' return trip. All the talented disciples were taken away by the Fey Phantasm sect. Their outcome was extremely terrible. Fey Phantasm sect. Yi Yun thought for a moment. Wasn't that the sect that nearly destroyed the Luo clan? Back then, it had entered a huge war with the Luo clan, causing the Luo clan to experience a shortage of geniuses. Furthermore, Yi Yun knew that the Fey Phantasm sect from before had gone to war with several other factions. Yi Yun did not know the purpose of the Fey Phantasm sect waging war. Was it just for the plundering of resources? He could not help but ask Luo Huayer through a voice transmission, why is the Fey Phantasm sect offending so many factions at the same time? Even if it's powerful, there's no need for it to frequently wage war. Isn't it afraid that it will weaken its strength? After Yi Yun asked this question, he saw what was a rare tinge of hatred appear on Luo Huayer's face. The Fey Phantasm sect is only eager to wage war. The more war there is, the stronger it becomes. The Fey Phantasm sect specializes in the refinement of puppets and Fey corpses for sale. In the 12 Empyrean heavens, there are various species. Some species do not have strong physiques, such as humans. Their physical bodies are weak. Some mighty human figures might have their bodies destroyed in battle. They could then find a powerful body of a member of the Fey race to possess. And this would be when they would patronize the Fey Phantasm sect. Through such methods, the Fey Phantasm sect accumulates a great deal of resources and wealth through the other Empyrean heavens. They have already become a cancer of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, and they are extremely infamous. Sale of puppets and corpses? Yi Yun was surprised. This business was truly vicious. No wonder they had plundered the geniuses of the Cloud Trail Empire, probably using them to make Fey corpses. The 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heavens Fey race was well known for its strong physiques. There was probably a lot of buyers from other Empyrean heavens that were interested in this. It was truly a windfall. And in order to gain these Fey race bodies, a war had to be waged so as to plunder the population. Yi Yun said, by doing this, isn't the Fey Phantasm sect being the enemy of everyone? If this goes on, wouldn't the large factions of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven annihilate the Fey Phantasm sect sooner or later? Luo Huirt shook her head slightly. It's not that easy. The Faith Phantasm sect is powerful to begin with. Furthermore, their headquarters is in the sinkhole. The sinkhole is boundless, and the space in it is complex and filled with disorder. It's very difficult to annihilate them. Duke Wuxiu from the Cloud Trail Empire felt the pinch in his heart when he said this. Those geniuses were nurtured at great cost by the Cloud Trail Empire. They were the disciples that stood out from millions of disciples. However, they ended up being refined into fake corpses alive, while we also lost an extremely valuable spirit cruiser. Duke Wuxiu was filled with boundless hatred. At this moment, Emperor Luo sighed and said, the Faith Phantasm sect's Grand Elder, Ji Wuwen, has already obtained a Divine Lord Royal Seal, becoming a Divine Lord. What? The elites present were horrified. The ambassadors of the other factions like Duke Wuxiu clearly knew about this, but when they heard Emperor Luo say it again, they could only shake their heads. Divine Lord. Yi Yun was alarmed. He recalled the Azure Yang Lord, who was once a Divine Lord. Divine Lords represented strength and status in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Even after he was severely injured, he was still able to traverse the universe, and managed to create the Great Empress Heart Sutra with the Great Empress. Even a treasure like the God Advent Tower was just one of his many treasures. The Faith Phantasm sect actually had one Divine Lord? Ji Wuwen has great ambitions. Having become a Divine Lord and him in control of the Faith Phantasm sect, he has unified many of the smaller factions in the sinkhole. There is almost nothing that can stop the Faith Phantasm sect from its expansion. Emperor Luo said. Upon hearing this, the young disciples, who were excited from being summoned, felt like they were struck by lightning. There was no certainty when they would be plundered by the Faith Phantasm sect and transformed into fake corpses for the possession of others. Yi Yun frowned slightly, and he was considered rather calm. Although the Faith Phantasm sect was terrifying, there was likely countermeasures against the crisis to be announced by having all these factions gathered here and younger disciples being summoned. Chapter 922, Felicitous Reign Lord. Sitting in the hall, Yi Yun could sense Emperor Luo's commanding gaze sweep across all of them. In order to resist the Faith Phantasm sect, all of our factions will form an alliance from today henceforth. The various Fey Empire's strength will be united so we can fight against the Faith Phantasm sect. Emperor Luo said. With the Faith Phantasm sect's forces growing stronger, the number of factions that were threatened by the Faith Phantasm sect would increase as well. Now, the Faith Phantasm sect was making a comeback, and the Faith Phantasm sect had a Divine Lord in it. If these factions did not form an alliance, they would probably be destroyed one after another. However, could an alliance alone gain victory over the Faith Phantasm sect? The various Fey empires have reclusive elders and hidden techniques. It is no different for our Luo clan. It won't be so easy for us to be taken down. Luo Huirt's voice transmission echoed in Yi Yun's ears. However, she had a rare sense of seriousness in her expression. Back then, the Faith Phantasm sect did not have a Divine Lord and the Luo clan nearly suffered annihilation. This time, Emperor Luo continued, after the alliance is established, the Cloud Trail Empire will offer an ancient array formation, named the 10,000 Fey Godslaying Array. This array is no trifling matter. Back in ancient times, it is said that more than 10,000 mighty figures of the Fey race in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven formed this large formation to slay the ancestor gods. That was how the array got its name. The Cloud Trail Empire has obtained it, but even though it is just a replica of the 10,000 Fey Godslaying array created in ancient times, it is still extremely impressive. Emperor Luo said, this 10,000 Fey Godslaying array replica will have a Divine Lord at its core, with other positions allocated to supremacies to preside over it. The entire array will have more than 10,000 people powering it. Divine Lord? Upon hearing Emperor Luo's words, the crowd was stunned. When did their alliance have a Divine Lord? Be it the Luo clan or the White Fox clan, none of them had Divine Lords. If there was a Divine Lord holding down the situation, there would probably be no fear of the Fey Phantasm sect. Emperor Luo continued, the activation of the 10,000 Fey God-slaying array is extremely draining on the people presiding over it, so it will be the last measure against Jiwen, used only as a last resort. It's one of the means that will not be used unless it's necessary. Having the 10,000 Fey God-slaying array as a trump card, it made most of the disciples present heave a sigh of relief. Even without a Divine Lord, it was most likely still possible to barely use the array formation. However, would a castrated array formation that lacked a Divine Lord presiding over it truly be able to withstand the Fey Phantasm sect? However, Emperor Luo had mentioned just one of their means, so there was likely other corresponding solutions. The lofty important figures had discussed it behind closed doors, so it was unlikely that they would reveal everything to these disciples. This array formation also requires a large number of Tao Manifestation and Heaven Ascension Realm warriors. In the future, you might be selected to partake in this array formation. Emperor Luo said. Selected to partake in the array formation? Being able to fight alongside supremacies and these mighty figures was an absolutely perfect opportunity for many people present. And with danger at hand, they had to rise up as warriors. Many disciples could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. Yi Yun was silent. It was most likely very dangerous for lower-level disciples to participate in combat at that level. However, with him now being a member of the Luo clan, there was no way for him to avoid it. If he wanted to ensure his well-being during the war, he had to quickly improve his strength. There is another matter to be announced. Emperor Luo switched gears and looked at someone from the Oracle Fey Empire. Brother Tianfeng, why don't you tell us about it? Emperor Luo's extremely polite tone surprised Yi Yun slightly. The people that came from the various factions were only ambassadors. None of the sovereigns themselves came. Emperor Luo's status was arguably the highest, but now, with Emperor Luo addressing the person as Brother Tianfeng, it was apparent that something was different. Furthermore, the person's position in the hall was most prominent, with him being just beside Emperor Luo. All right. Yu Tianfeng tersely responded, and he had a harsh expression. His gaze swept across everyone as he calmly said, most of you probably know that the person truly presiding over my Oracle Fey Empire is the Oracle Imperial Patriarch. In his youth, Imperial Patriarch toured the world and he had the privilege to befriend a Divine Lord. Back then, the esteemed Divine Lord's strength was similar to Imperial Patriarch's, and through the machinations of fate, the esteemed Divine Lord owed a favor to Imperial Patriarch. After he became a Divine Lord, he remembered this favor and he promised to help out when the Oracle Fey Empire is ever in danger, but only once. Most of you should have heard of this Divine Lord's title. He is Felicitous Rain Lord. Just as Yu Tianfeng's voice faded, the young disciples present were left stunned. A Divine Lord was indebted to the Imperial Patriarch of the Oracle Fey Empire? This was no trifling matter. At the cultivation level of a Divine Lord, it was atypical to be indebted to others as it tainted their karma. If a Divine Lord were to help the Oracle Fey Empire, the position that the Oracle Fey Empire enjoyed in the alliance would be completely different. It was no wonder that Emperor Luo was so courteous to Yu Tianfeng, who was just an ambassador. Felicitous Rain Lord? Yi Yun asked with a voice transmission. Luo Hoyer answered, Felicitous Rain Lord is a rather young Divine Lord in the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven. He became a Divine Lord tens of thousands of years ago. The sect that he was in was destroyed before he attained the rank of Divine Lord. Now, he is touring the cosmos and he does not belong to any faction. He is a wandering Divine Lord, but it is precisely because of this that his fame is exuded. Yi Yun nodded. He had seen the Azure Yang Lord's memories, and the Azure Yang Lord had also established an empire. By running a faction, it was more convenient for one's cultivation. It also allowed one to acquire more power. A wandering Divine Lord sounded free, but by being a lone person, it was easier for others to challenge them. After Felicitas Rain Lord became a divine lord, he was constantly challenged, but it has reduced a lot in recent years. The reason is none other than those who challenged him never returned. Luo Huier said. Yi Yun's questions were clarified. A divine lord, especially one that was reigning high, allowed the Oracle Fey Empire to ascend higher than the other factions in the alliance because of his debt. It made the Oracle Fey Empire a supernatural existence in the alliance. It could even be said that the entire alliance would be led by the Oracle Fey Empire. These ambassadors that had gathered in the Luo clan royal capital were not here to negotiate the matters of the alliance with Emperor Luo, but they were mainly responsible for the passing of messages. With the threat of the Fey Phantasm sect, Emperor Luo would not refuse any condition unless they were too punitive. When Yi Yun understood this point, he finally understood why Yu Tianfeng sounded so proud. Just being the receiver of a debt of a divine lord gave them such value, so if it was the divine lord himself. Upon thinking about this, Yi Yun felt extremely wistful. The 12 Empyrean heavens was a world where strength was supreme. Becoming a divine lord was extremely glorious in the 12 Empyrean heavens. At this moment, Yu Tianfeng added, "This is not the only news regarding Felicitas Rain Lord. What shall follow is information that has much to do with all of you." When Yu Tianfeng said this, everyone pricked up their ears. Has much to do with them? Felicitas Rain Lord has been touring my Oracle Fey Empire recently. When Felicitas Rain Lord met Imperial Patriarch, he mentioned his intentions of taking in a disciple. Felicitas Rain Lord might choose one disciple from our alliance. The Imperial Patriarch ordered us to inform you all of the intentions of Felicitas Rain Lord. This is a great opportunity for all of you. Yu Tianfeng said this sentence rather grudgingly. He actually felt that Felicitas Rain Lord could have chosen a disciple from the Oracle Fey Empire itself. As the saying went, keep the benefits within the family, but Felicitas Rain Lord insisted on spreading a wider net for his selection. When the young elites present heard this news, it was as though a burning meteorite had hit a calm water surface. A divine lord was accepting a disciple. Many disciples immediately turned excited. What did it mean to become a disciple of a divine lord? As long as one became the disciple of a divine lord, that was truly a single leap into success. Regardless if you were a supremacy's disciple or an heir to the throne, they were nothing comparable. And as for the lesser status of being a disciple of a large family clan, they were equivalent to shit in front of a divine lord's disciple. Without a doubt, as long as they became a disciple of a divine lord, they would become the best amongst the younger generation of all the factions present. Even the emperor of the faction that the person resided in had to treat the divine lord's disciple politely as a guest. A divine lord controlled a great deal of resources. Even a tiny bit that leaked out of his fingers would benefit them all their lives. Even Yi Yun was tempted. There were too many benefits to becoming a divine lord's disciple. Even the Fey Phantasm sect probably did not dare to kill a divine lord's disciple without any thought. Chapter 923, Standards for Disciple Selection. How was one to become a disciple of a divine lord? What were the standards that Felicitas Rain Lord demanded in a disciple? The young elites present were all extremely excited. Everyone that could sit in the gathering was a blessed child of heaven. It was not only limited to the cream of the crop that had participated in the Luo Divine Hall trials and the White Fox Clan trials, there were young geniuses who were older, to the point of them being 200 to 300 years old. They had confidence in their own talents, so how could they miss this opportunity that could aid them in reaching the heavens in a single leap? Felicitas Rain Lord was a truly important figure in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Just him alone was enough to make the Fey Phantasm sect tremble before him. After all, the Fey Phantasm sect only had one divine lord for themselves. The divine lord of the Fey Phantasm sect would not be afraid of offending an existence at the same level, but what about the people of the Fey Phantasm sect? They would be easily slaughtered. The young disciples present were basically from the Luo clan and the White Fox clan. These two factions had close relations, and it was just a matter of time before they formed an alliance between themselves. As for the Oracle Fey Empire, its relationship with the two factions was much poorer. Yu Tianfeng was unhappy with the fact that Felicitous Rainlord had gone beyond the Oracle Fey Empire and into the entire alliance to search for a disciple. Now, seeing the Luo clan and White Fox disciples so excited as they fantasized about how such a great opportunity had landed in their laps, Yu Tianfeng's eyes reveal a hint of disdain. They were just a bunch of toads lusting after a swan's flesh. Was becoming a Divine Lord's disciple so easy? What made them even qualify? My Oracle Fey Empire's present younger generation is filled with talent. Yet, when so many talents were shown to Felicitous Rainlord, all he did was give a smile and reserve comment. The yardstick of a Divine Lord was extremely elevated. But even so, when the best person of my Oracle Fey Empire's younger generation revealed his great Dao Dao domain, he had only made Felicitous Rainlord nod his head. It was something worth being proud of to make a Divine Lord nod his head. Although Felicitous Rainlord later insisted on expanding the scope of the disciple selection to the entire alliance, Yu Tianfeng was confident that the windfall would ultimately land on the Oracle Fey Empire. The elites of the other factions were there just to serve as a foil. Ambassador, did Felicitous Rainlord set any standards such that if they are reached would lead to a chance of becoming his disciple? At this moment, as one of the leading characters of the Luo clan's younger generation, Prince Crimson Firmament spoke up. Yu Tianfeng did not put him at heart, even though he was a prince of the Luo clan that would very likely inherit the throne. He glanced at Prince Crimson Firmament for a moment before slowly responding. Felicitous Rainlord did not set any standards and he only revealed that he had intentions of taking in a disciple. He did not say if he would definitely accept a disciple. Don't keep your hopes up. For the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, I believe if any of you were able to condense a 9-leaf Dao fruit, it would not be difficult to become Felicitous Rainlord's disciple. 9-leaf Dao fruit? Upon hearing Yu Tianfeng's words, the crowd was rendered speechless. It was difficult to condense a 9-leaf Dao fruit even for smaller Dao below the 5 elements or creation Dao. Although the geniuses present were confident of themselves, they did not believe that they had the ability to condense a 9-leaf Dao fruit. Being able to condense an 8-leaf Dao fruit was a grand event that could stir the entire clan. However, the possibility of becoming a Divine Lord even if one stepped into the Dao manifestation realm while possessing a 9-leaf Dao fruit was still rather small. After all, a Divine Lord enjoyed a long lifespan. He could take in many disciples, but out of these disciples, the possibility of producing a new Divine Lord was extremely minute. It was just too difficult to become a Divine Lord. What is that Yu Tianfeng so arrogant for? It's just the Imperial Patriarch of the Oracle Fey Empire knowing a Divine Lord, not Yu Tianfeng himself. What 9-leaf Dao fruit? I don't believe that their Oracle Fey Empire's geniuses can condense a 9-leaf Dao fruit. Yeah, he's completely looking down on us by saying the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He just doesn't want us to compete with the Oracle Fey Empire. The White Fox clan and Luo clan's geniuses began to discuss with each other through private transmissions. Yi Yun understood what was going on, but Yu Tianfeng's response was reasonable. From Yu Tianfeng's point of view, the so-called geniuses present were not fit to enter the Divine Lord's eyes. That was because the Oracle Fey Empire themselves had geniuses that had a chance to come into contact with a Divine Lord. The opportunity was brought by the Oracle Fey Empire, so the disciple selection was naturally from within the Oracle Fey Empire. The two matters were announced during the Luo clan royal palace's grand summoning. The Fey Phantasm sect was making a comeback and a Divine Lord was taking in a disciple. As the latter brought the allure of an opportunity with it, the repressed mood because of the Fey Phantasm sect's invasion had inexplicably been soothed. If one were to become a disciple of a Divine Lord, was there any need to fear the Fey Phantasm sect? After the meeting ended, Yi Yun and Luo Hor left the palace together. Yi Yun, any comments on Felicitous Rainlord taking in a disciple? Luo Hor asked. She could tell that compared to many of the younger disciples, Yi-Yun appeared much calmer. It's definite that becoming a Divine Lord's disciple will greatly aid one's martial path, but to not even know the standards, it would still be difficult to become a Divine Lord's disciple. I plan on entering reclusion once I get back, taking a few months to digest the insights gained from the primordial space. Another reclusion? Luo Hor was somewhat stunned. You have already been in reclusion for 18 years. Why more? I have some insights that need some honing when used in actual combat. Yi-Yun answered. Luo Hor nodded. I think there's a need for actual combat as well. You missed a lot of the trials at the Luo Divine Hall, so now it's time to make up for it. I'll request Mother to let you use the Heavenly Slaughter Array. The Heavenly Slaughter Array is meant to train young elites' actual combat power. Cultivating in the Heavenly Slaughter Array might allow your strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Yes, that would be good as well. Yi-Yun was immediately pleased as he nodded. Then, if there's any important news regarding Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple selection, I'll get someone to inform you so that you can exit reclusion early. Don't miss out on the Felicitous Rain Lord's selection. I have a lot of confidence in you. Luo Hor said as she grinned at Yi-Yun. Taking Yi-Yun along, they flew towards Fenghua Palace. As Luo Hor and Yi-Yun were traveling to meet Empress Xian, a spirit cruiser was silently traversing through deep space outside the Luo clan's royal capital. The grade of this spirit cruiser was slightly poorer than the spirit cruiser that the Luo clan used to travel to the primordial Empyrean heaven. The primordial Empyrean heaven spirit cruiser used by the Luo clan was the vessel belonging to a supremacy or Emperor Luo, but the owner of this spirit cruiser was just a young man. At this moment, the young man was standing on the bow, looking into the far and deep cosmos. Far away, a land mass with nebulae shrouding it floated in the darkness. As the spirit cruiser coasted, it slowly closed the distance. That is the Luo clan's royal capital, right? Beside the young man was a beautiful woman. She wore a veil that covered her enchanting body. Her skin was not snow white, but it had a multi-gloss, allowing her to exude a healthy beauty. Yes, this is the first leg of our trip, and it is also the most important leg. Felicitous Rain Lord did not give the standard required for me to become his disciple, so I'll create a standard for Felicitous Rain Lord. I'll make Felicitous Rain Lord pay attention to me. The young man said confidently. The girl beside him gently. Chapter 924, Heavenly Slaughter Array. The Luo clan's royal palace covered an extremely expansive area. And in this wide area, the palaces and buildings only took up an extremely tiny portion of that area. Behind the royal palace, there was a wide expanse dotted with immortal mountains and spiritual grounds. These immortal mountains was where Heaven Earth Yuan Shi gathered. It was a perfect place for cultivation. This is the back of the Luo clan's royal palace. Here, there are 100,000 immortal mountains. The deeper you go, the richer the Heaven Earth Yuan Shi is, but the more restricted the area is as well. In the deepest depths, even Mother lacks the authority to enter. Luo Hor accompanied Yi-Yun as she said along the way. Oh? Yi-Yun was taken aback. A restricted zone that even Her Majesty isn't allowed in? Luo Hor nodded and said, yes, the Luo clan royal palace itself is atop a land with the clan's greatest spirit root. And it is because of this spirit root that this place was designated as a site for the royal palace. Behind the royal palace, there are 3 Luo clan supremacies in reclusion. One of them is the true person in power of the Luo clan third Empyrean granduncle. He has been in reclusion for 100,000 years. During this period, only Father can communicate with him. The third Empyrean uncle. Yi-Yun exhaled lightly. He obviously knew about the third Empyrean uncle being the person who enjoyed the highest status in the Luo clan. The emperor of the Luo clan could be changed. Be it Luo Hor or Prince Crimson Firmament, it would not deal much of an impact to the Luo clan as the third Empyrean uncle was the figure that represented the Luo clan's soul. The third Empyrean uncle did not clearly indicate any support for any of the heirs to the throne. If he were to make any indication, there was no need for Prince Crimson Firmament and Luo Horror vie for it. Luo Horror took Iyun deep into the expanse behind of the royal palace before stopping in front of a canyon. On the side of the canyon, there were Luo clan royal palace guards guarding the area. After Luo Horror flashed a token, the guards knelt down in respect, allowing Iyun to enter the canyon. This was where the Luo clan's Heavenly Slaughter Array was located. The Heavenly Slaughter Array could simulate a Shura battlefield. Constant battles would happen upon entering the Heavenly Slaughter Array. Through battle, one's combat will was honed while pushing them to their limit. Although the Heavenly Slaughter Array was partially an illusionary array, the battle process was completely realistic. This was because the opponents that appeared in the Heavenly Slaughter Array were not simple illusions, they were true existences. Luo Hoyer said, decades ago, the war between the Luo clan and the Fey Phantasm sect allowed the Heavenly Slaughter Array to become richer. Many of the fiends of the Fey Phantasm sect, be they young or old, were captured alive after they lost their ability to fight. Their souls were refined into the Heavenly Slaughter Array, becoming corpse puppets of the Heavenly Slaughter Array. Little Yun, when you enter the Heavenly Slaughter Array, you will be able to fight those fiends of the Fey Phantasm sect. When Luo Horror made this remark, her eyes revealed a rare coldness. Although it was not considered to be merciful to refine a live person into the Heavenly Slaughter Array, it was a war that determined the survival of a clan, so how could they show kindness to the enemy? They had to be cruel when needed. Refining the fiends of the Fey Phantasm sect into the Heavenly Slaughter Array was a pretty wise choice. It allowed the Luo clan disciples to experience a simulated battle with strong Fey Phantasm sect members during their cultivation. It would also prevent them from being caught unprepared on the battlefield. Iyun never expected to be able to witness the strong Fey Phantasm sect members so soon. This filled his heart anticipation. The Fey Phantasm sect's cultivation methods were different to the Luo clan's. By being able to see the different cultivation methods and combat styles of the world was extremely beneficial for Iyun. The array flashed as Iyun stepped into it. In the bustling Luo clan royal capital, there was a street named Luo Water Street. The street was not straight and it was filled with bends like a meandering river. This gave it its name. Luo Water Street was flourishing and it could be said that every inch of ground here was worth its weight in gold. A small shop that was 10 square feet in size was worth more than 10,000 world stones. Beside the entrance of Luo Water Street stood a restaurant that was famous in the entire Luo clan royal capital. Its name was Luo Water Restaurant, and it did not allow entry to typical patrons. Just wealth enough was insufficient, one needed sufficient status as well. The prices in Luo Water Restaurant were extremely high, and for the lounge on the 7th level, it was only given to the most important patrons. A simple dish would be worth more than 1,000 world stones. People who could sit here to dine were typically members of large family clans or even princes and princesses. At this moment, on the 7th level of Luo Water Restaurant, there was a table filled with spiritual food made out of the most valuable ingredients as well as ambrosia that contained the richest heaven-earth yuan qi. For Felicitous Rain Lord to take in a disciple, it is truly an extraordinarily grand occasion. It was just him revealing a tiny bit of his intentions without affirming it, yet it has stirred the entire alliance. It seems there were many geniuses from everywhere coming to the Luo clan royal capital over the past few days. They probably do not wish to miss this grand event. The person who spoke was holding a wine glass in his hand that swirled with wine. He was dressed lavishly in a yellow robe. If Iyun were here, he would recognize him to be Prince Pingnan, who had recommended Iyun to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials. Although Prince Pingnan was not Empress Xian's son, he was one of her cadres. In order to help Luo Horror gather geniuses to participate in the Luo Divine Hall trials, he had gone through a great hassle. Having recruited Iyun, Empress Xian had rewarded Prince Pingnan greatly. Beside Prince Pingnan were a few people. According to their pecking order, their statuses surpassed Prince Pingnan. One of them was Supremacy Gulen's disciple, Jianzhu, as well as the White Fox clan genius, Wu Feng. In the warrior's world, strength determined the pecking order. Although he was a prince, he was inferior to Jianzhu and Wu Feng because his strength was only average. They are here just to join in the fun. If they were told that they could become disciples of a divine lord, they might not even believe it themselves. Wu Feng shook his head. From my point of view, the most promising ones below 100 years old are Princess Purple Spirit, Princess Schwer, and if another is to be added, it would be Yi Yun. But between 100 to 300 years old, there are a lot more. For example, Xu Yunjian, Lin Xuanji. However, these are only people from the Luo and White Fox clans. The other large clans do not lack people either. I wonder what the chances of us winning are. Wu Feng estimated that a divine lord would not accept someone more than 300 years old as a disciple. The older one was, the more of their nomological cultivation was in place, so it was harder to nurture them. Princess Schwer and Princess Purple Spirit? Interesting, but unfortunately, the chances of you winning is probably close to zero. Suddenly, the fluttering voice of a woman with a teasing hint echoed. Jianzhu, Wu Feng, and the people at the table turned their heads around. They saw 4 people sitting on a table not far from them. The person on the left was a beauty with malt-colored skin. Her voluptuous figure gave her a wild nature. On the right was a bare-chested, muscular man, but his muscles were covered in scars. His weapon was extremely special. It was a pole axe. And in between the two sat an ordinary-looking young man wearing azure-colored clothes. In a warrior's world, due to Yuan Qi nourishing one's body, it resulted in plenty of handsome men and beautiful women. This young man was considered out of the ordinary. Although he looked ordinary, his eyes were extremely sharp. Furthermore, his pupils were red, as though they were 2 red clouds floating in the sky. Beside the azure-clothed young man sat an old man. He wore a bamboo hat and he was covered in a cloak. He looked sinister and mysterious. There was a table of dishes placed in front of him, but the bowl and eating utensils in front of him were untouched, as though he did not even touch any of the food. The female voice was the enchantress with malt-colored skin. However, the enchanting woman was most likely a subordinate in this group of people. The person who was the leader was the ordinary-looking young man with red cloud-like pupils. "Who are you?" Wu Feng asked with a frown. He was an admirer of Princess Schwer. The frivolous comment had incurred the wrath of Wu Feng. He did not tolerate others to mention Princess Schwer in a dismissive manner. "I'm Qi Zhueyun I, from the Oracle Fei Empire," the man with the red pupils said with a calm voice, but it carried a sharpness of a sword that penetrated straight to the eardrums. Translator's note: if you have nothing to read, why don't you try out Absolute Choice and I'm Really a Superstar, both on Wuxia World. They are different from the Chinese novels that you are usually exposed to, and are updated at 13 a week and 7 a week respectively, with nearly 300 and more than 550 chapters respectively to binge on currently. 1 literally means crimson chasing clouds. Chapter 925, Qi Zhueyun. Qi Zhueyun? Oracle Fei Empire. The people present did not have much of an impression regarding Qi Zhueyun's name when they heard it. After all, the Oracle Fei Empire and the Luo clan were far apart geographically. Before the advent of the Fei Phantasm sect, the two powers did not interact much. They would know the names of the supremacies on each side and other general information, but they did not know anything about the younger talents. "Who is Qi Zhueyun? I've never heard of him." A White Fox disciple who idolized Princess Schwer sneered. So what if he was an Oracle Fei Empire's genius? Be it the Luo clan or the White Fox clan, neither of them were inferior to the Oracle Fei Empire. How dare an ordinary genius of the Oracle Fei Empire belittle the flawless Princess Schwer? Did he think that he was a paragon of excellence? Qi Zhueyun was unperturbed by the young disciple's disdain for him. He only said slowly, "It's all right even if you have never heard of it." All of you will soon remember my name. Qi Jueyan said these words with extreme confidence, but they were said in such a calm manner, as though he was not flaunting himself, but merely stating a fact. Jianzhu narrowed his eyes. He could tell that Qi Jueyan's cultivation realm was extremely terrifying, but he could not tell how terrifying it was. He exchanged glances with Wu Feng. Wu Feng remained silent, but he agreed with Jianzhu's judgment. Upon hearing Qi Jueyan's words, the White Fox disciple that had previously spoken said scornfully, "Remember your name?" Humph. Ever since Felicitous Rainlord revealed his intention of taking in a disciple, all sorts of cats and dogs have jumped out, believing about their magnificence. Do you think that I do not know that Felicitous Rainlord is in the Oracle Fey Empire? Aren't you also from the Oracle Fey Empire? If you were that good, is there a need for you to come to the Luo clan? You could have just stayed in the Oracle Fey Empire. Even if you didn't get selected as a Divine Lord's disciple, you should have participated in the selection. You were eliminated early on and you are coming here to the Luo clan to find some sense of existentialism. The White Fox disciple was extremely vicious with his words. Since Felicitous Rainlord was in the Oracle Fey Empire, why didn't he stay in the Oracle Fey Empire if he were so confident? Why did he come to the Luo clan? And what he said infuriated the group from the Oracle Fey Empire. Qi Jueyan did not say a word, but the man sitting beside him who was covered in scars suddenly threw out a punch. Boom! Violent energies burst out of his fist. This punch stirred up a storm that swept through the 7th level of the Luo Water Restaurant. The tables and cutlery in the 7th level were embroiled by the storm, but strangely, the storm left them unscathed. It was like the tables and chairs were in an alternate dimension, isolating them. However, the White Fox disciple who was targeted by the core of the storm could clearly feel an intense pressure. He was like a leaf in the middle of a terrifying storm, one that could be torn apart at any time. There was no way for him to defend himself. The White Fox disciple felt a deep sense of helplessness. All of his Yuan Qi had been sealed, preventing him from using any of his strength. Make way! At this moment, a shout resounded in the dazed White Fox disciple's ears. Wu Feng had made a move. Wu Feng was appalled at the moment. The scarred man looked burly, so he was a strength-based warrior most likely, but the precise control that he had exhibited was staggering. So, a heavy sword slashed out, tearing the storm apart. A dense sword beam shot forward, flying at the scarred man's face. But under the wanton assailment of the storm, the sword beam weakened as it progressed. It was constantly enervated to the point of being like a gentle breeze when it reached the scarred man, ruffling his hair. Bam! The sword beam and the storm vanished simultaneously, turning into nothingness. The tables, cutlery and dishes remained untouched, as though the killing intent and the explosion had never existed to begin with. This was a manifestation of Wu Feng and the scarred man's precise energy control. However, the scarred man was unarmed, but Wu Feng had already used his sword. Wu Feng had a heavy expression. The scarred man was extremely strong, one that he would have difficulty handling. At this moment, the scarred man chuckled and he grabbed the poleaxe that was hanging on his back. To use a weapon like a poleaxe in a restaurant showed the absolute confidence that the scarred man had in controlling it. Although he knew that the scarred man was redoubtable, Wu Feng could not weaken his stance at this moment in time. It was tied to the White Fox clan's honor. Wu Feng stood up with his heavy sword in hand. At this moment, his shoulder was held by Jianzhu. Let me do it. Jianzhu was much stronger than Wu Feng. He had already sensed that Wu Feng was probably not the scarred man's match. Although Wu Feng had seemingly controlled his energy through the slash of his sword perfectly, he was actually inferior to the scarred man. If this battle continued on, Wu Feng was bound to lose. Even Jianzhu himself did not have the confidence of beating the other party. Furthermore, this was only the scarred man. Qi Jueyan was still sitting down and drinking wine. The difference was already apparent. Shi Jueyun was much more terrifying than he had imagined, someone that he was absolutely unable to handle. Seeing Jianzhu stand up, the elder beside Shi Jueyun leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. Shi Jueyun's sword-like eyebrows pricked up. Oh? Supremacy Gulin's disciple? Shi Jueyun glanced at Jianzhu and said with a laugh, so you are Jianzhu. Before I left to come to the Luo clan, my housekeeper had given me a list of the geniuses in the White Fox clan and Luo clan. You should be honored to be listed on the list. Actually, I do not care who is on the list, but with a list, it will save me a lot of trouble. At least I would not need to find an opponent one after another. But now, it seems like the people on the name list are only average, just like you. It is slightly disappointing for me. Luo Sha is more than sufficient to defeat you. The Luo Sha that Shi Jueyun mentioned was the scarred man beside him. As Shi Jueyun spoke, pride flashed across the scarred man's face. Clearly, he disparaged Jianzhu. Jianzhu's face sank. He was a calm person and he did not enjoy the thirst of prevailing over others. But today, he was suppressing the angry pangs of fire in his heart as well. No match? Then let me learn from this. Ha ha ha. You are free to pick the venue. Here, or the arena. Luo Sha said with a guffaw. Just here, take this. Jianzhu attacked with his sword. He was the strongest person among the White Fox clan and Luo clan disciples that were sitting here. If he could not even beat Luo Sha, he would be too embarrassed to continue sitting here today. Jianzhu used all his strength with that strike. And at this moment, Luo Sha brandished the poleaxe and he cleaved it forward, as though he was collapsing a mountain. Such power made it feel like the restaurant was about to collapse. The poleaxe shimmered with a sanguine halo. On the long pole of the poleaxe, a coiling blood snake materialized, cleaving heavily onto Jianzhu's sword. In a head-on clash between a sword and an axe, it would appear as though the sword was at a disadvantage, but Jianzhu's sword beam was extremely sharp. He tapped thrice with his sword, splitting Luo Sha's coiling blood snake on his poleaxe apart with 3 swords beams, piercing straight towards Luo Sha's throat. Seeing the sword beams about to reach him, Luo Sha suddenly stretched his hand out and made a grabbing gesture with his fist. Pang! The sword beam directly shattered, and maintaining the momentum, Luo Sha punched at Jianzhu. What? Jianzhu's expression changed. He had never expected his opponent's fist to be so hard, to the point of resisting the sword beam. His guess from before wasn't wrong. His opponent was an extremely accomplished master when it came to physique cultivation. Jianzhu slashed once more, augmenting the sword momentum that clashed with Luo Sha head-on. Boom! The continuous fighting evoked a violent explosion. But under the two people's restraint, the explosive energy that had nowhere to go seemed to have eyes as it blasted out of the 7th floor's windows, turning into a massive light pillar that shot into the void. Countless people on the bustling Luo Water Street saw this scene. The light pillar was like a radiant sunbeam that was miles wide and shot towards the sky. People realized that there was a huge battle happening in Luo Water Restaurant. Who were the ones fighting? This was the Luo Water Restaurant, yet they were fighting inside? People were curious, but the 7th level of the Luo Water Restaurant was not a place that they were qualified to enter. Ka-cha! 7 pieces of cutlery shattered above the table in front of Jianzhu. 3 plates were cleaved in half. The cuts were straight and smooth, as though they had been measured by a ruler. As for the other bowls and plates, they completely turned to dust, splashing the food onto the table. The energy control of the duo was still in no way perfect. Although it could be said that this was a combination of Jianzhu and Luo Sha's attacks, the shattered plates were on Jianzhu's table, while everything was fine on his opponent's side. In the previous foray, Jianzhu was at a complete disadvantage. Chapter 926, Brewing of the Storm. Jianzhu. Are you all right? Prince Pingnan said as he stood beside Jianzhu. Amongst the younger generation of the Luo clan, Prince Pingnan was the oldest, and his cultivation was at the Dao manifestation perfection realm. He was able to see the process of the entire battle clearly. Luo Sha's use of the axe pole and his energy control exceeded his imagination. It was unknown how he had cultivated such a top-body tempering technique. And compared to Luo Sha, Qi Zhuiyun was obviously much more unfathomable. Prince Pingnan could tell his cultivation level, and it was half-step Dao manifestation. Half-step Dao manifestation was the transitional process when the laws on the heaven ascension Dao tree began to condense together, but the Dao fruit had yet to take form. The tiny difference in cultivation level was typically nothing for elites like Jian Zhu, but when the opponent was also an elite, it was completely different. Prince Pingnan suspected that without him, even if all of them joined forces, they were still no match for Qi Zhuiyun. "Let's go!" Prince Pingnan stood up. Since their stance was lacking in formidability, it was meaningless for them to stay behind. Jian Zhu was not willing to be outdone, but he nodded his head. Before leaving, Prince Pingnan turned to look at Qi Zhuiyun and said, "Today, we may be inferior, but our Luo clan and the White Fox clan are filled with young talent. Gaining victory against us is nothing." "Ha!" Qi Zhuiyun scoffed as he drank from cup of wine in his hand. "On my trip to the Luo clan, I will be visiting every young elite of the Luo clan and the White Fox clan. However, I believe that very few people are worth getting my hands dirty." Qi Zhuiyun's words were filled with confidence from beginning to end, but he truly had the power backing his boastful words. Be it Luo Sha or the girl, who were both beside Qi Zhuiyun, their strength was extraordinary. Jian Zhu was not even able to match any one of them, so if he could not defeat any of the two, there was no reason for Qi Zhuiyun to do anything. Prince Pingnan's expression sank. "You are planning on trampling on the Luo clan and the White Fox clan so you can to attract Felicitous Rain Lord's attention in order to become his disciple?" Since Qi Zhuiyun came from the Oracle Fei Empire and he was planning on challenging all of the geniuses of the Luo clan and the White Fox clan, his goals were self-evident. "It won't only be the Luo clan and the White Fox clan, it will be the entire alliance. I know that when all of you learned about Felicitous Rain Lord's intention of finding a disciple, you had the extravagant wish of becoming his disciple, but I will tell you that none of you are qualified. Furthermore, I do not need to use such a method to attract Felicitous Rain Lord's attention. He has already summoned and met me." "Oh? Felicitous Rain Lord's summoning?" Prince Pingnan heart sank. At this moment, the malt-colored skin girl beside Qi Zhuiyun said proudly, "Our young master has already put the elites of several factions in the alliance in their place during our Oracle Fei Empire trials. Later on, our young master received Felicitous Rain Lord's summoning, and after seeing our young master's Dao domain, he nodded his head to express his recognition." Among all of the young elites in the entire Oracle Fei Empire, only Qi Zhuiyun had received Felicitous Rain Lord's recognition by displaying his great Dao domain. Any ordinary Dao domain was obviously insufficient in obtaining Felicitous Rain Lord's recognition, so this meant that Qi Zhuiyun's Dao domain was far from ordinary. Prince Pingnan's expression turned ugly. This person wanted to trample on all of the geniuses of the alliance in order to become Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple. With that, the battle was no longer limited to their group and Qi Zhuiyun, it had extended to the entire Luo clan. This battle could not be lost. When Prince Pingnan, Jian Zhu, and company appeared at the entrance of Luo Water Restaurant, there were several people who had gathered around it. All of them knew about the battle that had taken place on the 7th level of Luo Water Restaurant. "It's a prince!" Few people recognized Prince Pingnan, but they recognized the princely robe. "They are both elites of our Luo clan and the White Fox clan. Who was so dumb to fight them?" The crowd discussed in a feverish pitch, but the misunderstanding sounded harsh on Jian Zhu's ears. The members of the Luo clan obviously believed that their elites were powerful, but the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven was large. There was no limit in the universe. They could only hope that Princess Purple Spirit could match Qi Zhuiyun. News of the battle that happened at Luo Water Restaurant was quickly spread by people on Luo Water Street. It was unknown who had managed to discover the identity of the opponents, but it was made known that the opponents were from the Oracle Fey Empire's younger generation. If this were ordinary times, it was still a good topic of discussion, but it would not have garnered so much attention. But now, with a divine lord taking in a disciple, a battle amongst elites in the Luo clan royal capital was too eye-catching, especially when it was a battle between the Luo clan and the Oracle Fey Empire. This news proliferated at an astonishing rate. As the battle process was unseen by the people on Luo Water Street, the information that spread was mostly exaggerated. It resulted in several versions, with the outcome of the battle being uncertain. However, with the passage of time, news after news spread around the streets. Indeed, there was someone from the Oracle Fey Empire who was challenging the geniuses of the Luo clan and the White Fox clan one after another. First, it was Luo Mo, who was easily defeated by a genius from the Oracle Fey Empire. Next, it was the Shadow Twins. Nonyue was defeated by a girl from the Oracle Fey Empire, while Nonying fought an intense battle for 100 moves before the battle ended in a draw. Although it was a draw, the opponent had challenged Nonyue before Nonying, with less than 30 minutes in between the battles. As a result, it was obvious who was superior. People also began to know the names of the challengers from the Oracle Fey Empire. They were Luo Sha, Demon Girl, and Qi Zhuiyun. The most mysterious one, Qi Zhuiyun, never fought anyone yet, but people heard rumors that Qi Zhuiyun was the only person in the entire alliance who was recognized by Felicitous Rain Lord. The trip that the Oracle Fey Empire took to the Luo clan was only for Qi Zhuiyun to prove his strength. Xian Junyue was the fourth person from the Luo clan and White Fox clan to be challenged. He was one of Empress Xian's men, and he was also the strongest amongst Empress Xian's family clan's younger generation. Before Yi Yun appeared, Xian Junyue was the backbone of Empress Xian's battle with Empress Luo. During the Luo Divine Hall trials, Xian Junyue had gone to the White Fox clan and obtained stellar results. This time, there was finally a piece of good news. After battling Luo Sha for a long time, Xian Junyue finally managed to defeat him with a slight edge in a tough battle. However, this only piece of good news was not something that was worth being happy about. This was because Xian Junyue was older than Luo Sha, and secondly, Qi Zhuiyun had yet to fight. How powerful was this person who had been recognized by Felicitous Rain Lord? No one knew for sure. The White Fox clan and the Luo clan still had Luo Huo and Princess White Fox, as well as Yi Yun, who had entered reclusion for 18 years straight. They were the final bedrock that the White Fox clan and the Luo clan could rely on. Without a doubt, Qi Zhuiyun would have to fight, and the battles would be the center of attention. Immediately, the entire Luo clan royal capital was immersed in a calm before the storm. The challenges that the Oracle Fey Empire had undertaken were brewing. People were waiting for the arrival of the final battle. And on this day, news finally came out that Qi Zhuiyun was going to fight. What caught people by surprise was that he did not challenge Princess White Fox or Luo Huo. But it was a genius who had been long famous in the White Fox clan, Chu Yunjian. Chu Yunjian had long stepped into the Dao manifestation realm, having condensed spacetime Dao fruits. As for Qi Zhuiyun, he was only in the half-step Dao manifestation realm. Chapter 927, Yi Yun in the Heavenly Slaughter Array. Oh! Qi Zhuiyun wants to challenge Chu Yunjian. In Crimson Firmament Palace, Bai Yueqing, Prince Crimson Firmament, and Chu Yunjian were drinking wine when they heard the news. Chu Yunjian was Bai Yueqing's subordinate, and in the White Fox clan, Chu Yunjian was regarded by Bai Yueqing as a first-class guest. This allowed Chu Yunjian to sit alone with a friend in a pavilion outside the Emperor's palace while waiting to be summoned by Emperor Luo. In the beginning, Bai Yueqing believed that when the Oracle Fey Empire's Qi Zhuiyun came to the Luo clan, he would finally challenge Luo Huo and Princess Xuer, and of course, the best outcome was Luo Huo being defeated by Qi Zhuiyun before Xuer turned the tide. But they never expected that Qi Zhuiyun had not chosen to challenge Luo Huo, but he challenged Chu Yunjian instead. That Qi Zhuiyun is way too arrogant, said a sullen Bai Yueqing before he glanced at Chu Yunjian and added, Yunjian broke through to the Dao manifestation several years ago, condensing his sword Dao fruit and spacetime Dao fruits. With the space-time Dao fruits having 7 leaves, they were of excellent quality. Even if Qi Zhuoyan had condensed a Dao fruit, he was not necessarily superior to Yu Yunjian, what more him having yet to reach the Dao manifestation realm. As Bai Yuqing spoke, Chu Yunjian shook his head and said, "Your Highness, this lowly one knows my own strength very well. That Qi Zhuoyun isn't simple, but he is at half-step Dao manifestation. Once he manifests his Dao, the Dao fruit that he manifests will definitely surpass me, but that is after he manifests his Dao. Now, he has yet to manifest his Dao fruit, and he wants to leapfrog and challenge me." Chu Yunjian gulped down the glass of wine in hand and he no longer spoke another word. "Ha ha! Brother Yuqing, there's no need to be angry. That Qi Zhuoyan may be arrogant, daring to declare that he alone will trample our Luo and White Fox clan. If he had limited it to the Heaven Ascension realm, that would have been fine, but to challenge Brother Yunjian in his first battle, that's good. Brother Yunjian can take the edge off his spirit, letting him know the difference between the Dao manifestation and the Heaven Ascension realm." Prince Crimson Firmament and Bai Yuqing were allies. Both of them supported each other in order to support their respective inheritance of the throne. Now, with Qi Zhuoyan challenging Chu Yunjian, Prince Crimson Firmament would be very happy to see Chu Yunjian repress Qi Zhuoyan. The news of Qi Zhuoyan battling Chu Yunjian had caused a great sensation in the Luo clan royal capital. Qi Zhuoyan and company had already been in the Luo clan royal capital for more than 10 days. The royal capital was not given a breather in those days because there was a huge battle every other day. A battle between the best amongst geniuses was an exciting event, what more it had the Luo clan and White Fox clan's honor on the line. The venue of Chu Yunjian and Qi Zhuoyan's battle was decided to be on the southern desolate mountain plains in the western suburbs of the royal capital. The southern desolate mountain plains were several million miles wide, and due to the sparse population, it was a venue where many warriors used to spar. On this day, at the brink of dawn, groups of warriors flew out of the royal capital and rushed to the southern desolate mountain plains. Soon, the expansive desolate plains were filled with hundreds of thousands of people. There's so many people. It hasn't even begun. Once the battle begins, the number of people might even increase several-fold. While Qi Zhuoyan and Chu Yunjian's battle was ongoing, Yi Yun had been in reclusive cultivation in the Heavenly Slaughter Array for more than 10 days. The Heavenly Slaughter Array was truly an eye-opening experience for Yi Yun. Compared to the battles against the ancient Fei and the Fei refining rock array, fighting against warriors and the situations that he encountered were multifarious in nature. Especially with the warriors being Fei Phantasm sect disciples captured by the Luo clan, they were perfectly restored through soul refining methods, both in terms of their combat techniques and the laws they cultivated. And the opponents that Yi Yun chose were from the younger generation of the Fei Phantasm sect. There were also many low-class Fei Phantasm sect disciples that were stuck in the Dao manifestation for several years. Even if he chose disciples from the younger generation, they were not formidable geniuses of the Fei Phantasm sect. True Fei Phantasm sect geniuses would typically not be caught alive by the Luo clan. As such, when Yi Yun chose his opponents, he would bias it to those who were at the mid-stages of the Dao manifestation or even higher. He was already at the Heaven Ascension perfection realm, and since his opponents were not geniuses, it was meaningless to battle cultivators below the Dao manifestation realm. With a flash of light, more than a dozen figures appeared in front of Yi Yun. These people exuded demonic auras. They were all Fei Phantasm sect disciples, be it their aura or expressions, they were no different from when they were alive. Yi Yun had experienced such battles for nearly 100 times over the past couple of days. Under such intense battles, Yi Yun depended on the purple crystal to absorb Heaven Earth Yuan Qi to replenish his stamina, allowing Yi Yun to persist. Even Heaven Fei with top bloodlines were far inferior to Yi Yun's purple crystal through the endurance that they gained from the power of their bloodline. The figures charged at Yi Yun, and the person who was leading the charge had a gigantic python coiled around him. The python stuck its black tongue out, while its amber pupils were filled with cold killing intent. Back when this Fei Phantasm sect disciple was refined, the gigantic python had been refined into the heavenly slaughter array along with him. Die! Without any change in expression, runic patterns flashed on Yun's sword. With a thrust of his sword, it moved like lightning and penetrated the python's mouth, before piercing the back of its head, straight into its master's throat. Pwah! Blood splattered as an instant kill was achieved. A Fey Phantasm sect disciple at the peak of the early stages of the Tao manifestation realm was killed easily by Yun like he was chopping vegetables. He did not have the opportunity to use the moves and laws that he had comprehended in life because Yun's sword was just too fast. Furthermore, the sword was augmented by the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's Tao patterns. Yun could sustain for prolonged periods of time by using such a combat style, without summoning the entire 10,000 demon wheel of existence. He could battle until the end. The Fey Phantasm sect disciple that was penetrated by the sword convulsed as he collapsed onto the ground. The hatred and indignant look on his face was probably the same expression that he had when his soul was refined, and it was perfectly displayed once again. Killing the enemy with one strike, Yun had an indomitable stance. Circulating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, sword beams flew in every direction. Sha! 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 The sword beams interwove in the space in the heavenly slaughter array. Wherever they passed, the demons summoned by the Fey Phantasm sect disciples, the corpse guardians and the puppets that they refined were all slain. And at this moment, an opponent at the Tao Manifestation Perfection realm appeared in front of Yun. At the Tao Manifestation Perfection realm, he was an entire realm above Yun. The opponent was an elder who was as thin as bones. He looked like a starving ghost that had crawled out from hell. Such warriors that were left trapped in the Tao manifestation and their entire lives, their foundations, and nomological insights were limited. However, they could not be underestimated. Tao manifestation realm warriors had extremely long lives, and in their extended lifespans, they would research all sorts of strange battle techniques after knowing that there was no hope for them to make any further breakthroughs. Therefore, they were difficult opponents. This was a pretty good opportunity for Yun to test his strength. Phew! The Fey Phantasm sect elder disrobed himself, exposing his thin body. And his body was covered in black balls. The black balls were embedded in the thin elder's body. The surface had a black metallic luster. When Yun focused on them, he realized that they were worms, sucking on the Fey Phantasm sect elder's blood. Oh! Yun frowned. This elder was using his blood to feed the worms. It was a repugnant scene. Chapter 928, Chuyun's Battle. Buzz. Accompanying resonating sounds that gave one a chill, the black worms flew out of the Fey Phantasm sect elder's body like a black storm and flew straight at Yun. There were thousands of worms, and it was unclear how they were stored in the Fey Phantasm sect elder's thin frame. Thousand Snow Domain. With a thought, 999 flying sabers materialized around him. The saber array clashed with the black worms as swaths of black worms were sliced apart by the flying sabers. In the heavenly slaughter array, the flying sabers used by Yun were standard issue weapons of the Luo clan, not the original Thousand Snow flying sabers. Therefore, when they were stained by the worm's blood, they lost a lot of their agility, as they showed signs of being corroded. Interesting. With another thought, a three-legged golden crow flew out from behind him. The power of pure yang surged into his sword which he slashed out. A burning inferno befell as though the sun was descending, burning the worms to a crisp wherever the tongues of the burning flames licked. The sword beam pierced through the swarm of worms, straight for the thin elder's throat. At this moment, the Fey Phantasm sect elder had a cold sneer on his face. A large black mist burst out from the front of his chest, and after gaining freedom from the Fey Phantasm sect elder, it streamed straight at Yun. Shoo! 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 They were 10 forbidding black bone needles. Each bone needle was as long as a forearm, as though each one had a life of its own. As they drew out twisted black trajectories in the sky, they shot at Yun. Seeing the bone needles, a thought flashed across Yi Yun's mind. Since the bone needles came from the elder's chest, were they refined from the elder's rib bones? The Fey Phantasm Sect's cultivation techniques were strange and appalling. He would definitely have suffered if he was taken by surprise by such attacks. The elder's bone needles sealed Yi Yun's sword off and any path he could use to dodge them. A cruel smile suffused across the elder's face, as though he had already seen Yi Yun's terrible death. Yi Yun did not retreat and he accelerated instead. Yuan Qi spread out as the nomological fragments of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence augmented his sword. Instantly, a golden light blasted straight into the bone needles. Boom! Yi Yun's figure went from extreme motion to extreme stillness as the bone needles were minced by the sword. A 1,000-foot sword beam tore through the void, penetrating the thin elder's body. Yi Yun flew with his sword in hand as he angled the sword tip to the ground. As for the Fey Phantasm Sect elder, he stood motionless on the spot. A huge gaping hole had appeared in his chest. His innards looked as though they had been burned by lava, but what flowed wasn't lava, it was boiling blood. The Fey Phantasm Sect elder was reduced to flying ash after he issued a vicious and indignant cry. Yi Yun exhaled slightly. The sword from before looked simple, but it was a sword move that Yi Yun had come up in the 18 years he spent in the primordial space. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence was something that he could not fully wield, but being able to use the laws in the 10,000 demon wheel of existence flexibly gave Yi Yun's sword moves a power that made them completely different from before. It could be considered that Yi Yun had created his own sword Dao. The deeper he went into the purple crystal, the more the images he saw from the purple crystal's memories made him marvel at the complex martial paths and the grandness of the world. Previously, before seeking an audience with Emperor Luo, someone had said that the 10,000 demon wheel of existence was only a mystic technique, which made it impossible to be condensed into a Dao fruit. However, as a cultivator of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, Yi Yun knew very well that this was not just a mystic technique. Yi Yun was looking forward to what the 10,000 demon wheel of existence would condense into when he truly stepped into the Dao manifestation realm. Continue. Yi Yun faced his next opponent, knowing nothing about what happened in the outside world. At this moment, the southern Desolation mountain plains were filled with people. Everyone was here to witness the battle of Qi Zhuiyun and Xu Yunjian. One was an Oracle Fey Empire disciple that suddenly arrived to instantly wipe out the Luo and White Fox clan disciples, while the other was a spacetime swordsman, who had long established his name. The people who came to watch the battle were basically members of the Luo clan and the White Fox clan. They hadn't heard about Qi Zhuiyun much, but they had long heard of Xu Yunjian's fame. Qi Zhuiyun had challenged the famous Xu Yunjian, and with him being a realm lower, they were here to see how Qi Zhuiyun would pay the price for his arrogance. However, no one was happy when they truly witnessed the battle process. The intense battle had been going on for 15 minutes, but the scene that they imagined of Xu Yunjian trampling Qi Zhuiyun did not happen. Indeed, Qi Zhuiyun looked as though he was suppressed by Xu Yunjian's keen sword moves. He defended more than he attacked, as though he was steadily losing ground, but he remained unbeaten. As this went on, the audience turned anxious, like it was just shy of the final shove that would determine the outcome. Is that all you have? This is all your strength? During the intense stormy battle, Qi Zhuiyun suddenly spoke. His words were extremely clear as sword and spear clashed. It could be heard throughout the desolate plains. Oh! Xu Yunjian's sword-like eyebrows pricked up. If that is the case, I'm very disappointed. A White Fox clan genius at the early stages of the Dao manifestation is nothing much after all. As Qi Zhuiyun said this, the Yuan Qi around him changed. It turned rich with bloodlust that even people dozens of miles away could sense it. It was like they had entered hell. Wherever their eyes landed, it was a gray background. Crimson clouds filled the sky, burgeoning to a point of them bleeding blood. And the ground was now filled with rugged rocks, with minced meat hanging on them. The ground was scattered with bone fragments. It was a Shura battleground. Dao domain? This was Qi Zhuoyun's Dao domain? People had heard that Qi Zhuoyun had used his Dao domain to gain Felicitous Rain Lord's attention, allowing him to be summoned by Felicitous Rain Lord. Now, with his Dao domain being activated, it had immersed 1,000,000 warriors within it, and it was like they had all fallen into a trance. A so-called Dao domain was actually a tiny world formed by laws. In the universe, before every boundless world was formed, the laws were first fixed in place. Chaos evolved into yin-yang and spacetime, before forming the 5 elements, followed by all matter. When a warrior's nomological insight reached a certain realm, they could create worlds. Of course, creating a world was impossible for a Dao manifestation realm warrior. They could only create a domain. A Dao domain's effects were very limited, but to be able to influence 1,000,000 people instantly like what Qi Zhuoyun had done was quite astounding. It's over. As long as you are within my Dao domain, no one at the same realm as me can undertake my spear. Your cultivation realm may surpass me, and you may have insights into spacetime great Dao, but unfortunately, your spacetime laws did not integrate themselves. You are not my match. As Qi Zhuoyun spoke, he thrust his spear out. All the bloodlust and killing aura in the Dao domain gathered around his spear as it swept towards Chu Yunjian. Chu Yunjian's eyes flashed. Even if my spacetime laws did not integrate themselves, it is still enough. Spacetime Sword Dao River of Time. In the sky, a surging river appeared out of nowhere. One of the 12 Fey gods of ancient times, River of Forgetfulness. Its manifestation was that of a river of time. The river of time that Chu Yunjian cast was far inferior to the standard of the river of forgetfulness, but it had reached a nascent stage. A sword went upstream against the river of time, like a swimming fish in the river that stabbed straight at Qi Zhuoyun's throat. Qi Zhuoyun's expression turned cold. The spear that he wielded thrust out like a flood dragon in the river. Boom! The desolate plains rumbled as the 1,000,000 warriors felt the surging bloodlust. Their vision turned a deep shade of red. They tried their best to widen their eyes to focus, but all they saw in the sky was Qi Zhuoyun. Standing mid-air with spear in hand, he looked cold. As for Chu Yunjian, he had been pushed dozens of miles back. Although he was also flying mid-air, his robes were stained with blood and his face was pale. He could not curb the trembling of his sword-wielding hand. Upon seeing this scene, all of the 1,000,000 warriors in the desolate plains fell silent. Chu Yunjian had been defeated? This was not a life-and-death battle. It was just a challenge. Being defeated by one strike was also defeat. Chu Yunjian had been suppressing Qi Zhuoyun from the very beginning, with victory at hand. However, the moment that Qi Zhuoyun's Dao domain appeared, the outcome of the battle was reversed. The audience never expected that. A Dao manifestation warrior and a White Fox clan genius at that had lost to Qi Zhuoyun, who was at the half-step Dao manifestation realm. Chapter 929, Elites Assembled. More than 1,000,000 people had witnessed the battle in the Luo clan royal capital, including eminent figures like Prince Crimson Firmament and Bai Yueqing. Seeing Qi Zhuoyun being defeated, Bai Yueqing felt as though he had been punched in the face. Chu Yunjian, who he counted on, had been defeated. Brother Yunjian. Bai Yueqing's figure flashed and arrived beside Chu Yunjian to hold on to him. It had to be said that although Bai Yueqing was an arrogant person, he was still a person who showed concern to his subordinates. At that moment in time, it could be said that he should have been ashamed since his subordinate, Chu Yunjian, had been defeated by someone at a lower realm than him in front of 1,000,000 people. However, as heir to the White Fox clan's throne, Bai Yueqing stood beside Chu Yunjian and weathered the adversity together. I'm fine. Chu Yunjian looked at Bai Yueqing with a wry smile. Your Highness, I have disappointed you. Chu Yunjian felt ashamed, but Bai Yueqing waved his hand and said, victory and defeat are both common in battle. You do not need to feel remorse. It's only that Qi Zhuoyun. Bai Yueqing looked at Qi Zhuoyun as the corners of his mouth twitched. Qi Zhuoyun's strength had far exceeded his imagination. A Dao domain that could influence 1,000,000 people was astounding, to begin with. It was no wonder that Qi Zhuoyun, a warrior at half-step Dao manifestation that was able to cultivate his Dao domain to such a standard, had gained Felicitous Rain Lord's recognition. It's a Dao domain that is related to massacres, Xu Yunjian said. In his Dao domain, my heart of the sword was affected, as though the Dao domain had triggered my mental demons. Thinking back to his experience inside the Dao domain, Xu Yunjian's heart was still fluttering with fear. He looked at Qi Zhuoyun, while Qi Zhuoyun also looked back at him. Xu Yunjian had been cultivating for 100 years. He had always surpassed his peers, but now, he had been defeated by someone at a lower realm than him. In addition, in time to come, the gap between him and Qi Zhuoyun would only grow wider. 10 days later, I, Qi Zhuoyun, will challenge any young elite of the White Fox clan and Luo clan here on these grounds. Whoever has the confidence, come here, and I'll accept your challenge. After Qi Zhuoyun said this, he left in a beam of light. Luo Sha and Demon Girl followed closely behind. The words he said before he left was heard clearly by 1,000,000 people. Qi Zhuoyun had challenged the entire Luo clan and White Fox clan. If the young elites of the Luo clan and White Fox clan were wiped out by a single person, all the warriors from both clans would lose a great deal of prestige. Bai Yueqing's eyelids twitched. Prince Crimson Firmament had also come beside Xu Yunjian. Brother Yunjian, in your opinion, will Princess Shuer be able to defeat Qi Zhuoyun? With Xu Yunjian defeated, the White Fox clan still had Princess Shuer. Xu Yunjian shook his head. I can't predict it. Princess Shuer's talent surpasses mine, but she's still too young. Her cultivation level is only at the Heaven Ascension Perfection realm, slightly inferior to Qi Zhuoyun's, while I've lost despite being at the early stages of the Dao Manifestation realm. It will probably not be easy for Princess Shuer to gain victory over Qi Zhuoyun. Xu Yunjian did not speak with certainty. After all, he could not predict the extent to which Princess White Fox had attained. However, I have a feeling that during my battle with Qi Zhuoyun, he was not using his full strength. He has more powerful moves he did not use. When Xu Yunjian said this, Bai Yueqing and Prince Crimson Firmament felt their hearts skip a beat. The present generation of the Luo clan and White Fox clan was filled with talent. Princess White Fox and Luo Huoyer, as well as Yi Yun, were the ones with most promise to become supremacies. Although Prince Crimson Firmament abhorred Yi Yun, he could not deny Yi Yun's talent. Such young talent from the Luo clan and White Fox clan was going to be wiped out by a single person? If that happened, the Luo clan and White Fox clan would undoubtedly be dwarfed by others in the alliance against the Fey Phantasm sect. Let's hope Shuer can give us a pleasant surprise, Bai Yueqing muttered to himself as he shook his head. The 1,000,000 people left the desolate plains and returned to the royal capital. In less than a day, the news proliferated throughout the royal capital. Xu Yunjian had been defeated, while Qi Zhuoyun had challenged all the young elites of the Luo clan and White Fox clan. It instantly caused quite a stir in the Luo clan royal capital. People were only aware that Qi Zhuoyun came from the Oracle Fey Empire and that he was very powerful, but they never expected him to be so powerful enough for him to leapfrog a level to defeat Xu Yunjian. Furthermore, his extremely conceited challenge had forced the Luo clan and the White Fox clan into a corner. They could not lose. If two large sects were to lose to a single person, the Luo clan and White Fox clan would lose all face. Oh? Xu Yunjian was defeated? In Fenghua Palace, Donger hurriedly informed Luo Huoyer of the news, but Donger never expected for Luo Huoyer to begin clapping when she heard the news. That Xu Yunjian is such a cocky person. I met him back when father summoned us. I could have turned a blind eye if it was only Xu Yunjian, but his boss, that male fox, had eyes so high that they were stuck on the top of their heads as if they reigned supreme. Serves him right for being defeated. When Luo Huoyer said this, Donger was completely dumbfounded. The young lass blinked her flickering large eyes as she looked at Luo Huoyer. Be it people from the Luo clan or the White Fox clan, they were extremely vexed hearing the news, afraid that the young elites of their respective clans would be wiped out by Qi Jueyan alone. But Princess Huire was on a completely different frequency. "Princess, aren't you worried?" Even the dull-witted Donger began to worry that the Luo clan would lose to Chu Yunjian. "What's there to worry? If he wants a fight, he'll get one," Luo Huire said nonchalantly. As she said that, her lips suffused a sneer. That Qi Jueyan thinks he can create a standard by himself so that Felicitous Rain Lord would understand that he is a true genius. He also wants to let other factions in the alliance know that those weaker than him aren't even qualified to vie for the spot of Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple. It can make him famous and also benefit him. He sure has an ingenious plan. Princess knows so much. Donger blinked as she pondered. She asked in a staccato manner, "Then, Princess, you are certain that you can defeat Qi Jueyan, right?" Luo Huire's beautiful eyes glanced at her. "How would I know without fighting him?" "If you don't, why are you appearing so bold and self-assured?" "Don't worry. There are many others who can't sit idle, such as my brother and that male fox. I'll just watch the show for now." "However, why isn't little Yun out of reclusion yet?" "I'm thinking of watching the good show with him," said Luo Huire. Yi Yun had been in the heavenly slaughter array for more than 10 days. If this were any ordinary reclusion, 10 days was nothing. Even more than a decade was no big deal. However, the heavenly slaughter array was different. In there, he would have to face endless massacres. To be embroiled in killing for more than 10 days, especially with those insane figures from the Fey Phantasm sect, a typical person would not have lasted so long. And Yi Yun's reclusion continued on for another 10 consecutive days without any signs of him coming out. And by then, it was the day Qi Jueyan had scheduled his challenge to battle the geniuses of the Luo clan and White Fox clan. The matter brewed throughout the period that spanned less than a month. After all, the ambassadors of the factions that made up the alliance were still in the royal capital, so they obviously knew of the matter. In addition, the matter had to do with Felicitous Rain Lord's recruitment of a disciple, so they had used various channels to spread the news out. In about 10 days, Qi Jueyan's name had become famous in the entire alliance. People from large factions like the World Margin Sect, Cloud Trail Empire, and Eternal Eventide Sea had rushed to the Luo clan in less than a month. These people that came from the other factions of the alliance came for a myriad of reasons. Some were here to catch the buzz, eager to see Qi Jueyan sweep the Luo clan and the White Fox clan of their elites. There were also young elites from other factions that had their sights on Qi Jueyan. Therefore, many gathered in the Luo clan royal capital. After all, there were many people who wanted to become Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple. These people had also learned that Qi Jueyan was a person who received an approving nod from Felicitous Rain Lord. If they defeated Qi Jueyan, wouldn't that mean they would obtain the recognition of Felicitous Rain Lord? They might even become a disciple of Felicitous Rain Lord. Instantly, the Luo clan royal capital was like a raging storm with elites assembled. Emperor Luo, as well as the royal family of the White Fox clan, was stirred by this matter. Many people came because this battle determined the pride of the Luo clan and White Fox clan. Under such circumstances, Yi Yun faded from prominence. After all, the matter had reached massive scales. There were too many people to pay attention to. Not only Yi Yun, even the attention on Luo Huire and Princess White Fox had diminished. Chapter 930, Eternal Eventide Sea. As the date of Qi Jueyan's challenge loomed, all of the Luo clan royal capital's hotels and motels were filled to the brim with people. People could not even obtain a room, despite the amount of wealth they had. Many warriors ended up meditating on the southern desolate mountain plains, as they waited for the event to begin. Some warriors even began to construct houses on the southern desolate mountain plains, or they even began to erect their immortal abodes. Instantly, the uninhabited southern desolate mountain plains began to bustle. It was like a city was built overnight. Now, the battle was no longer just a matter pertaining to the Luo clan and the White Fox clan. More and more people were embroiled in the matter, with many hoping to become famous from a single battle so they could gain felicitous Rainlord's attention. Jueyun, there are many people targeting you. You being in the limelight has now made you a target to become a stepping stone. Yu Tianfeng said to Qi Jueyun as they sat in the Oracle Fei Empire's ambassador palace. As an ambassador of the Oracle Fei Empire, Yu Tianfeng was very pleased to see Qi Jueyun cause such a stir in the Luo clan royal capital. This was a manifestation of the power that the Oracle Fei Empire had. Qi Jueyun was sitting on a futon meditating. A 9-foot spear was silently floating in front of him. These people want to trample over me to gain fame, but that saves me the trouble. I was planning on going to the other factions and have a nice meeting with each and every one of them. Now it's even better, it can be done once and for all. As he spoke, Qi Jueyun grabbed the spear. The cold sheen on the spear flashed in the darkness of space, like it was a fleeting star that appeared in the night sky before disappearing. The spear's name was Bloodthirst, a name that originated from Qi Jueyun's Dao domain. Qi Jueyun looked up at the battle arena in the desolate plains. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit. I will definitely gain your recognition. I know that a simple bout alone might not be enough to let you think otherwise of me even if I were to defeat everyone, but that is only just the beginning. I will definitely make you take me in as a disciple. As Qi Jueyun spoke, his figure flashed. Like a meteor that streaked through the sky, he flew towards the southern desolate mountain plains. Little Yun, stop staying in reclusion. You've been in there for so many days. It's turmoil out here, yet you are still in there. Hurry up and come out. Yi Yun had just undergone a bloody battle in the heavenly slaughter array when he heard Luo Hor calling him from outside. Yi Yun thought. Turmoil? He walked out of the heavenly slaughter array and he saw that Luo Hor was beaming, like she was extremely excited. What's the matter? There's no time to explain. Hurry up and follow me. I'll tell you along the way. How could Luo Hor miss such a grand event that happened so rarely in the Luo clan? When Yi Yun accompanied Luo Hor to the southern desolate mountain plains, he was astounded by what he saw. Was this the legendary southern desolate mountain plains? There were too many people here. Not only was there a large number of warriors. Houses, immortal abodes, and even hotels were erected on the plains. To warriors, buying a portable abode was not expensive. With more people gathering, it was only natural that businessmen began to open restaurants. They just needed to erect a mobile abode on the desolate plains. Oh, there are quite a number of humans here. Yi Yun seldom saw humans in the Luo clan, while humans were nearly extinct in the White Fox clan. But now, Yi Yun saw several humans wearing black robes. However, they were quite different from the humans in the Tianyuan world. They had black hair and purple eyes. Their facial features were more prominent and exquisite. They were good-looking, regardless of their gender. Furthermore, they wore V-shaped golden accessories on their necks and the accessories had unknown gems embedded in them. They had quite a mysterious beauty to them. They are people from the eternal Eventide Sea. Luo Hoyer said. Are they humans? Yi Yun asked in surprise. Luo Hoyer shook her head. They may look human, but they don't consider themselves to be human. Instead, they call themselves the chosen of the divinity. According to the records of the eternal Eventide Sea, their ancestors were the chosen race of the divinity. As they continued to multiply in numbers, they barred marriage with other humans in order to ensure that their bloodline wasn't diluted. From their point of view, ordinary humans are people who were abandoned by the divinity, greatly inferior to their nobility. The chosen of the divinity? Yi Yun chuckled. It sounded like a religion from a different world. Don't scoff. Luo Hoyer could tell what was on Yi Yun's mind. They are quite capable. The Eternal Eventide Sea's strength is in no way weaker than the Luo clan. Although they are of equal strength, there are only a few million members in the Eternal Eventide Sea. Oh? A few million? Yi Yun was taken aback. How many people did the Luo clan have? The population numbered 1 trillion with 196 states, the royal capital, and the large family clans at least. The Eternal Eventide Sea only had a few million people, but its strength was comparable to the Luo clans? Yi Yun knew that in a warrior's world, the number of people had little impact on strength. What truly mattered was the number and quality of mighty figures and geniuses. The former determined the faction's present strength, while the latter determined its future strength. This meant that the number of mighty figures and geniuses that appeared out of a few million people in the Eternal Eventide Sea was comparable to the number produced by the Luo clan's population that numbered 1 trillion. Yi Yun saw a few people from the Eternal Eventide Sea and indeed, amongst their younger generation, Heaven Ascension Perfection and Tao Manifestation were the common cultivation realms. Furthermore, their auras were converged, making them seem unfathomably strong. Under the same conditions, to be able to achieve this stage in the Luo clan meant a chance of entering the Luo Divine Hall trials. And this qualification was 1 in a billion. The Eternal Eventide Sea was not a power to be belittled. With this thought in mind, he saw a few young men from the Eternal Eventide Sea drinking tea while chatting in a makeshift tea hut. Who does that Qi Zhueyun think he is? After merely winning a few battles in the Luo clan and beating a few tiny factions in a trial, he dares to claim that he will sweep the alliance. What a joke! With our Eternal Eventide Sea here, we will teach him a lesson. That's right, our Eternal Eventide's goddess is peerless. Qi Zhueyun is nothing. The Oracle Fei Empire relies on the massive number of people that it has, and they choose 1 or 2 geniuses that can barely make it from that number. That's how they prevent themselves from having too few geniuses. As for the Luo clan, it's even worse. I heard that the Luo clan takes in any type of people. They can be Earth Fae, human, or even someone from the lower realms. How much distrust do they have of their bloodline? Despite having such a model, the ratio of geniuses that they have is just pathetic. Furthermore, the people that are selected aren't impressive either. There's no need to even talk about our Eternal Eventide goddess, just the 2 of us can reign supreme in the Luo clan. As for senior brother Yi Yi, he will be ranked top 3 in the Luo clan. Yi Yi, who the 2 youths from the Eternal Eventide clan were talking about, was sitting in the middle of the 2. Yi Yi looked young with black hair that cascaded down his body like a waterfall. He had the beauty of a woman and jade-like fingers that were long and slender. He was a beautiful young man with extremely exquisite looks. The accessory across his chest were different from the others. Unlike the V-shaped ones that the others had, his accessory was a black pair of wings. It seemed like he enjoyed a different status. Yi Yi did not comment on the duo's compliments, but Luo Horror could not stand hearing this. I was wondering where the 2 toads came from. Black all over, and their croaks are so harsh on the ears. Oh! With Luo Hoyer's words fading away, the 2 men from the Eternal Eventide Sea, who had just spoken, immediately looked at Luo Hoyer. Chapter 931, No Need for Reason. Upon hearing Luo Hoyer's shout, Yi Yun rubbed his forehead. Luo Hoyer always had an explosive streak, and she did everything on a whim. She was after all a princess, while the 2 members of the Eternal Eventide Sea probably enjoyed a status beneath Luo Mo's. Even Yi Yi, who enjoyed a slightly higher status than his 2 companions, was obviously inferior to Luo Hoyer. Their conversation could have been ignored actually. As a princess, there was no need for Luo Hoyer to be bothered about them. Yi Yun did not expect Luo Hoyer to directly hurl invectives at the members of the Eternal Eventide Sea, annoying them as a result. They did not know Luo Hoyer's identity as well. The only thing to blame would be on Luo Hoyer because she did not like having a royal entourage. Typically, princes and princesses would have a grand procession, with plebeians shooed aside. They were not like Luo Hoyer, who would enter a crowd after changing into any random set of clothes. Why the hell would anyone know who she was? Which witless lass is this, for her to be squawking so much? Could it be that the both of you are from the Luo clan? The speaking man gave a look of disdain. As he spoke, he continued drinking his tea. The other young man took a glance at Yi Yun and Luo Hoyer's clothes. With a judgment in mind, he guffawed, ha ha ha. They really are from the Luo clan. Why? Did my words hit a soft spot? From what I know, the Luo clan only has a Princess Purple Spirit that's fairly alright. And beneath her, there's some Yun guy. They only have 2 people. They are nothing impressive when compared to our Eternal Eventide clan. Some Yun guy? When Yi Yun heard this, he stroked his chin with a strange look. Was his existence that poor? He turned his head and saw Luo Hoyer nearly bursting out in laughter when she heard them. She looked like she was enjoying the pleasure derived from his misfortune. Yi Yun shook his head helplessly. The large clans were limited in their understanding of each other's talents. The Eternal Eventide clan probably heard of Yi Yun and Luo Hoyer only when they arrived in the Luo clan. A smile harboring evil designs hung on Luo Hoyer's face. She produced a conjuration using her fingers and flicked them. Seeing Luo Hoyer no longer speaking, the 2 disciples of the Eternal Eventide seat chuckled and continued drinking their tea. However, they never expected that as they drank their tea. Ah! The Eternal Eventide Sea disciples suddenly leaped up 3 feet high, as though they had drunk poison. Their bodies convulsed violently as they held their hands to their neck. Their faces flushed red as their eyes nearly popped out. They opened their mouths in an attempt to spit the tea out, but the tea had long vanished. What they spat out were flames. Who? 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 The flames burned at an extremely high temperature. Be it the tea table or the ground, a hole burned through them wherever the flames touched. Hot! Hot! An Eternal Eventide Sea disciple shouted in a muffled voice. My tongue! Tongue! Tongue? Luo Hoyer feigned a look of surprise. TSK, oh my. Your tongue seems well done. Barbecue pig's tongue. What you said earlier shows how witty your tongue is. Why are you so hard on yourself to go so far as to burn your own tongue? Luo Hoyer was one who never spared her words to infuriate others to the grave. Yi Yun watched secretly by the side in horror. This demonic lass was really not to be trifled with. The conjuration Luo Hoyer had produced had flown into the 2 Eternal Eventide Sea disciples' teacup in an undetectable manner. As a result, they had drunk the fire elemental conjuration. Just the 2 conjurations had resulted in such terrifying damage. Luo Hoyer's insights into fire elemental laws had truly reached the crest of perfection. Yi Yun estimated that the 2 poor souls would probably lose their tongues. A devilish girl like Luo Hoyer had not held back. The flames were not ordinary either. Yi Yun could discern very clearly through the purple crystal's vision that the flames were like tarsal maggots. The flames had pervasive energies, so the duo's protective Yuan Qi was completely insufficient to resist her conjurations. Not only were their tongues damaged, even their oral cavities were burnt badly. Although it could be restored with heavenly treasures, it would result in them not being to eat or speak for several months. Furthermore, the cost of the heavenly treasures was not a small sum. Which, I'll kill you. The 2 Eternal Eventide Sea disciples endured the pain as they shouted. Luo Hoyer gave a disdainful scoff. She nonchalantly picked up a pair of chopsticks on the table and flicked them. Phew! Phew! The 2 chopsticks flew straight at the 2 Eternal Eventide Sea disciples like arrows. Seeing the chopsticks flying at them, the Yuan Qi of the 2 Eternal Eventide Sea disciples burst as they punched out while enduring their pain. Boom! Energy blasted outwards like a volcanic eruption. Even divine wood grown for 100,000 years would be shattered into wood chips by the 2 punches, much less a pair of ordinary wooden chopsticks. However, the pair of chopsticks was extraordinary in Luo Hui's hands. At the instant she threw out the pair of chopsticks, she had embedded laws into them. Now, the pair of chopsticks were flickering with fire elemental runes on the surface as they exuded a mysterious air to them. The highly compressed fire elemental energies caused the pair of chopsticks to ignite. Like 2 meteors, they streaked towards the 2 eternal Eventide Sea disciples. Pang! Pang! With the sounds of 2 explosive blasts, the punch blast from the duo was penetrated. Immediately following that, fire surged at their faces without any resistance. The inferno blast apart, sending the duo flying back. Their hair was burnt and radiated in all directions. Their faces were completely black from the ashes. This is... Many people had witnessed the battle at the makeshift tea hut. They had seen the eternal Eventide Sea disciples make the provocation before the red-dressed girl attacked them. In a few short seconds, she had beaten them so badly that even their parents would not be able to identify them. Who was this red-dressed girl? At this moment, the young man, whose neck hung an accessory that resembled a black pair of wings, stood up. He shattered his teacup by tapping on it. The tea did not spill but was wrapped in yuan qi, as the concoction spun in mid-air. The young man tapped gently once again as the tea split into 2 clear streams and entered the 2 eternal Eventide Sea disciples' mouths. The fire was extinguished by the tea, but their tongues were already burnt to a crisp. They groaned in pain on the ground while Luo Hui looked at the young man. She had heard the 2 disciples addressing him as senior brother Yi. Although Yi was relatively strong, he was clearly not the strongest person in the Eternal Eventide clan. Luo Hui gave Yi a lazy glance and said, "Using a bit of water to extinguish my fire? Are you trying to flaunt your attainment in water elemental laws?" Luo Hui said in derision. Yi said coldly, "For your fire elemental laws to attain such a standard, you must be illustrious in the Luo clan, but the 2 of them had only offended you with words. Aren't you going too far by dealing such harm to them? You can consider me rather benevolent. I helped them burn their tongues because their wagging tongues were too long. In many places and many occasions, uttering the wrong words can result in death." Luo Hui said nonchalantly, with a faint dominance in her tone. Even Yi was overshadowed by her dominance. In a warrior's world, it is nothing rare for a misspoken sentence to result in death. Many people are killed even without saying a word. There is no need for reason, and the reason is simply because you are not stronger than the person killing you. While saying this, Luo Hui stood up as she played with the pair of chopsticks in her hand. Chapter 932, 5 Factions. Luo Hui's words were infused with yuan qi, so although she spoke softly, it was extremely penetrating. Yi's sword-like eyebrows pricked up. Interesting. You are right. There is no need for a reason for inferior warriors to be killed. Their only fault is their lack of strength. Then, I want to see whether you are stronger than me. As Yi spoke, his eyes glimmered with fighting spirit. Yi was a martial fanatic who was militant in nature. He could not contain himself when facing an opponent like Luo Hui. Instantly, the surrounding crowd turned excited. They never expected how climatic the battleground of Qi Zhuoyan's challenge could become. Before he even appeared, there were already clashes between top geniuses. But at this moment, Luo Hui only gave a lazy glance at Yi and said, "You aren't qualified. If anyone wants to challenge me, get that whatever goddess from your eternal Eventide Sea." Oh? Yi's pupils constricted. At this moment, a golden carriage suddenly rumbled through the sky. There were 4 dragon horses pulling the carriage with golden light shimmering from it. On the carriage, there was an orange emblem of a mountain. Everyone looked up and someone said, "It's the World Margin Sect's carriage." Sitting in it is probably the #1 disciple of the World Margin Sect, Tianya Hague. After the world margin set, there was a resplendent green light that illuminated the firmament. A spirit vessel made of jade came floating over. This was a spirit vessel of the White Fox clan. It was very likely that Princess White Fox was inside the jade spirit vessel. Immediately following that, there was a black-bodied ancient chariot pulled by 9 spirit birds that resembled black phoenixes. "It's our goddess, Shi-Yi, of our Eternal Eventide clan," a member of the Eternal Eventide clan said in the crowd. The 2 young Eternal Eventide clan disciples that had their tongues burnt by Luo Horror also mumbled the words "Goddess Shi-Yi." They looked excited and at the same time looked at Luo Horror as though she would be taught a lesson in time to come. Luo Horror ignored the small fries of the Eternal Eventide clan. She stroked her delicate chin and looked at the black chariot of Goddess Shi-Yi. She muttered to herself, 3 men and 3 women. That will be interesting. With Qi Zhuoyun's challenge posed, a total of 5 factions were gathered here: the Luo clan, the White Fox clan, the World Margin sect, the Eternal Eventide Sea, and the originator, the Oracle Fei Empire. There happened to be 3 men and 3 women: Yi Yun, Qi Zhuoyun, Tian Yahagua, Luo Horror, Princess White Fox, Goddess Shi-Yi. Now, the 5 factions were gathered, but the people who truly wielded power like Emperor Luo, Empress Xian, and company did not appear. After all, it was Qi Zhuoyun, a junior, who had posed the challenge. In order to maintain their stature, these important figures did not appear in person. Although they did not appear in person, it did not mean that they were paying no attention to the matter. In fact, the outcome of the battle was enough to make Emperor Luo nervous. After all, not only did this matter pertain to the Luo clan's dignity, it also had to do with Felicitous Rainlord's disciple recruitment. At this moment in time, there was an array set up in the Luo clan royal palace. It projected everything that was happening in the southern desolate mountain plains. Emperor Luo was sitting on his throne while watching it with a heavy expression. Beside Emperor Luo were various ministers and members of the royal family, who were also staring intently at the projection. Regardless of the outcome, there was no guarantee that the victor would become Felicitous Rainlord's disciple, but the loser definitely lost all hopes of becoming his disciple. Why would Felicitous Rainlord accept a loser as his disciple? At this moment in time, a red figure flashed in the crowd. With spear in hand, Qi Zhuoyun appeared above the desolate plains. Qi Zhuoyun's eyes were bloodshot, and the spear he held behind him was 9 feet 9. It shimmered with a cold glint of light. Although he looked ordinary, Qi Zhuoyun had attracted everyone's gaze as he walked towards an empty space. He is Qi Zhuoyun, a person recognized by Felicitous Rainlord. As long as he is defeated, the halo that belongs to him would be augmented on us. We would turn famous from a single battle. The geniuses gathered on the desolate plains murmured in a discussion. Although there was great allure in defeating Qi Zhuoyun, everyone knew that it was very difficult to defeat him. In fact, most people did not expect themselves to defeat Qi Zhuoyun. As long as they demonstrated their strength at this event and stood in the limelight, they would gain the attention of the alliance even if they failed to gain the attention of Felicitous Rainlord. After Qi Zhuoyun appeared, he stood in mid-air without a word. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared beside him. The middle-aged man was wearing a black robe and he looked highly spirited. He was the Oracle Fei Empire ambassador deployed to the Luo clan, Yu Tianfeng. Yi Yun obviously remembered him. Back when they were summoned by Emperor Luo, Yu Tianfeng was sitting at a seat of honor just second to Emperor Luo. Everyone. Yu Tianfeng spoke. Zhuoyun's issuance of a challenge was only for him to meet the young elites of the alliance, but we never expected for it to cause such a stir. With so many of you gathered here, we have really troubled everyone. Yu Tianfeng said with a chuckle, as though he sounded apologetic. However, even a blind man could tell that he was complacent with the sensational result. What does he mean meeting the young elites of the alliance? It's obvious he wants to trample on us to go higher. Someone grumbled in private. Yu Tianfeng sure was thick-skinned. Yu Tianfeng ignored what was on the people's minds. He continued, with so many people here today at the southern desolate mountain plains, there are true dragons and phoenixes amongst you, but there are also shams. It is impossible to allow any random person to challenge Zhu Weiyun. Neither does he have the time and effort to do so. The person challenged will not only be limited to Zhu Weiyun. Other than my Oracle Fey Empire, all the factions are free to spar with each other, but there are 2 points. Every person is only given one chance at failure. Upon failure, they are not to fight again. And secondly, every faction is limited to having one person challenge Zhu Weiyun, not one more. Yu Tianfeng's voice boomed throughout the southern desolate mountain plains, and when everyone heard this, they frowned. Who did Yu Tianfeng think he was? What did he mean, random person or shams? Although he had not explicitly referred to anyone, it was rather harsh on the ears on those who knew that they lacked the strength. He was only an ambassador of the Oracle Fey Empire. If not for Felicitous Rain Lord owing a debt to Oracle Fey Empire's imperial patriarch, Yu Tianfeng would have been nothing. With respects to challenging Qi Zhu Weiyun, for the southern desolate mountain plains to have these many elites gathered here, they were clearly here because of Qi Zhu Weiyun's challenge, but they were not here to challenge Qi Zhu Weiyun. Now, with what Yu Tianfeng said, it was as though everyone was lining up to challenge Qi Zhu Weiyun. Who did Qi Zhu Weiyun think he was? Ignoring the fact that Qi Zhu Weiyun was still not established as the number 1 person amongst the Alliance's younger generation, even if he were the number 1 person, was it possible that prideful people like Tianya Haoyue and Goddess Shi Yi to line up to challenge him? They would not want to degrade their stature. What we do here is none of your business. Do you think this is a martial arts tournament? Are you the organizer? Why are you announcing the rules here? There were chaotic shouts in the crowd. Clearly, they did not give a damn about what Yu Tianfeng had said. Chapter 933, You Are Yun? Instantly, there was a commotion. Yu Tianfeng was infuriated by this. Previously in the Luo clan royal palace, Emperor Luo had been extremely polite with him, but here, a bunch of juniors were showing him little respect. Compared to the lofty Emperor Luo, these juniors were nothing. Although Yu Tianfeng was angry, he could not do anything about it. Emperor Luo did not dare offend the Oracle Fey Empire because Felicitous Rain Lord owed a favor to the Oracle Fey Empire. It was destined to be critical in the alliance against the Fey Phantasm sect, but these juniors could ignore any of that. At this moment, Qi Zhu Weiyun walked forward. In fact, Yu Tianfeng, who had been conferred a nobility title in the Oracle Fey Empire but had relatively low talent, did not have as much weight when speaking compared to Qi Zhu Weiyun. Qi Zhu Weiyun said, regardless if it's me challenging you, or all of you challenging me, it's the same thing. I don't care at all. Today, I have set the stage for combat, only to fight the strongest person from each faction, so we don't waste time. I don't care who you wish to battle, but I'll only fight 4 people today: Tianya Haoyue, Princess White Fox, Princess Purple Spirit, Goddess Shi Yi. Qi Zhu Weiyun directly named 4 people, and they happened to be from each of the 4 major factions. They were nearly the strongest. You alone want to battle us 4? Tianya Haoyue scoffed. Qi Zhu Weiyun, I know that you are very strong, but if you want to fight 1 against 4, aren't you being too overbearing? Tianya Haoyue was a proud person. He did not think of himself as being worse than Qi Zhu Weiyun. To deal with Qi Zhu Weiyun in a tag team with the other 3 geniuses was something that Tianya Haoyue was unwilling to do. After all, even if he beat Qi Zhu Weiyun, it was nothing worth being proud about, much less talk about gaining the recognition of Felicitous Rain Lord. Qi Zhu Weiyun gave Tianya Haoyue a glance and said, "It is up to you to do battle or not. I am open to fighting any one of the 4 of you. Qi Zhu Weiyun, do not think that you are the center of the Alliance's younger generation, with everyone revolving around you. I'm the one who wants everyone to challenge me." Tianya Haoyue said coldly, "My take on this is we should choose a few more people, making up 8 or even 16 people. We can each do battle. Winning allows the next battle to happen, and the loser has to forfeit their place." The rule that Tianya Haoyue proposed had received a great number of people's approbation. In such a battle, no one was the center of attention. It was a completely fair tournament, and it would not accentuate Qi Zhuoyun. Qi Zhuoyun sighed slightly and said, "If you want to, make it 8 then. Having too many people is just a waste of time." If there were only 5 people, it was difficult to decide on the order of battle. By finding 3 substitutes, it would make it easier to assign the fights with 8 people. However, Qi Zhuoyun kept arrogantly insisting that it was a waste of time, inciting the wrath of others. "Senior brother Haoyue, let us join the foray. I want to see how impressive Qi Zhuoyun is for him to be this overbearing." In the World Margin sect, a disciple spoke. His name was Tian Yaping. He was definitely one of the leading figures in the World Margin sect. Although being a substitute did not sound pleasant to the ears, they were able to do battle after all. Many people wanted to do so. But in that case, there was a new problem. There were 5 factions present, but only 3 substitute spots. If each faction chose a person, there would be 2 additional people. At this moment, Qi Zhuoyun spoke again, "Choose one person from each faction. Among the 5, fight it out to decide on the 3 places." After saying that, Qi Zhuoyun did not speak another word. The crowd also nodded in agreement. Luo Horror smiled as she looked at Yi Yun. "Little Yun, it sure sucks for you to end up being a substitute." Being ridiculed by Luo Hoyer, Yi Yun helplessly stroked his chin. He could only accept being a substitute. He could only blame himself for not participating in the Luo Divine Hall trials to the very end. It resulted in him not even appearing on the Luo Divine Hall's final ranking. In order for the other factions to understand the Luo clan and the White Fox clan's geniuses, they would first look at the rankings, so it was common for them to be unaware of Yi Yun's name. Yi Yun was representing the Luo clan, and him taking the second spot was no surprise. Even Prince Crimson Firmament would not disagree to it. With that, the name list was decided. The second person each of the 5 factions chosen respectively were Luo Clan's Yi Yun, World Margin sect's Tianya Ping, Oracle Fei Empire's Demon Girl, White Fox Clan's Noming, and Eternal Eventide CZE. The 5 people were competing for 3 spots. "Oh. So you are Yi Yun, and you must be Princess Purple Spirit." At the tea stall, Yi Yi and the 2 Eternal Eventide Sea disciples that had their tongues burnt finally learned about Yi Yun and Luo Hoyer's identity. They never expected that they had entered a conflict with Luo Hoyer, the person ranked first in the Luo clan. It was no wonder that her attainment in fire elemental laws had reached such an impressive level. A simple fire elemental conjuration had been mysteriously drunk by them, resulting in their tongues being burnt. Interesting. Yi Yi looked at Yi Yun and Luo Hoyer. Luo Hoyer was in the first echelon. Before becoming one of the 3 people qualified to do battle, he had not right to challenge Luo Hoyer. As for Yi Yun, he was completely confident fighting against him. Yi Yi was famous in the Eternal Eventide Sea. In fact, Yi Yi was eager to spar even with a person like Luo Hoyer. So what if she was the number 1 genius in the Luo clan? The place of his birth only numbered several million people, yet the Eternal Eventide Sea was able to rank alongside various large factions. The level of the geniuses that his clansmen were at was nothing that the other factions could compare with. Even if he failed to defeat Luo Hoyer in the end, Yi Yi believed that he would not be too inferior when compared to Luo Hoyer. "Since you are Yi Yun, that's perfect. Leave the first battle to us. I wish that you will not disappoint me too greatly." As Yi Yi spoke, he leaped and flew towards the battle arena stage. "Senior brother Yi Yi, teach that punk an unforgettable lesson. Screw him badly. Beat him up until his parents can't even recognize him." Behind Yi Yi, the 2 Eternal Eventide disciples that got tormented by Luo Hoyer said with red faces. However, as a result of their burnt tongues, what they said sounded muffled and somewhat amusing. They hated Yi Yun and Luo Hoyer to death. They could not offend Luo Huar, but Yi Yi could avenge them. Seeing that Yi Yi was already on the arena stage, Yi Yun followed him in a very slow manner. In this battle of geniuses, Yi Yun believed himself to be an expert as well, but he had been delegated as a substitute. Furthermore, typical experts would usually appear as a finalist, appearing only at the last few matches, but now, he was the first one to do battle. He was at quite a loss. The moment that Yi Yun landed on the arena stage, the stage's surroundings erupted into a flood of cheers. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! This was the Luo clan's home ground after all. Most people in the southern desolate mountain plains came from the Luo clan. In the Luo clan, Yi Yun had a high popularity, just second to Luo Hui's. The recognition that the Luo clan disciples had for Yi Yun had not much to do with how Yi Yun did not complete the Luo Divine Hall trials. The cheers that you receive are rather loud. It appears that you are quite popular in the Luo clan, Yi nonchalantly said, as though he disparaged the Luo clan's cheers. This was the confidence that he had in the eternal Eventide clan. Chapter 934. I've been keeping a really low profile recently. That sister of mine is actually over there. In the southern desolate mountain plains, there were temporary seats of honor. People like Prince Crimson Firmament, Baiyu Qing, Goddess Yi, and company were sitting on the seats of honor. Luo Huar naturally had the right to sit there, but she had decided to mix in with the crowd. Brother Chu Yun, it said you have a good eye on abilities. What do you think that the outcome of Yi Yun's battle against Yi Yi will be? Prince Crimson Firmament asked. Beside Prince Crimson Firmament sat Chu Yunjian. Although he had been defeated by Qi Zhueyun, no one belittled him. Chu Yunjian said, Your Highness, the talk about my eye is simply rumors as a result of others complimenting it. I have been wrong many times, but this time, there's little to be speculated. The outcome will be that Yi Yun will win. Although Chu Yunjian did not know what strength Yi Yi had, Yi Yun's strength was obvious. The second strongest person in the Eternal Eventide Sea wanted to beat a freak like Yi Yun? That was extremely unlikely. Oh? Little to be speculated? A woman's voice could be heard. Beside Prince Crimson Firmament sat an exquisite woman with black hair and purple pupils. Her forehead and neck was covered in metallic accessories. Sitting there, she appeared like she was the source of darkness, making her appear distant and mysterious. She was the goddess of the Eternal Eventide clan, Shi Yi. The second strongest person of the Luo clan and the second strongest person of the Eternal Eventide clan were at similar levels, yet it was said that there was little to be speculated? What arrogance! Goddess Yi said coldly, Your Luo and White Fox clans fell into turmoil because of a single Qi Zhueyun. What sort of face do you have to say such things? If you could have defeated Qi Zhueyun, what need would there be for us to be here? The Eternal Eventide clan was able to rival the Luo clan in power with several million people, and Shi Yi was the goddess of the Eternal Eventide clan, so she was obviously pissed when Chu Yunjian said things that belittled the Eternal Eventide Sea. You must be Chu Yunjian. As a Dao Manifestation Realm warrior, you were defeated by Qi Zhueyun, a half-step Dao Manifestation Realm warrior. How emboldened are you to make comments here? Goddess Shi Yi said bluntly. Chu Yunjian fell silent. Being defeated by Qi Zhueyun, a person at a lower realm than him, was indeed a stain on his life, one that he could not refute. At this moment on the battle arena, Yi Yun and Yi Yi were 1,000 feet from each other. There were cheers from the Luo clan warriors all around the stage. Yi Yun, get rid of that Eternal Eventide Sea punk. Yi Yun is sure to win. The audience was made up warriors, so their shouts were deafening. Yi Yi frowned when he heard them. Without the fight even beginning, he had been disparaged by the crowd, which pissed him off. I never expected that a bunch of Fae would cheer for a human like you. However, cheering is useless. The outcome of the battle depends on strength. A human? Aren't you human? With his sword in hand, Yi Yun coldly looked at Yi Yi. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, humans were scarce to begin with. They stood alone and powerless, so they needed to be united as one, forging ahead together. However, despite being human, just because they had a different color to their eyes, the Eternal Eventide Sea had taken the initiative to draw a line with other humans, like being labeled human was an insult to them. Do not compare us with the lot of you. We are the chosen race of the divinity, while you are the abandoned race. Lowly humans have a less than a 1 in 10 billion chance of producing a genius, millions of times inferior to us. You are one of the cream of the crop, lucky to have won your current position. However, there are even more humans that are lowly beings. With lifespans ranging less than 100 years, they are no different to ants. As Yi spoke, he pulled 2 black sabers out. The 2 sabers resembled a pair of wings. As for Yi, he began to slowly put his sword away. Inferior? Lowly? Ants? Yi shook his head. You and humans come from the same roots, but that is how you view humans. When Yi heard Yun's ridicule, he did not respond. Instead, he coldly said, "By putting your sword away, are you planning on throwing in the towel?" Throwing in the towel? No, I'm only planning on switching my weapon. I think that using a sword to deal with you is being too kind. As Yi spoke, he took a rectangular block of metal out of his interspatial ring. It was a rectangular seal, named the Heaven Upheaval Seal. Back in the Tai A Divine City, Yi had participated in the rookie ranking tournament and he had used the Heaven Upheaval Seal as a weapon. Back then, Yi was unable to adeptly control his strength. He was afraid of killing his opponent with his saber, but with the passage of time, Yun's proficiency with energy control became more and more adept, so there was no need for the Heaven Upheaval Seal to be used. That is? Yi frowned. He could sense that the rectangular piece of metal taken out by Yi was a seal that had been previously refined. However, the material that the seal was made out of was extremely terrible. Furthermore, the runes that were engraved on its surface were extremely poor in quality. This is called a brick. It should be enough to deal with you. I think I've been keeping a really low profile recently, resulting in me being considered as a substitute. It wasn't easy for me to get on the stage, and now, random cats and dogs are wailing in front of me. Yi said lazily. He was already bent on becoming Felicitous Rainlord's disciple, gaining the attention of Felicitous Rainlord. Therefore, it was understandable that he could no longer keep a low profile. What did you say? A cold beam flashed in Yi's eyes. You are courting death. Yi was incensed. How dare a human belittle him in that way? The human did not even know how the word death was written. Wah! Yi's sabers roared as they sliced through the wind. The sabers emitted thousands of saber beams that inundated the surroundings. Saber Domain. Saber Domain was also another name for the Dao domain of sabers. Saber Dao was also one of the Dao. It was inferior to yin-yang and spacetime, but it was not weaker than the 5 elements. And it was ranked alongside Sword Dao. Yi had also gained insights into a Dao domain of his own. Upon seeing this scene, the hearts of the Luo clan audience tightened. Indeed, to become the second strongest person of the Eternal Eventide Sea, he had something outstanding about him. It was very rare for a person who had gained insights into a Dao domain before he reached the Dao manifestation realm. I never expected a Dao domain. It's best if Yi doesn't underestimate his opponent. As long as he uses his true strength, he will still win. The Luo clan audience were very confident when it came to Yi. However, Yi did not seem to have any plans on switching weapons. Phew! Yi was enveloped by Yi's saber domain. With Heaven Upheaval Seal in his hand, Yi remained motionless, allowing the saber domain to envelop him. Sha! 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 Saber beams began darting around Yi, slashing at his protective Yuan Qi. Is this your Dao domain? Yi Yun said nonchalantly. He did not think much about it. Dao domains had different levels. Yi Yi's Dao domain was weaker than Princess White Fox's Dao domain from 11 years ago, much less comparable to Qi Zhueyun. And 11 years ago, Yi Yun had been enveloped by the nine-tailed White Fox's nine-tailed Dao domain in the Fei refining rock array, and he was able to forcibly crack it, let alone now. It's sufficient to kill you. Yi Yi used his sabers to attack in unison with the saber beams. All of the saber beams in the saber domain began to merge as one, slashing right at Yi Yun. However, before the saber beam landed on him, a golden rune lit up in the middle of the heaven upheaval seal that was in Yi Yun's hand. It was not one of the runes that was originally engraved in the heaven upheaval seal, it was one of the runes that belonged to the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. 11 years ago, Yi Yun was already able to spread the runes of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence onto 100 flying sabers. So now, it was even easier to inject one into the heaven upheaval seal. Boom! The rune lit up with a divine light as the heaven upheaval seal came smashing down towards Yi Yi. This strike was not aimed at Yi Yi, it was aimed at his saber. A brick against a saber. On one side, it was a saber strike that had condensed an entire Dao domain. It contained all of Yi Yi's insights in the saber Dao, and on the other side, it was a metal brick of dubious quality. But the collision was like a meteorite hitting the ground. Crackle! A brick tore through the void. People could clearly see a huge rift open in the void. Energy surged wantonly in the rift. The void of the 12 Empyrean heavens was extremely firm. There was no way for Heaven Ascension Realm warriors to tear the void, and Yi Yun was no exception. As such, what broke was not the void, but Yi Yi's saber domain. A saber domain that had just been conjured was forcefully shattered by a single smash of Yi Yun's brick. Pa! 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 Large swaths of the Dao domain had shattered successively, with countless saber beams shattering as well. However, the heaven upheaval seal did not lose its momentum, it continued to remain indomitable. Dang! Yi Yi's final saber beam was sent flying by Yi Yun's smash. The heavy heaven upheaval seal, with immense yuan qi wrapped around it, appeared above Yi Yi's forehead. Pang! Blood splattered everywhere as the nicely dressed Yi Yi, who had cut facial features, was left trembling by Yi Yun's brick. His vision turned black as his mind went blank, like everything in the world around him had been forcibly stripped apart by Yi Yun. What is going on? Yi Yi's legs turned weak. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but he eventually collapsed slowly. Translator's note: I made a special request to CC for this chapter, so I hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 935, Luo Huiyer's turn. That one strike from Yi Yun's brick had condensed the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's nomological rune. With his yuan qi infused in it, even a handful of mud would be augmented into something as hard as divine metal. Although the heaven upheaval seal was a weapon that was refined in the lower realm, its inferior quality material did not affect Yi Yun's attack in any way. With the brick smashing down and hitting him right on the forehead, Yi Yi's protective yuan qi had shattered. His body could not even withstand the attack. The Eternal Eventide clan were humans after all. Like humans, their physical bodies were their weakness. If it wasn't for Yi Yun holding some of the power back at the final moment, Yi Yi would be more heavily injured. It ended just like that. Not only were the Eternal Eventide Cease disciples dumbfounded, even the Luo clan disciples, who were supporting Yi Yun, were in the same state of shock. The scene before in front of them was something that was totally beyond their imagination. They were both the second strongest person from factions of equal strength, but the gap in strength was too great. A single strike clinched victory? An insta-defeat? The entire southern desolate mountain plains was covered with millions of warriors. Most of them were Luo clan residents. After a few moments of silence, they suddenly erupted into cheers that were like a roaring landslide or tsunami. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! Yi Yun! Thundering cheers roared across the wilderness in a deafening manner. Over the past few days, citizens of the Luo clan had been eating humble pie. In the 12 Empyrean heavens, strength was everything. With strength, one would obtain honor, status, and dignity, regardless if it was an individual or a large faction. And a few days ago, Shi Jueyun had declared to sweep through the Luo clan, and he had even leapfrogged Chu Yunjian in battle, defeating him. Luo Hor was the only person in the entire Luo clan that could possibly match Shi Jueyun, but that was only a possibility. Even members of the Luo clan or admirers of Luo Hor did not dare to determine who would win in a fight between Luo Hor and Shi Jueyun. And the situation had developed in such a way under this backdrop, with the Eternal Eventide Sea, World Margin sect coming here. They came to the Luo clan to bathe in the limelight with their minds set on Felicitous Rainlord's disciple recruitment. The members of the Eternal Eventide Sea were extremely arrogant, so in the past few days, there were several conflicts between the Luo clan's citizens and the Eternal Eventide Sea disciples in the southern desolate mountain plains. Many of the Eternal Eventide Sea's disciples had declared that the Luo clan would not be able to deal with Shi Jueyun, who would be finished by them. The citizens of the Luo clan naturally felt aggrieved. But today, Yi Yun's victory against Yi in a battle of ease and verve had finally vindicated the Luo clan. The cheers for Yi Yun continued on, and they even seemed like they were increasing. Brothers, shout as loud as you can. Let's see those bastards of the Eternal Eventide clan continue to be arrogant. We'll smack their faces till they turn swollen. Amongst the crowd, there was an extraordinarily powerful warrior shouting. This person's cultivation realm had surpassed the Dao manifestation realm, and he was considered a warrior from the older generation. But faced with such a delightful event, he was as excited as the young ones. What madness! Yi Yun said from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he had already left the battle arena. In front of him, Yi Yi was being carried off the stage by members of the Eternal Eventide clan. His forehead was covered in blood, and the way he looked at Yi Yun was already very weak. This battle had given a huge setback to Yi Yi. It would have been fine if he had been defeated, but he had been defeated by an ordinary human, and his opponent's weapon was a brick. Having been defeated, and being smacked down by a brick, Yi Yi already began to question life. Of course there's madness. Luo Huaya responded, in a warrior's world, we may have the power to cause great destruction, have long lifespans, and are able to lead extravagant lives, but the pressure is intense. Be it life and death trials or breakthroughs that require great risks, or the sense of urgency of being killed by someone else at any moment in time, it forces us to continuously forge ahead. The accumulation of all these pressure naturally need an opportunity for it to be released. For example, with Shi Jueyun setting the battle area now, everyone comes here to watch the battle for that delightful entertainment. Although they are unable to engage in the battle themselves, victory is no different from them fighting themselves, as it sends boiling blood pulsing through their veins. Especially with the Eternal Eventide clan being suppressed, there is a sudden feeling of exaltation, naturally a strong sense jubilance. As Luo Huaya spoke, she gave Yi Yun a thumbs up. Her jade-like fingers looked exquisite and beautiful. That's right. Yi Yun nodded. Ignoring the warrior's world, even in the world of mortals, there were all sorts of sports that attracted people, such as baseball, soccer, etc. An unprecedented soccer tournament would attract large numbers of spectators and fans. These people would push the atmosphere of the competition to its limits. And this was in a situation with many people not even knowing how to play soccer. In contrast, in a martial world, with everyone knowing martial arts, it made it even more different. Little Yun, your fight sure is liberating. I long found that Yi Yi unpleasing to the eyes. Let him be arrogant, but finish him with a brick. Luo Hor was still reveling in her excitement. And at this moment, in the seats of honor, Prince Crimson Firmament, Bai Yuqing, Tianya Haoyue, Goddess Shi Yi and others were also looking at Yi Yun. Goddess Shi Yi's face was dark and gloomy. She had spoken with such great certainty, but with the outcome of the match, describing it as a face-smacking was insufficient. Despite knowing that Goddess Shi was feeling embarrassed, Prince Crimson Firmament did not have any thoughts of kicking her while she was down. He was actually feeling mixed emotions. On one hand, the Luo clan had smacked the Eternal Eventide clan in the face, making him feel delighted, but on the other hand, Yi Yun was in Luo Huiyer's camp. From a certain point of view, he was his enemy. The stronger his enemy was, the more threatening he was to his throne, so how could he be happy? Your Highness, it appears that I've underestimated Yi Yun. His talent far exceeds mine. 11 years ago, it appears that it was not as simple as Yi Yun relying on a mystic technique to defeat the fifth ancient Fae at the Luo Divine Hall trials. Beside Prince Crimson Firmament, Chu Yunjian sighed. Yi Yun, Luo Huiyer, and Princess White Fox were people who made one feel inferior for existing in the same era. Despite being extraordinarily talented, he was repressed by them, without being able to lift his head up. By defeating Yi Yun was undoubtedly one of the strongest of the 8. Following that, the World Margin Sect, the White Fox Clan, and the Oracle Fae Empire had to choose 2 people out of 3. To the Luo clan citizens, such a battle was of lesser importance when compared to Yi Yun's. In the eyes of the people, in the 3 substitutes, the other 3 were only there to make the numbers. Regardless of who fought, nothing mattered. What they were eager to watch was the matchups amongst the strongest. However, no one expected that before the 3 people got onto the stage to fight, Luo Huiyer was first to step onto the stage. It was really lively in the previous fight, so let me have a hand at it too. Luo Huiyer was dressed in a red fighting costume as she casually said. Oh? Everyone was surprised. Luo Huiyer was going on stage? The battle had only just begun, and there was no assignment of opponents, but Luo Huiyer had already gone on stage. Goddess Shi, is it? Luo Huiyer looked far into the distance at the seats of honor. Do you want to come over and have a fight? Luo Huiyer did not care if there had not been an assignment of opponents. Amongst the 8 people, she just needed to call out the persons. Chapter 936, Purple Spirit vs. Shi. Luo Huiyer wanted to battle Shi? Everyone held their breaths. They never expected that the battle would be this intense right from the very beginning. They believed that the best of the best Faes would face each other in battle only at the end. They never expected the Luo clan to directly go against the Eternal Eventide Sea. First, Yi Yun had defeated Yi, and now, Luo Huiyer was battling the goddess, Shi. The pangs of fury suppressed by the members of the Luo clan, which had been ignited by the arrogant words declared by the Eternal Eventide Sea, finally felt as though it was vented clean. Princess Purple Spirit! Princess Purple Spirit! Princess Purple Spirit! The members of the Luo clan were shouting loudly. After all, Luo Huiyer's popularity in the Luo clan exceeded Yi Yun's. In the stands where the seats of honor were, Goddess Shi snorted coldly and flew away from her seat. Suddenly, Luo Huiyer and Shi, 2 daughters that were the pride of the heavens, stood in midair, facing each other thousands of feet apart in the battle arena. Luo Huiyer was dressed in red, she resembled a burning flame. As for Shi, her black hair and dress made her seem like the source of darkness. Treating as though you, the Luo clan, has surpassed my Eternal Eventide clan just by defeating Yi? Shi's voice sounded like a cold rain that splashed across the faces of everyone. It doesn't matter if the Luo clan surpasses the Eternal Eventide clan or not. It's just that I'll beat up whoever I find unpleasing to the eyes, and as it happens, you belong to one of the types I detest. Luo Huiyer was very casual in her speech, and this undoubtedly infuriated Shi. At this moment, a sword appeared in Luo Huiyer's hand in a very abrupt manner. Few members of the audience that numbered millions managed to discern how it appeared in Luo Huiyer's hand. It was as though she had been holding onto the sword from the very beginning. The sword was slightly longer than 5 feet and it was very narrow. The blade was pale red in color, and when it was unsheathed, the sword was bent due to its thinness. From the main blade to its tip, it formed a curve, making it resemble a red ribbon. A soft sword? Shi's eyebrows pricked up slightly. She had seen her fair share of soft swords, but this was the first time she had seen a sword so soft that it curved naturally. How was such a sword used? Although Shi Yi was arrogant, she did not belittle Luo Huai'er. A large snake completely black in color appeared behind Shi Yi. As it slithered toward Shi Yi's shoulders, it slowly coiled its body. The black snake's scales were like metal, exuding a cold sheen, and on its head, there was a single horn. This was a snake in the process towards its evolution into a dragon. Legends had it that ancient snakes could produce single horns and 4 claws after surviving numerous heavenly tribulations, eventually evolving into a dragon. Contract beast? People were slightly taken aback. It's not a contract beast, but an aspect totem. The members of the Eternal Eventide clan are humans. Their cultivation system allows them to refine an aspect totem, said a mighty figure in the crowd. An aspect totem that looks so lifelike? It's like a real WYRM. Typically, aspect totems look like phantom images, but Shi Yi's aspect totem looked no different from an actual living creature. At that moment, the black snake merged into Shi Yi's body, as a black beam of energy emitted from one of her palms. It spread out and formed a long black whip. Black snake. Black whip. It could not stop people from making the connection that the whip in Shi Yi's hand was a refinement of the black snake. At this moment, Shi Yi moved. She lashed out with her whip, and a series of cracking sounds of a whip accompanied thousands of whip shadows that began to envelop Luo Huai'er. I've reigned supreme in the eternal Eventide Sea. Whoever fails to keep up with me in terms of speed has no right to fight me. With whip and body as one, Shi Yi transformed into a black stream of light. People could only see black beams of light dancing throughout the sky, but with no sight of Shi Yi herself. How can this be dodged? There are no blind spots at all. The members of the Luo clan exclaimed. Ka-cha! Under the envelopment of the series of whip shadows, the ground was diced into countless fragments, exploding in the process. Despite the terrifying bombardment of the scourge, Luo Huai'er's figure suddenly blasted out like a plume of fire, flashing away. The endless whip shadows looked like there was not a single blind spot, but in fact, Shi Yi's lashes were done one after another. There was definitely an order, and as black smoke flared under Luo Huai'er's feet, she accurately pinpointed what was needed of her. Using a nearly impossible speed and mastery of her bodily actions, she dodged the whip shadows while darting through them while advancing. There are too many phantom images from Her Highness. The members of the Luo clan watched Luo Huai'er shuttle through the whip shadows with bated breaths. Countless whip shadows penetrated Luo Huai'er's body, but strangely, the whips went straight through without the slightest bit of resistance, leaving Luo Huai'er unharmed. It's too fast. It has exceeded the limits of our visual acuity. Her Highness isn't forcefully blocking the lashing of the whips, she's only dodging. Blocking the bombardment of such rapid attacks was much easier than dodging. Although there was an order in which the whip shadows appeared, the gap in between successive lashes was a thousandth of an instant. It was easier said than done to dodge every one of them. Not only so, people already realized that Luo Huai'er was chasing up to Shi Yi while dodging the whip shadows. Luo Huai'er had swept through 100 feet across the void, closing in on Shi Yi. She was about to catch up. Luo Huai'er flicked her hand as the red ribbon-like sword slashed out. Due to the oddness of the soft sword, at the instant of its cleaving, the sword tip lagged behind due to its softness, but with the force of the blade reaching its limits, the sword tip whipped out at an even faster speed, shooting straight at Shi Yi. Phew! Like a fire python sticking its tongue out, the strike thrust straight at Shi Yi's chest with roaring fire elemental Yuan Qi at an odd angle. Shield of Darkness. Shi Yi waved her hand as the power of darkness condensed in front of her. The black vortex formed was Shi Yi's Shield of Darkness. Luo Huai'er's strike stabbed straight into the center of the Shield of Darkness. Ka-cha! The Shield of Darkness shattered immediately. Luo Huai'er's attack was just too powerful. Immediately following that, overwhelming fire elemental energies flared. Dao Domain of Fire. With Luo Hui's nomological insight, it was only natural for her to have gained insights into her own Dao domain, and it was of excellent grade. The moment the Dao domain appeared, tongues of fire deluged the surroundings, as though a volcano had erupted beneath Luo Hui's sword. The desolate plains were engulfed by the flames, as stones turned to lava. Back! Move back immediately! People exclaimed. The suppressive pressure of the flame coming from Luo Hui's strike was just too powerful. Standing beyond the battle arena, it was as though they were immersed in a prison of fire. They felt like their vitality was being consumed by the fire. As people retreated, the flames churning in the battle arena culminated into a climax, as it blasted in one crazy explosion. Firestorms swept the area, engulfing everything. See? Suddenly, a black snake shot towards the sky amid the turbulent flames, as it gave out a painful hiss. It's Xie's aspect totem. Someone shouted, but they could hardly keep their eyes open in the fierce firestorm. This battle was too intense. The battle between two extremely talented women was a clash like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. It far exceeded the battle involving Yi Yun and Yi Yi. Even though they were watching the battle from afar, it left them out of breath. What is the outcome? People stared at the battle arena with widened eyes, afraid of missing any scene. However, the firestorm completely blocked the sights of everyone. Chapter 937, Eternal Eventide Star. Half a minute had passed before the flames gradually dissipated. Everyone focused their eyes, but the scene in the arena stifled their breaths. There was a gigantic purple eye floating above the arena. In the eye's pupil, there was what seemed to be a vast and endless spiraling galaxy. The large and dazzling stars drifted through the galaxy in such a manner that they seemed to have a grip on anyone who glanced at them. They pulled at them with no means of escape. This was definitely no ordinary illusion, but it was also impossible for an eye to contain a true galaxy. Instead, it was a distant sector of the universe that had been projected into the pupil. This technique was very astounding. The collapse of stars, the descent of the eternal night. You should be proud that you were able to force me to use the eternal eventide star technique. The black-dressed Yi slowly landed in front of the gigantic eye. Her clothes were fluttering gently, while her hair was being blown around in the wind, making her look exceedingly elegant. Eternal eventide star technique? What sort of technique is that? The members of the Luo clan were puzzled regarding this matter. Ancient factions like the Luo clan and the Eternal Eventide Sea, that had existed for more than 100 million years, would have explored countless mystic realms. It would not be surprising to find remnant copies of mystic techniques that were on the Divine Lord level in them. However, despite having these ancient mystic techniques present in the faction, they were usually extremely demanding and difficult to comprehend. Coupled with the lack of available instruction, the number of people that could master such techniques were exceedingly scarce. For the Eternal Eventide Star technique to have such an astounding effect when being conjured by someone with a cultivation level at the Heaven Ascension Perfection realm, to the point of being able to project a galaxy that was located in the far reaches of the universe, it was most likely an ancient heritage obtained by the Eternal Eventide Sea from a particular mystic realm. Such a heritage was most likely incomplete, so it definitely needed extraordinary perception just to gain some basic mastery in it. With the Eternal Eventide Star technique being used, the entire arena was shrouded in darkness. It was like an eternal night had fallen as darkness penetrated every inch of the area. When Luo Hui was enveloped by the Eternal Eventide, she felt like the world external to her became increasingly unreal, and the darkness became more and more extensive and viscous, like it was engulfing everything and isolating her from everything. Luo Hui suddenly sensed that the southern desolate mountain plains were moving far away from her, and the surrounding warriors had also opened up a distance from her, like she was being isolated. A seal. Luo Hui immediately realized what had happened. And at this moment, the audience was seeing a completely different scenario. What they saw was that the viscous darkness was gradually shrinking again and again under the envelopment of the gigantic eye. It went from shrouding the entire arena to a vortex of darkness that was several feet wide. Next, the dark vortex had shrunk to a few inches in size, a black ball the size of a peach. When this happened, Shi grabbed it with her hand. That is, the millions of spectators had witnessed this spectacle. An expansive zone of perpetual eventide had been shrunk to the size of a peach. No! It was already smaller than the size of a peach, and Luo Huier, who had been enveloped by it, had already vanished along with it. Could Luo Huier be trapped in that tiny black ball? Everyone looked at the black ball. Having great eyesight as warriors, they could discern all of the details of the black ball despite the large distance. It resembled a mini-universe. On the boundary of the darkness, there was a projection of uncountable stars. Despite it being small in size, it gave people a sense of magnificence. Princess Purple Spirit. What did you do to Princess Purple Spirit? The millions of spectators could not remain calm. Princess Purple Spirit, the most talented person in the Luo clan, had been sealed in a ball of darkness. With a ball the size of a peach or smaller, who knew what had happened to Princess Purple Spirit? Humph! Luo Huier has been sealed in my eternal eventide star. Without me willing it, she will forever be lost in a chaotic space, never to escape. Over time, her power will be gradually eroded by the darkness, turning her into a cripple. Or with a simple thought of mine, her body will be devoured by the darkness. Shi said brightly as the surrounding members of the Luo clan had turned anxious. Let Princess Purple Spirit out! People shouted. It was fine even if the battle was lost, but Princess Purple Spirit was not to be harmed. Let her out? Ha 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 ha! Shi laughed out in a clear and charming manner. I will let her out, but not yet. She has to pay the price for her arrogance. This is the outcome of challenging me and challenging my eternal eventide clan. In 2 hours, I will release her from the eternal eventide star. Considering how talented she is, she should be able to endure it for 2 hours. Shi said with a sneer. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Yun. The next person will be you. Do you think that your strength is heads and shoulders above the eternal eventide sea after defeating Yi? I will let you know how hopeless the gap between the two of us is. You will experience a hopelessness that resembles sinking into the eternal and infinite eventide. Shi Ye's words were extremely arrogant. Yi Yun frowned slightly. She really was detestable, making him feel like beating her up. Just as he was pondering about how the eternal eventide star technique could be cracked, Yi Yun suddenly uttered a light cry. He looked at the black ball in Shi Ye's hand. The darkness energy that was stable had suddenly become chaotic. Ha! Shi Yi felt a jolt as she looked at the completely sealed eternal eventide star. As its creator, she could clearly sense that the world of darkness that she had built up was collapsing from the inside. What? The eternal eventide star was equivalent to a small world that was created by Shi Yi. In this small world, she was the overlord, but now, the world was collapsing. Sha! 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 Fiery red beams burst out of the ball of darkness, riddling the boundary of the ball with hundreds, if not thousands, of holes. From afar, the eternal eventide star looked like a radiant sun. How could this be possible? Shi Ye's expression changed drastically. As one of the few people in the eternal eventide sea who could master the eternal eventide star technique, Shi Yi understood how powerful this mystic technique was, but now, it looked like it was being dismantled. Was it Luo Huier? How could she crack it? Shi Yi had no time to ponder about it as the amount of red light that burst out of the eternal eventide star increased and grew in intensity. It was like the eternal eventide star had been ignited. Without any choice, Shi Yi leaped back because the peach-sized eternal eventide star was emitting thousands of beams of dazzling light at this moment. The entire arena was blinding. Boom! A violent explosion could be heard as a phantom image of a goddess of war dressed in armor charged out of the exploding eternal eventide star. She was as tall as the mountains, and she had a broadsword in her hand. The gold armor that covered her shone brilliantly. Goddess of the river Luo. It was the Luo clan's totem, the ancient Fae, goddess of the river Luo. Millions of Luo clan clansmen exclaimed. The goddess of the river Luo, which could only be seen during rituals, had appeared in front of their. Chapter 938, Skyfire Lunar Occultation. Goddess of the river Luo was the totem ancestor of the Luo clan. She had a feminine image when compared to a female human, but where her legs should be was a snake's tail. With broadsword in hand, Goddess Luo's body charged into the sky, but her tail remained in the eternal eventide star. And at that moment, her broadsword came slashing straight at Shi. The strike had an indomitable momentum, and within the sword beam, Luo Horror had transformed into a stream of light that merged with the sword beam. At that moment, Shi could discern two swords in Luo Hoyer's hands. One of them was a soft sword that resembled a red ribbon which Luo Horror had used earlier. As for the other sword that made its first appearance, it was a broadsword about as wide as a palm. It was dark red in color, and there were complicated runes engraved on the blade. A soft sword and a heavy sword were weapons that did not seem compatible when used together, but they were perfectly used in unison by Luo Hoyer. Two sword beams slashed out at the same time. Skyfire Lunar Occultation. At the moment the two swords landed, it was as though the heaven and earth had turned into a sea of fire. Shi clenched her teeth as the gigantic eye in the sky poured down black chaos. She cracked her whip that snapped straight at Luo Hoyer's attack. The dark galaxy spiraled while it collided with the surging skyfire. Boom! An intense explosion resulted in an inferno, turning into a radiant sun in the sky. The slash from the two swords, combined with the might of the goddess Luo, caused the darkness surrounding Shi to dissipate from the fire. Luo Hoyer's sword moved forward unopposed, stabbing in between Shi's eyebrows. Pang! Shi trembled as the metallic accessory on her forehead shattered. Endless fire elemental energy nearly tore through Shi's soul, sending her retreating. Her face was pale, and on her fair-skinned forehead, a scar had been left behind by Luo Hoyer. The scar was the size of a plum, resembling a black flame. It was a burn mark from Luo Hoyer's sword tip. Such a scar could easily be treated using precious elixirs, but it was greatly humiliating to have a scar appear on Shi's face. Shi held one hand to her forehead as remnant fire elemental energy surged within her. The flames that were cultivated by Luo Horror were undying in nature. It seemed to consume Shi's energy to replenish itself, allowing it to continue for prolonged periods of time. Shi's meridians were injured, preventing her from dissolving the wanton energies. In midair, the gigantic eye had already dissipated, while the goddess of the river Luo was gradually fading away as well. Luo Horror stood in midair with the soft sword in one hand, and a broadsword in another as her clothes fluttered. The millions of spectators fell silent momentarily upon seeing the outcome. Luo Hoyer had been sealed within the eternal eventide star, a technique suspected to be an ancient mystic technique. It was an odd attack and nomologically profound. After all, it was able to project a distant galaxy. However, such a sealing technique had been slashed apart by a single move from Luo Hoyer. After slashing apart the eternal eventide star, Luo Horror had used Skyfire Lunar Occultation to defeat Shi in one strike. The battle did not give people the opportunity to even breathe from beginning to end. Was this really a battle between Heaven Ascension realm warriors? Seeing the arena that was nearly reduced to lava from the flames, the spectators were distraught. Be it the profound laws or the terrifying energy fluctuations from the attacks, they had surpassed the limits of Heaven Ascension realm warriors. It even surpassed most Tao Manifestation realm warriors. Her Highness has won. The Luo clan's warriors were extremely excited. With Princess Purple Spirit exhibiting her prowess, revealing the goddess of the Luo River, they felt a collective sense of pride. As for the people from the Eternal Eventide Sea, they had ugly expressions. Their Eternal Eventide Sea was here to fight Qi Zhuoyun, and they did not think much of Qi Zhuoyun's wipeout of the Luo clan. But just moments ago, Yi Yun had first instantly defeated Yi Yi with a brick, followed by Princess Purple Spirit defeating Goddess Shi Yi in a grand manner. As for what Shi Yi previously said, it was still fresh on their minds, but in a blink of an eye, their Eternal Eventide Sea had suffered an abject defeat. Not only was Shi Yi disgraced, they felt disgraced as ordinary clansmen as well. As Shi Yi listened to the jubilant cheers from the Luo clan's warriors, her face turned pale. She stared angrily at Luo Huaer before her figure flashed. She returned to her seat of honor after transforming into a plume of black smoke. I want to see how many times she can remain undefeated, Shi Yi said coldly. As Yi Yun looked at Shi Yi, he felt rather speechless. She had lost so badly to the point of being unable to redeem herself, yet she insisted on watching the battles to wait for the moment of Luo Huaer's defeat. Even if Luo Huaer were to be defeated, the person who defeated her would not be Shi Yi. And at this moment, another wave of cheers was heard from the millions of warriors. Oracle Fei Empire's Demon Girl had accepted the challenge from Tian Yaping of the World Margin Sect, and she had clinched victory. Tian Yaping looked disheartened. He was planning on flexing his skills at the event but was eliminated right from the beginning. Just Demon Girl alone had rendered him helpless in defeat, much less Qi Zhuoyun. He did not even find his footing when he set foot in the arena before he was defeated. In the seats of honor, Yu Tianfeng said with a laugh, Demon Girl is not lacking in strength. If anyone were to belittle her, they will suffer heavy losses and remember their terrible mistake. It was hard to tell what was on Tianya Haoyue's mind as the corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't it perfect that she doesn't lack strength? This would indicate that Qi Zhuoyun's strength is something worth looking forward to. While speaking, he made his move. Like a swimming dragon, he descended upon the desolate plain. He shook a feathered fan and looked extremely refined. He resembled a scholar that dabbled in poetry more than a warrior. Senior brother Haoyue! Senior brother Haoyue! The World Margin Sect disciples shouted loudly. Their euphoria was uniform, sending cheers that resounded in waves throughout the southern desolate mountain plains. As the top disciple of the World Margin Sect, Tianya Haoyue represented power amongst the sect's disciples. The World Margin Sect advocated the importance of strength. Whoever could overpower the rest to become the strongest took the top spot. Tian Yaping's defeat had caused a dark cloud to hang over the World Margin Sect disciples, but it was swept clean by Tianya Haoyue's appearance. They were filled with limitless anticipation that Tianya Haoyue would redeem the World Margin Sect. Who shall participate in the battle? Tianya Haoyue asked. Near the arena, Nonying took a deep breath. She knew she had nearly no chance at winning the battle, but since she had been chosen, she could not retreat from the fight. Even though her opponent was very powerful, she was bent on treating the battle seriously, so as to not sully the White Fox clan's reputation. Now, Yi Yi, Tian Yaping and Demon Girl had each fought a battle. The remaining were top geniuses from the various factions. Without any other opponent, she could only battle Tianya Haoyue. Even though she knew that her hopes were slim. Phew! A soft figure landed across Tianya Haoyue. Chapter 939, Catoptric Deflection. Nonying wore a white short-sleeved robe with golden bells attached to her snow-white wrists and ankles. She was an exquisite beauty, with large eyes and an unsmiling face. She immediately attracted the attention of everyone when she appeared. White Fox Clan, Nonying. Nonying said calmly. Tianya Haoyue gave a faint smile and said, I'd have been somewhat interested in meeting Princess White Fox in battle, but for you. Tianya Haoyue shook his head, clearly feeling great disdain for Nonying. He flapped his feathered fan and said, Make your move, I'll give you a 3-move handicap. Tianya Haoyue shook his fan, with no intention to reveal his weapon. Nonying's face turned slightly warm as she tiptoed on her toes slightly, taking a step forward with a curious kind of footwork. Ding! A clear ringing sound of bells instantly resounded in everyone's ears. It was pleasing to the ears, but it caused people to fall into a trance when they heard it. At the same time, Nonying's footwork was not ordinary. It looked like an elegant dance, but taking another look would put one end up in stupefaction. Nonying darted towards Tianya Haoyue. Despite her speed not appearing to be fast, she left behind a series of shadows in the eyes of millions of warriors. The clear ringing of the bells succeeded one after another. Tianya Haoyue chuckled, but he did not enter a defensive pose, allowing Nonying to come at him. I said that I'll give you a 3-move handicap. During these 3 moves, I'll not move a single step. Tianya Haoyue's words echoed throughout the southern desolate mountain plains, causing Nonying to frown. As for the White Fox disciples, they were upset because of his statement. Nonying was one of the 2 shadow twins. Furthermore, she was even stronger than Nonyue. Even if she was no match for Tianya Haoyue, it was an act of arrogance to not even make a single move. Yi Yun had defeated Yi in a devastating manner, but that was with Yi Yun using a real attack on Yi. Although Yi Yun had used a brick, the brick was flickering with nomological runes that looked profound in nature. It was clearly not an ordinary move. As for Tianya Haoyue, he was crazier than Yi Yun. If that's the case, try taking this. Nonying said coldly. Ding ding ding. The bells rang in close succession as Nonying's figure transformed into countless shadows in the midst of the ringing. Warriors who had low cultivation levels were already feeling dizzy. Just listening to the ringing seemed to induce blood vomiting. The motions that the shadows did were varied, but they attacked Tianya Haoyue simultaneously. All possible angles for dodging had been sealed off. Some people could not even stand firmly in the face of the ringing, so how was one to withstand the overwhelming attack? Many warriors were secretly horrified. Although the White Fox clan's shadow twins were rather famous, they paled in comparison at this event. But when Nonying made her move, the warriors came to a realization that these geniuses that seemingly paled in comparison were the cream of the crop that stood out from billions of warriors. Nonying had went all out on her first move. However, Tianya Haoyue remained composed. He stood in his original spot with a smile, apparently having no intention of dodging. Seeing the attacks about to land, Tianya Haoyue mentally conjured something immediately as a transparent wall appeared around him. This wall was resonating with ripples, slightly reflecting the sunlight like the surface of water. Nonying's countless shadows were reflected on this watery wall. Ding! As the ringing suddenly reached a single crescendo, all of the shadows vanished. Nonying was sent flying backwards, stumbling when she landed on the ground. Her face was pale as blood flowed out of her ears. What just happened? Nonyue, who had been clenching her fist and hoping that Nonying would teach Tianya Haoyue a brutal lesson, was astounded. The White Fox disciples were puzzled as well. Nonying was the one attacking emotionless Tianya Haoyue, but why was Nonying the one injured? Nonying's ears are bleeding. She had received attacks from the ringing of bells. It's Nonying's own attack. Why did that happen? A White Fox disciple asked in a fascinated manner. Catoptric deflection. That is the top martial technique of our World Margin sect. Only senior brother Haoyue was able to master it among the younger generation of disciples. Catoptric deflection can sense all nomological changes in the opponent's martial arts, replicating it perfectly. This is what it means to pay somebody back with her own coin. A World Margin sect disciple smugly said. For the World Margin sect to possess such a top martial technique, as World Margin sect disciples, they too gained pride from it, so it was natural for them to take the opportunity to promote it. Quickly make your next move. You still have 2 more to go. Tianya Haoyue said. Nonying raised her hand and she used her slender fingers to wipe the blood from her ears before suddenly charging forward. This time, her actions were much slower than before, but the ringing was more intensive and ringing at a greater frequency. Visible warping of space could be seen around her. And within the warped space, countless threads appeared alongside the ringing of the bells. Nonying was centered amid the threads, filling almost the entire space. Suddenly, all the threads gathered as one. The threads tore through the void and swept towards Tianya Haoyue. The spectating warriors felt a tingling pain in their eyes, for every thin thread contained extremely lethal and horrifying power. This is a nomological move Sis learned while in the primordial Empyrean heaven, Nong Yue said. She knew what was on Nonying's mind. Even if she were to be defeated, she wanted to make Tianya Haoyue do the act of blocking. Not bad, but it's useless against me. Tianya Haoyue sneered as light from catoptric deflection bloomed. Bam! Nonying flew backwards like a kite with a broken thread, before collapsing to the ground. Her white arms and calves were covered in streaks of blood as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked like she was in a miserable state. Tianya Haoyue shook his head and waved his fan, saying, "You are too weak. Sis." Nong Yue's face turned pale as she angrily looked at Tianya Haoyue. "You were too harsh on her." Other than Nong Yue, many of the warriors could tell that Nonying's attacking strength was inferior to Tianya Haoyue. He did not simply reflect the move, he had enhanced the replication of Nonying's move before returning it to her. In the series of battles, everyone else only did what was necessary, but Tianya Haoyue showed no mercy, seriously injuring Nonying. Tianya Haoyue shook his head as he ignored Nong Yue completely. Instead, he looked at the pale Nonying. "You still have one more move, which is also the last move. Do not disappoint me any further." He still wanted to carry on fighting? Nonying was already severely injured. Under such circumstances, the outcome was already decided. With him saying this, was he intentionally trying to humiliate her? The White Fox disciples were enraged. In the seats of honor, Princess White Fox's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to say a word, Nonying had already stood up. "You can throw in the towel if you wish," Tianya Haoyue said. Nonying looked calm as she said, "This is the final move. Take it." In the arena, she represented the White Fox clan, so how could she throw in the towel? Princess White Fox looked at Nonying, and from Nonying's eyes, she could see determination. She did not say another word, for this was a battle belonging to Nonying. In a series of bell chimes, Nonying's head was lowered slightly, but when she raised her head and opened her eyes had turned scarlet, as though she was a real fox. At the same time, her aura suffused an air of extreme danger. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from Nonying's petite body as her figure instantly disappeared from where she was standing. A deep crater suddenly appeared where she stood as cracks like spiderwebs emanated across the ground. A rare change appeared in Tianya Haoyue's expression as a coldness flashed in his eyes. At the same moment, the feathered fan in his hand emitted a dazzling brilliance. Catoptric deflection activated once again, conjuring a gigantic mirror surface that stood in front of him. Bam! A loud explosion boomed like a mountain that was crumbling. And from within the explosion burst of light, a figure flew out. Princess White Fox rushed from the seats of honor, and when she landed gently on the ground, she held a blood-covered Nonying, whose eyes were closed tightly, in one hand. As for her other hand, she flicked her long sleeves, dissipating the remaining forces. Chapter 940, Shi Zhuoyun's Round. A killing intent flashed in Princess White Fox's eyes when she saw Nonying's state. You knew that Nonying was not your match, but you remained so heavy-handed. I'm really sorry. Tianya Haoyue laughed heartily. I did not expect this outcome as well. The power of catoptric deflection depends completely on the attacker, reflecting any move after it is enhanced in power. Who knew that she was unable to withstand a fight? Yet, she insisted on using such a move without understanding her own strength. It's only normal for her to be severely injured. Tianya Haoyue's words infuriated the White Fox disciples. Tianya Haoyue was pushing it too far. I'll mark your words of it being only normal.
Princess White Fox stood up with Noniing in her arms.
Her expression was cold as she said, "I'll make you pay the price."
"Oh? I'll be waiting." Tianya Haoyue did not seem to mind Princess White Fox's threat.
"I've long heard that Princess White Fox has a powerful bloodline.
It's something I want to see."
As a haughty person by nature, Tianya Haoyue completely belittled Princess White Fox. Princess White Fox handed Noniing to Nonyue before feeding Noniing a relic. But at this moment, a red cloud descended upon the southern desolate mountain plains. "I can agree to your wish to battle Tianya Haoyue, but you might no longer have a chance.
We are the only two left that has not fought."
The person who spoke was Qi Zhuiyun.
He shook his spear in one hand as he emanated an unstoppable aura.
From the beginning of the matchups, Yi Yun, Luo Hor and company had each fought once, leaving only Qi Zhuiyun and Princess White Fox. With Qi Zhuiyun saying this, millions of warriors turned their heads to look at him. The situation was filled with twists. Princess White Fox had just challenged Tianya Haoyue, but Qi Zhuiyun wanted to battle her first. If Princess White Fox were to lose, there was no need for her to battle Tianya Haoyue. Qi Zhuiyun was publicly acknowledged to be extremely mighty.
Princess White Fox took a deep breath as her face turned sullen.
Her figure vanished and with an accompanying electric flash, her figure appeared across Qi Zhuiyun.
"I'll fight you," said Princess White Fox.
As a representative of the entire White Fox clan, she had to accept the challenge from anyone.
Above the southern desolate mountain plains, millions of warriors were feeling their blood boil with excitement.
Qi Zhuiyun versus Princess White Fox.
Previously, Luo Hui's stunning performance was an eye-opener for everyone, and with Princess White Fox on par with Luo Hui, how magnificent would she be? Princess Shui! Princess Shui! The White Fox disciples' cheers resounded.
At this moment, Tianya Haoyue had returned to his seat.
Tianya Haoyue flapped his fan, ignoring the cheers of adoration the White Fox disciples gave their princess. Princess White Fox wanted to defeat Qi Zhuiyun?
That was unlikely, as Qi Zhuiyun was someone who had gained the approval of a divine lord.
At this moment, Qi Zhuiyun made his move.
He vibrated the tip of his spear, causing flames to twirl around the spear immediately.
Boom!
A blinding flare burst above the southern desolate mountain plains, as Qi Zhuiyun's figure appeared in front of Princess White Fox in a blink of an eye. The burning spear thrust straight towards the middle of Princess White Fox's eyebrows. Princess White Fox's white hair fluttered as energy surged in front of her. However, she remained composed. Lightning bolts flashed all over her body as her slender finger tapped the spear tip gently. Princess White Fox's snow-white finger collided with the flaming spear that was indomitable. The spear seemed like it could pierce through everything and demolish mountains.
Bam!
A thundering blast caused the ground to quake. Flames and lightning bolts blast out simultaneously as red and bluish-white yuan qi radiated in all directions from the explosive center.
Countless cracks appeared on the ground.
After one strike, half of the area where Princess White Fox and Qi Zhuiyun stood had charred, while every plant in the other half withered.
Princess White Fox's white finger was left with a bloody wound. Again!
Qi Zhuiyun carved the ground with his spear as his Shura Dao domain appeared once again. In the Dao domain, his killing intent raged. Princess White Fox crossed her hands, and in the middle of her palms, a strange eye suddenly appeared.
The eye seemed to come from ancient times. When the spectating warriors saw this eye, they could not help but shudder in fear. Eye of the Sky Fox.
At the same time, Princess White Fox closed her eyes slightly, and when she opened her eyes resembled the eye of the Sky Fox.
Princess White Fox mouthed the words, "Nine-tailed domain."
Under the eye of the Sky Fox's watchful eye, Qi Zhuiyun, as well as his Shura Dao domain, was enveloped by the nine-tailed domain.
Her Highness has already grasped the nine-tailed domain.
In the seats of honor, Chu Yunjian was astonished. Her Highness had a lightning Dao domain to begin with, and now, with the nine-tailed domain, wouldn't it be a dual Dao domain? Bai Yueqing nodded and revealed a look of satisfaction.
The nine-tailed domain was a Dao domain exclusive to the nine-tailed white fox. It was a Dao domain of an ancient phase, much more powerful than a lightning Dao domain.
What terrifying talent! Princess Xuer has far exceeded me at the same realm, Xu Yunjian said with a sigh. Xu Yunjian was also a top genius, and he was not wrong. This was indeed a match between two extremely talented elites. The two did not probe the other or hold back their skills. They were using their true skills from the onset. Qi Jueyan has been sealed in the nine-tailed domain. Xuer plans on winning in one move, so she did not hold back at all. Bai Yueqing's eyes turned serious. It was possible to defeat Qi Jueyan by combining the nine-tailed domain with the Eye of the Skyfox. In the nine-tailed domain, Princess White Fox's figure had quickly shrunk and disappeared. Only a gigantic Eye of the Skyfox was left in the nine-tailed domain that stared intently at Qi Jueyan. At this moment, Luo Hor looked elsewhere. Demon Girl, who belonged to the Oracle Fey Empire like Qi Jueyan, was stepping up as well. She had previously defeated Tian Yaping, and after a short break, she had her sights on Yi Yun.
Come on. Demon Girl wiggled her finger.
She had a wild kind of beauty, so her wiggling finger did not appear frivolous at all. The southern desolate mountain plains were extremely wide, and with the spectating warriors leaving ample space for the battle participants, two battles could be simultaneously carried out. First things first, I will not be giving you a chance if you want to use that metallic seal to whack me,
Demon Girl said.
Yi Yun chuckled. If a clan's genius were to be defeated by a brick in public, it would indeed leave a psychological scar. Similarly, Yi Yun was not planning on using the Heaven Upheaval seal to deal with Demon Girl. After all, a weapon like a brick was only used by Yi Yun when the person pissed him off. Yi Yun wiped his interspatial ring as a sword immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing Yi Yun switch weapons, Demon Girl did not look relaxed either. On the contrary, her eyes squinted like a beast as she stared intently at Yi Yun.
Yi Yun was very strong.
Demon Girl slowly lifted her arms and with a whoosh, long claws stretched out from her hands. At the same time, her entire form changed, looking more like a fey beast than human.
Watch it!
Just as Demon Girl's voice faded, her figure had disappeared from where she was standing. Immediately following that, Yi Yun sensed an intense energy source coming from in front of him, but there was only an emptiness in front of him.
There was no one. Chapter 941, Have some fun with you.
It was not that there was nobody there, but Demon Girl had turned invisible.
Yi Yun sensed the distortion of the space around him under the influence of laws. Its spatial dimension laws.
Luo Hor could tell very clearly from her seat of honor.
It's not easy to change the 12 Empyrean Heavens spatial dimension laws at the Heaven Ascension realm, Yi Yun thought.
This most likely had something to do with Demon Girl's bloodline. Different ancient Fae grasped different laws, so it was likely that Demon Girl's bloodline was related to an ancient Fae that grasped spatial dimension laws. Spatial dimension laws were extremely odd. Demon Girl seemed to enter the void, making it difficult to locate her whereabouts.
People who did not know spatial dimension laws would not even be able to put up a defense.
But at this moment in time, Yi Yun had brandished his sword. Yi Yun slashed out at an empty space in front of him. Dao patterns condensed on the sword's blade, and as the beam sliced through space, distortions immediately appeared in the space.
What was Yi Yun doing? Was he trying to crack Demon Girl's spatial dimension laws by taking the initiative to attack? In a blink of an eye, Yi Yun had slashed dozens of times successively. Distortions could be seen everywhere in space as Yi Yun ignored when or from where Demon Girl would attack. He just slashed out again and again.
Wherever there was an energy fluctuation, Yi Yun would slash in that direction. He had spent a great deal of time in the Heavenly Slaughter Array, fighting countless opponents in it.
Hence, he was very keen when it came to energy fluctuations. Ka-cha!
At this moment, a sound similar to a chicken egg cracking was heard as Demon Girl suddenly appeared nearby. Her expression was ugly when she appeared. She was also retreating without any qualms, like she was trying to open up a gap between her and Iyun. However, Iyun was already pursuing her with his sword pointed at her. There were Dao patterns appearing beneath his feet, and although Iyun's speed did not appear to be fast, every step allowed him to traverse a great distance. In a blink of an eye, Iyun had appeared behind Demon Girl. Dang! Demon Girl immediately turned around and swiped with her sharp claws. 10 spatial rifts immediately appeared in front of Iyun. However, Iyun did not dodge the spatial rifts. He slashed down with a sword beam that resembled lightning. Above the sword beam, Dao patterns trembled, vanquishing the 10 spatial rifts, reducing them to countless black dots, and Iyun passed through these black dots. His sword was pointed straight at Demon Girl's throat. Demon Girl retreated again and again. But the sword beam caught up to her at an even faster speed. Wah! Demon Girl came to a stop, her face ashen. Just in front of her throat, the slightly quivering sword came to a stop. Iyun just needed to move his hand slightly forward, and her throat would be penetrated. I've lost, Demon Girl said in a whisper. She had defeated Tian Yaping in a devastating manner. Similarly, Iyun had defeated her with his indomitable sword that undermined her efforts. Only then did the warrior audience manage to react. Iyun had been using the same move from the beginning, never taking a step back. They were both geniuses, but there was a huge gap between them. If any one of them had fought Iyun, they would not have been able to even withstand a single strike. On the eternal eventide seaside, Yi Yi watched Iyun standing on the arena with his sword in hand. It was unknown what was on his mind. Even their goddess Shi Yi had been eliminated, but Iyun had solidly come up on top, as one of the top talents. Even if he were to be defeated later, he would definitely garner the appreciation of the alliance. Iyun had used a brick to humiliate him, and it was foreseeable that Iyun's future would be more promising than his. Now, Iyun was receiving the kudos of the Luo clan after trampling on him and Demon Girl. Just as Luo Huo'er mentioned, a warrior's world depended on strength. Yi Yi had a strong feeling that the gap between him and Iyun would only grow wider in time. Little Iyun, not bad at all. Luo Huo'er gave Iyun a smile from afar. At this moment, Iyun had also came to the seats of honor. Qi Zhuiyun and Princess White Fox's battle was still ongoing. Princess White Fox stood mid-air, as her skirt fluttered in the wind while her silvery white hair moved around freely in the wind. Maintaining a lightning domain and nine-tailed domain, as well as the eye of the Skyfox simultaneously was very taxing on Princess White Fox. At this moment, a nine-tailed White Fox phantom image appeared behind Princess White Fox. Simultaneously, lightning flashed as a blinding bolt of lightning condensed into a sword in her hand. Princess White Fox held the sword and she thrust at Qi Zhuiyun from afar. At the same time, a lightning bolt that manifested as a sword appeared above Qi Zhuiyun as it slashed down at him. Heaven's Prison Electro-Penance. When this strike appeared, it was like divine lightning struck from heaven from out of nowhere. The millions of spectating warriors could feel a tingling sensation on their skin despite standing far away. If it were them at the same cultivation realm, there was nothing that they could do but face death against this terrifying strike, considering how Qi Zhuiyun was sealed in a nine-tailed domain and being stared at intently by the eye of the Skyfox. And in the nine-tailed domain, Qi Zhuiyun, who was facing this strike head-on, had the surrounding space around him sealed, with no room for him to dodge. Qi Zhuiyun clenched his spear tightly as he was not planning on dodging as well. Qi Zhuiyun roared as the Shura domain beneath his feet suddenly contracted. A dark crimson color gathered on his spear, like it was forged out of a blood pool in hell. Just to look at it gave people a jolt through their very souls. This strike is called Shura. Qi Zhuiyun's aura surged violently as terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. He thrust his spear out at the strike above him. The sword and spear clashed in a blink of an eye.
However, the terrifying collision resulted in a moment of silence. After the silence, the energy from the two strikes burst outwards in a circular shockwave. The ground quaked, and wherever the energy passed, everything was flattened. Princess White Fox's face turned white as blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The contrast that the scarlet blood created over her fair skin was a captivating pathos. The warriors held their breaths as they looked in Qi Jueyun's direction. Who was the winner and who was the loser? In the raging dust storm, a red figure holding a spear slowly walked out. His figure was as straight as his spear. Wah! With a tremble of his spear, Qi Jueyun said with a cold expression, "You have lost." Princess White Fox eventually lost to Qi Jueyun. The battle process was extremely intense, causing others to feel shortness of breath. There was a long moment of silence on the southern desolate mountain plains. In the seats of honor, Bai Yueqing clenched his fan tightly as he stared intently at Qi Jueyun. Beside him, Chu Yunjian also exhaled gently. Qi Jueyun is too strong. I have never seen such talent in my life before. Chu Yunjian's words were not exaggerated. He too was a top genius, but Qi Jueyun gave him a feeling that he was the strongest person of the same generation. Qi Jueyun was indeed extraordinary for him to gain the recognition of felicitous Rain Lord. Shuer's cultivation realm is still a bit too low, Bai Yueqing said with a sullen expression. Qi Jueyun is at the half-step Dao manifestation realm, while Princess White Fox is at the Heaven Ascension perfection realm, with a rich nine-tailed white fox bloodline. There is a gap, but even if Princess White Fox were to enter the half-step Dao manifestation realm, do you think that she will be able to defeat Qi Jueyun? I think it's very unlikely. What a pity that Princess White Fox would lose her first round. She previously mentioned that she wanted to teach me a lesson, but it looks like she no longer has the chance to. Tian Yahaoyue's emotionless voice came from the side. It wasn't said softly, and many people present could read between the lines. Princess White Fox, who had just returned from the arena, also heard it clearly. She faltered slightly. She could ignore Tian Yahaoyue's verbal humiliation, but he had deliberately injured Nongying and he still remained so arrogant. Unfortunately, she had been defeated in a single battle, no longer having the chance to battle Tian Yahaoyue. Ha ha! Goddess Shi Yi and Princess White Fox have both been defeated. It seems that the both of them do not live up to their reputations. Now, there's only Qi Jueyun and the two from the Luo clan. I'm rather interested in how Luo Horror will fare. Tian Yahaoyue's tone was extremely arrogant, so arrogant that the White Fox disciples wanted to brutally beat him up. As for the defeated Eternal Eventide clan, they were feeling vexed as well. To dare say he is rather interested. Who does he think he is? The Luo clan disciples were infuriated as well. This person was too good at posturing. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Curb your interest. I'll have some fun with you in the next round. Oh? Tian Yahaoyue's eyes turned serious as he looked towards Yi Yun. He saw Yi Yun heading towards the arena on the desolate plains once again after defeating Demon Girl. Chapter 942, Limit of a Move. You? Tian Yahaoyue frowned. As the top disciple of the World Margin sect, he obviously wanted to challenge the strongest person of the Luo clan, Princess Purple Spirit Luo Huier. As for Yi Yun, he had only defeated two substitutes. Be it Yi or Demon Girl, they were only recruited to fill the numbers. Yi Yun was strong, but Tian Yahaoyue felt that Yi Yun was not qualified to fight him. Furthermore, Yi Yun had been overbearing. He did not talk about challenging him, but he used the words "have some fun with you." Who did he think he was? You just finished a round and have expended quite a bit of energy, yet you want to challenge me immediately after that? You truly overestimate yourself. It's fine, it's sufficient to deal with you, Yi Yun said nonchalantly. His words made Luo Huier snigger.
She understood Yi Yun, and she knew that Yi Yun could not stand Tianya Haoyue's vaunting of himself. Since Tianya Haoyue was so good at it, Yi Yun did not back off, and he humiliated him on the matter, instigating his anger. Yi Yun had deliberately said those words, but it was Luo Huire's cup of tea. Other than Luo Huire, when Princess White Fox heard this, she gave Yi Yun a surprised look. Looking at Tianya Haoyue's grim face, the corners of her mouth could not help but curl upwards. When Tianya Haoyue heard Yi Yun's words and Luo Huire snigger, his eyes turned stern. Yi Yun was courting death. Tianya Haoyue was extremely arrogant. Previously, he did not think that Nonying was qualified to battle him. Hence, he had severely injured her. Now, Yi Yun had humiliated him, so there was no way that he would hold back in battle. Since you overestimate your strength, I'll fulfill your desire. As Tianya Haoyue's voice faded, he flew upwards, and arrived on the arena in the desolate plains. Yi Yun versus Tianya Haoyue. The Luo clan disciples were exhilarated. Tianya Haoyue was too arrogant, so they were looking forward to Yi Yun smacking Tianya Haoyue heavily in the face. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! Even the White Fox disciple were shouting as well. Yi Yun, beat him up badly. Yi Yun, come on! The World Margin sect disciples were also shouting, but their voices were incomparable to the disciples from the Luo clan and White Fox clan. Tianya Haoyue's face turned grim as he revealed a sneer. Victory is not something determined by one's mouth. His words were deriding the Luo clan and White Fox disciples, as well as Yi Yun. Yi Yun said scoffingly, "Since you know such a principle, why do you still have so much to say?" Tianya Haoyue's eyes narrowed as he threw his feathered fan forward. Behind him, an endless sea cliff appeared. The sky seemed to darken, as the dark blue sea crashed into the rocks. Mist billowed above the ocean as a bright moon hung in the sky. Its projection was reflected above the surface of the sea in a sparkling manner. Catoptric deflection. Tianya Haoyue used catoptric deflection once again. Back then, he had used this move to crush Nonying. And now, the catoptric deflection that he was using was much more powerful and extraordinary than the one he used against Nonying. There were even phenomena conjured, creating an independent space, enveloping Yi Yun and Tianya Haoyue within it. "Use whatever moves you have," said Tianya Haoyue. "But remember to leave some energy for defense, or you might not be able to withstand the reflection of your own move." It's that move again. That move is really troublesome. It reflects all attacks and all laws. The audience had already seen the strange martial technique. In their opinions, catoptric deflection was an extremely difficult move to deal with. If it reflects moves and laws, can't he just not attack and go for a battle of attrition? Amongst the Luo clan disciples, someone suddenly asked, "Don't attack? Then wouldn't that put Yi Yun in a passive state as he endures attacks?" In a battle between two parties, one of them was in an unassailable position while the other party could only take a beating. If that was the case, there was no need to continue this battle. At this moment, Tianya Haoyue had put his fan away and he had taken out a curved moonblade from his interspatial ring. The catoptric deflection space was shrinking as Tianya Haoyue encroached towards Yi Yun. "Your every attack will be useless against me. You are definitely losing." As he spoke, Tianya Haoyue slashed down with his blade. His strike split into thousands of blade beams, like the moon had descended. Instantly, Yi Yun was in a dangerous situation. Pang pang pang. As the blade beams surged at him, Yi Yun suddenly charged to the right and retreated. However, space in catoptric deflection was limited. Instantly, Yi Yun retreated to the boundary of catoptric deflection. Since the space had already been isolated, there were faint ripples suffusing through the spatial barrier. Attempting to crack it was easier said than done. Yi Yun did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Reflect every attack and law? You really don't feel the embarrassment from boasting. Can you reflect a divine lord or supremacy's attack?"
Catoptric deflection sounded invincible, but it was obvious that catoptric deflection could not reflect every attack. It definitely had its limitations. Divine Lord? Ha ha ha. Tianya Hao Yue guffawed. That question of yours is incurring ridicule on yourself. Are you a divine lord? You aren't even a disciple of a divine lord. If you want to attempt at attacking my catoptric deflection, go ahead. Extreme slaughter, remote heaven severing. Tianya Haoyue brandished the moonblade in his hand as wanton blade beams surged forward. At that moment, it was truly like moon essence had transformed into blade beams, as they rained down like mercury, with no gaps in between. Inside the confined space of catoptric deflection, it was impossible to withstand the blade beams if one did not strike. When the spectators saw Yi Yun, who had been forced into a corner, they held their breaths. Then, try to receive this. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and with a thought, hundreds of flying sabers burst out from around him as they shot towards Tianya Haoyue. Wherever the sabers passed, there was the resonance of energy and a deafening sound. What the hell is Yi Yun doing? In the seats of honor, Prince Crimson Firmament and Bai Yueqing frowned. Didn't Yi Yun see the battle from before? By not figuring out how to crack catoptric deflection seal, Yi Yun would definitely be seriously injured by the reflection of such a powerful attack. Tianya Haoyue sneered. What foolhardiness and stupidity! He brandished his moonblade as the mirror that seemed to fade in and out of existence appeared in front of him to receive the hundreds of flying sabers. Ding! 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 Yi Yun's flying sabers stabbed at the mirror in an indomitable fashion. Luo Horror stared unblinkingly at the mirror. She was already prepared to immediately help Yi Yun that if Tianya Haoyue's reflection was too powerful. Tianya Haoyue was a sinister person and he was ruthless even to Nonying. He would definitely deal a fatal strike at Yi Yun who had offended him. Bam! And sound that resembled an explosive clap of thunder resounded as raging forces ripped the surrounding space, producing several rifts in a 1,000-foot radius. The Luo clan disciples felt their hearts tighten. Space was torn apart, preventing them from seeing the situation above the arena. However, they were stunned when they discerned the situation after everything calmed down. Yi Yun had finished his clash with Tianya Haoyue. Yi Yun stood midair with his sword in hand, while flying sabers surrounded him in a dance. As for Tianya Haoyue, his catoptric deflection was still in front of him, but his chest had been sliced apart by the saber blades. What looked like a gorgeous outfit was instantly no different to a beggar's. However, there was a piece of clothing that emitted a metallic luster beneath his tattered clothes. It was because of this enchanted piece of clothing that Tianya Haoyue wasn't reduced to a bloody state. Tianya Haoyue's expression had already changed drastically. What happened? How could it happen? The spectating warriors were completely unsure of what had happened. But in the seats of honor, Luo Huar and company were able to see it clearly. Catoptric deflection was penetrated by Yi Yun's flying sabers and it failed to put up any resistance. What was going on? Yi Yun turned his head, he looked at Tianya Haoyue, and said with a faint smile, that catoptric deflection of yours doesn't seem to work? Tianya Haoyue's expression turned uglier when Yi Yun said this. What did that punk do? Chapter 943, Purple Dragon's Roar. Catoptric deflection used by Tianya Haoyue was a top-grade martial technique that the World Margin sect retrieved from the Sinkhole mystic realm. Regardless of the cultivation technique that attacked Tianya Haoyue, it would be replicated and reflected. With this martial technique, Tianya Haoyue was considered invincible against his peers. However, catoptric deflection had failed to replicate Yi Yun's sword technique. What could be the reason? If it wasn't for his enchanted armor, Tianya Haoyue would have already been defeated. This was not a life-and-death battle after all. If he was injured, losing by one move was also considered to be a defeat. What the heck did you just do? Tianya Haoyue coldly questioned Yi Yun. He refused to believe that catoptric deflection was ineffective against Yi Yun.
This was something that he had never encountered before. Is there a need to explain what I did? Yi Yun sneered. Catoptric deflection definitely had its limits. It could reflect moves and laws, but if the attack was too powerful or the laws involved were too profound, it would not be able to reflect them. Yi Yun's attack from before had been augmented with a Dao pattern from the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. This mysterious Dao pattern was something that even mighty figures of the 10,000 Fei Emperor in heaven failed to understand, much less Tianya Haoyue. So what if it was catoptric deflection? How was catoptric deflection going to reflect it? Of course, Yi Yun would not explain such matters, but instead, he said with derision, "Isn't the catoptric deflection very awesome, so awesome that it makes you invincible? Why is there a need to wear armor?" The spectating warriors found it humorous when they heard this. Yi Yun remained unsparing with his words, and he specifically targeted Tianya Haoyue's soft spots. No one could have seen the armor worn by Tianya Haoyue previously, but now, it was exposed to millions of pairs of eyes. Upon hearing Yi Yun's mockery, Tianya Haoyue felt that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Tianya Haoyue was accustomed to being in the limelight, but it was not with gazes of distrust and cynicism. Tianya Haoyue clenched his teeth and said, "So what if there's an armor? In a life-and-death battle between warriors, would you complain that the opponent was wearing armor after being killed? What a joke! Weapons, puppets, pills and relics are a part of a warrior's combat strength." As Tianya Haoyue said this, he ripped off his tattered shirt, revealing a layer of soft purplish golden armor. A duel between warriors was not like a trial. Any weapon or armor was free to be used. Yi Yun, curb those words of yours because the person that will lose will be you. Tianya Haoyue took a step forward as he spoke before slashing with his moonblade. Dance of the full moon. Immediately, a cold nether beam tore through the void, forming a silverish white beam that shot towards Yi Yun. Countless blade beams descended from the sky like the pouring of moonlight or the surge of a galaxy. The spectating warriors found it stifling when they saw such an attack. It looked like there was no room for escape, with every angle of retreat being sealed off. Every blade beam looked captivating, but they contained extremely terrifying killing intent. Indeed, as the top disciple of the World Margin sect, Tianya Haoyue was still very powerful without relying on catoptric deflection. From Yi Yun's point of view, it was like he saw a gigantic moon crushing down on him. As the moon rapidly approached him, the dim moonlight became thousands of blade beams, like they would tear him into pieces. Golden Crow Totem. Shao. A gigantic three-legged golden crow shot out from behind Yi Yun as a pure yang inferno consumed the moon. Instantly, there was a burst of light above the southern desolate mountain plains. The blinding light made it difficult to look straight at it. And the intense sounds of collision resembled the pattering of rain in a storm. Fiery beams of light filled the sky like countless scars. What was a clear and beautiful sky now looked as though the firmaments were rupturing. This scene was astounding. Suddenly, a figure charged out of the fiery storm in a dazzling brilliance. Yi Yun thrust his sword straight at Tianya Haoyue. Yi Yun had withstood Dance of the Moon and his strike was aimed straight at Tianya Haoyue's lower spine. Sha! The sword penetrated catoptric deflection's defense and proceeded forward in an indomitable fashion. Despite seeing the sword approaching him and catoptric deflection failing once again, Tianya Haoyue was not alarmed. With a sneer, he focused and circulated his Yuan Qi. Bam! A gigantic shield of light appeared in front of Tianya Haoyue, blocking Yi Yun's strike. Crackle! The sword beam shattered into what seemed like snowflakes. The millions of people that filled the desolate plains held their breaths at this moment. Tianya Haoyue retreated several steps back, but he remained unscathed. The reflection of catoptric deflection had failed, but the shield was able to withstand every attack from Yi Yun. This shield came from the armor. It was the armor again. Your attack is nothing much after all. Tianya Haoyue waved his hand and he wiped away the remaining pure yang flames in front of him. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is a supreme grade Tao manifestation realm armor of my world margin sect, the Purple Dragon's Roar armor. It is indestructible at the Tao manifestation realm. Let's see what you can do to me. In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, it was not uncommon for large factions to prepare top-grade protective items to protect their elite disciples. Protective items were different from assault weapons. Weapons only needed to be sharp and hard, used for killing. However, protective items, even if they were full-bodied armor, would fail to withstand the intrusion of Yuan Qi and laws. They would be ineffective for protection. In order to withstand fatal energy attacks, they needed the warrior to inject Yuan Qi into them as well. As such, armors had an effective cultivation level for use. It allowed a warrior of the corresponding level to push the armor's defensive capabilities to its highest point. Regardless of the cultivation level classification, armors that were considered to be supreme grade were few and far between. It was not commonly seen even amongst large factions. The value of a supreme grade Heaven Ascension realm armor could even be hundreds of times higher than a top grade armor at the Tao manifestation realm. But now, Tianya Haoyue was wearing a supreme grade Tao manifestation realm armor. Tianya Haoyue's cultivation level was at the Heaven Ascension, but in terms of strength, he was not weaker than Tao manifestation realm warriors. Therefore, he was also able to produce the full defensive capabilities of the Purple Dragon's Roar armor. It was not considered bragging to claim that a supreme grade Tao manifestation realm armor was indestructible at the Tao manifestation realm. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Yun's offensive strength was extremely perverse, allowing him to barely break through the supreme grade Tao manifestation realm armor's defense, how much of his offensive strength would there be left after that? It was probably 20 to 30%. How was one to win if one's attack was reduced by 70 to 80% while battling the top genius of the world margin sect? To think that he is using a supreme grade Tao manifestation realm armor. That Tianya Haoyue is shameless. The Luo clan disciples hailed invectives at him. How can clinching victory using an armor be considered talent? If you have the guts, take off your armor. Many Luo clan disciples booed at Tianya Haoyue, but Tianya Haoyue scoffed. Getting one to take off one's armor in a duel between two warriors? How retarded can the words "the lot of you" be? One's background is also a part of one's strength. Yun, if there is anything to blame, blame yourself from coming from a lower realm, making you as poor as dirt. Ha ha ha. Tianya Haoyue guffawed. Supreme grade armor? Indestructible at the Tao manifestation realm? Yun picked his ears and he put the sword in his hand away. As he wiped his interspatial ring, he said, "Then, I want to see if this sword of mine will be able to slash through that supreme grade Tao manifestation realm armor of yours." Just as his voice faded, a rusty ancient sword appeared in Yun's hand. It was in a miserable state, and what rendered people speechless was that the sword was broken. It was only half of a sword. Chapter 944, Too disparaging. A half-broken sword? And it was even rusty? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the sword. Warriors typically used superior grade weapons, which were made of all sorts of divine metals and were refined by masters. Even if such a weapon were to break and lose a great deal of its spirituality, it would never rust, even if it were buried underground for thousands of years. The material that was used in the rusted sword was probably not something that was impressive, but could it still be called a sword? Tianya Haoyue had heightened his wariness when he heard Yun say those words, but he had never expected Yun to take out a broken sword. "You plan on using that piece of trash to break through my armor?" Tianya Haoyue asked in amusement. "You'll know once you give it a try." Just as Yun's voice faded, the broken sword in his hand was slashed at Tianya Haoyue. Tianya Haoyue's pupils constricted as he retreated in a hurry. Although he had mocked Yun's strength was redoubtable. He definitely could not take Yun lightly. Swish! The moonblade in Tianya Haoyue's hand released a cold beam of light. Lunar occultation. As the top disciple of the World Margin sect, Tianya Haoyue was extremely wealthy. The armor that he wore was a supreme-grade Dao Manifestation Realm armor, and the Moonblade in his hand was a top-grade weapon. The moment lunar occultation was produced, the Moonblade suddenly turned ethereal, as though a crescent had descended into the mortal realm. The Moonblade slowly slashed down as Tianya Haoyue's actions were much slower than Yi Yun's. With the cleaving of the Moonblade, a night sky appeared behind Tianya Haoyue with a bright moon hanging in the sky. During the process of the Moonblade's cleaving, the moon was gradually devoured by darkness, leaving behind only a glimmer of light. At the same time, the light in the space around Yi Yun had been engulfed. Yi Yun had finally felt a sense of danger, because not only did lunar occultation devour light, it also devoured life. Once Yi Yun was completely engulfed by the darkness, he would be annihilated in it as well. That is a spatial attack. In the seats of honor, Princess White Fox said softly as she frowned slightly. That move is very powerful. Using that Moonblade to conjure the strike makes the effects even more astonishing. Princess White Fox detested Tianya Haoyue greatly, but she had to admit that Tianya Haoyue had all sorts of techniques. It was unknown how Yi Yun would respond to that attack. Yi Yun turned a blind eye to the rapidly compressing space. His eyes only had Tianya Haoyue in them. At this moment, there was only a tiny rift left in front of Yi Yun, with Tianya Haoyue appearing a great distance away from him. Yi Yun proceeded forward with the rusty sword in his hand as nomological fragments condensed themselves out of the void, attaching themselves to the broken sword. The sword truth, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Slash! The sword thrust forward with no return. Shatter! Boom! In the darkness, a radiant sun rose up, and within the sun was Yi Yun's figure that was slashing at Tianya Haoyue with a sword in his hand. Tianya Haoyue's pupils constricted. Lunar occultation had been shattered. He raised his Moonblade to block, hoping that the treasured saber would be able to block Yi Yun's attack. Ka! The Moonblade met the pure Yang broken sword as terrifying energy blasted outwards, causing the Moonblade to shatter and explode. Oh! Tianya Haoyue was alarmed as he never expected Yi Yun's attack to be so powerful. However, Tianya Haoyue still had a supreme-grade armor, the Dragon's Roar purple armor that could not be broken at the Dao Manifestation realm. It was his greatest crutch. 9 Neonate. In the flames that surrounded Yi Yun, the golden crow screeched, and it was accompanied by the Neonate's cry as the 9 Hydra heads charged out of the inferno. At the same time, even more nomological fragments condensed on the broken sword. Yi Yun was one with the sword as he slashed down at the gigantic shield in front of Tianya Haoyue. Ka-cha! The sword's edge was like a blistering sun. Terrifying power surged towards the gigantic shield of light. The scene of his shield of light being engulfed by the flames was mirrored in Tianya Haoyue's eyes. An explosion was clearly heard at that very moment by the millions of warriors on the southern desolate mountain plains. The shield of light had shattered. With sharp sounds like that of glass shattering, the entire shield of light was reduced to countless fragments. The sword beam had broken through the shield as it surged down like a flood. Tianya Haoyue's expression changed drastically. With the shield of light shattering, he could only use his armor to defend, but it was not a full-bodied defense. And at this moment, Ka-cha! With another crisp cracking sound, Tianya Haoyue's body jerked backwards as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He watched helplessly as his supreme-grade Dao Manifestation Realm armor was ripped from top to bottom. Pang! Tianya Haoyue's body was thrown back heavily as he slammed into a large boulder, producing a cloud of dust. After a few moments, Tianya Haoyue charged out of the rubble. His chest was stained with blood that dripped down the cracks of the armor. He looked in disbelief at the crack in his armor. His Dragon's Roar purple armor had been slashed through by Yi Yun. Not only had his shield shattered, even his armor itself had been cracked by a single strike from Yi Yun. It was a supreme-grade Dao Manifestation Realm armor. It was said to be indestructible at the Tao manifestation, but now, it had been ripped apart by a Heaven Ascension Realm warrior. You. Tianya Haoyue felt the pinch because the armor was extremely valuable. Although in the grand scheme of things, its grade wasn't the highest, it was specifically meant for Tao Manifestation Realm warriors so as they could fully utilize its power. This was an extremely rare effect, but now, it had been cracked. An armor that had cracked would have its grade drop from supreme grade to superior grade, even if the best master were to repair it. A superior grade Tao Manifestation Realm armor would no longer be valuable. Sorry about that. You were hyping the powers of the armor, so I was afraid that my offensive strength was lacking, so I used a bit more strength. I never expected it to crack just like that. As Yi Yun held the pure yang broken sword, he shrugged and said innocently. And when this was said, Tianya Haoyue nearly had his intestines twisted from his fury. Little Yun, well done. On her seat of honor, Luo Huo shouted loudly. She had a strong dislike for Tianya Haoyue for a while now, so what Yi Yun had done was so vindictive. However, where did Yi Yun get that sword from? At this moment, many people shifted their gazes towards Yi Yun's sword. Yi Yun had torn through Tianya Haoyue's armor, so other than Yi Yun having amazing strength, that sword was definitely no ordinary item. The slash of the sword had shattered Tianya Haoyue's top-grade moonblade and it had torn through Tianya Haoyue's dragon's roar purple armor. The sword was definitely not simple. People found it unbelievable that the rusty, worn-out broken sword was some peerless divine sword. Yi Yun held the broken sword and he walked towards Tianya Haoyue. Your strength doesn't seem to be that great after all. All you depend on is that catoptric deflection and that armor. Without those two things, do you have anything else? Or, are you going to throw in the towel now? Yi Yun's words were combative. Typically, when two warriors sparred, they would speak humbly to each other after victory was determined. Seldom did warriors show such disregard for pleasantries. However, Tianya Haoyue had mocked noniing back when he defeated her. Now, Yi Yun was returning Tianya Haoyue's words nearly intact back at him. This was probably the most depressing thing. Tianya Haoyue's face was livid as he yearned to skin Yi Yun alive. You said I rely on my armor, but didn't you rely on that broken sword? What sort of skill is that? Tianya Haoyue retorted. He could tell that Yi Yun's sword far exceeded his armor in value. Oh? Yi Yun nodded. You're right. I shouldn't use this broken sword anymore. Your armor has been cracked, and it would reflect my win as being ungracious. With that said, Yi Yun flipped his hand, causing the pure yang broken sword to disappear. What replaced it was a cuboid heaven upheaval seal. The simple heaven upheaval seal did not have any luster to it. Yi Yun weighted in his hand a few times as he felt the heaviness of the heaven upheaval seal and he said with a laugh, "This shall be it then." Upon seeing this scene, Tianya Haoyue immediately felt a dark cloud descend upon him, nearly planting his face to the ground. In order to refute Yi Yun, he had spoken without thinking. He never expected that his words had ended up digging a hole for himself to jump into. He was now seriously injured, and his armor had cracked. Catoptric deflection was also useless against Yi Yun, so how could he deal with Yi Yun? Although it was disgraceful to be defeated by an ancient sword, he would become the laughingstock of the alliance if he were to be smashed by the brick. Wait. I admit. Tianya Haoyue shouted as he wanted to throw in the towel. However, how could Yi Yun give him the chance? Instantly, he rushed in front of Tianya Haoyue. With Heaven Upheaval Seal in his hand, the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence Tao patterns were embedded in them. The Heaven Upheaval Seal was glowing with dazzling golden light. Catoptric deflection was completely useless against the laws of the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. It was immediately penetrated, allowing the brick to smash right down on Tianya Haoyue's head. As for Tianya Haoyue, not only was his armor cracked and him being heavily injured, even his moonblade had been shattered. Fuck your motherfucking grandfather. This was the final thought of Tian Yahaoyue. The next moment, all he saw was darkness as he felt his head jerk violently, immediately making him dizzy. After that, he had no idea what happened. Tian Yahaoyue had been smacked down by Yi Yun's brick. Upon seeing this scene, the audience fell silent. They could forget about Yi Yun smacking Yi, but now, even Tian Yahaoyue. He was the top disciple of the World Margin sect, possessing treasures from head to toe. The elders of the World Margin sect had high hopes for him, and there was a declaration that he would become Felicitas Reign Lord's disciple. With all sorts of halos augmented around him, making him seem so awesome, yet, in front of everyone, he was smacked down by Yi Yun's brick. How could he even continue living after this? Yi Yun was way too good at disparaging others. The final brick strike was definitely done on purpose. It was best to not mess with this punk. Many Luo clan geniuses had such a feeling after seeing Yi Yun's battle. Some of them had already made up their minds to avoid him if they were to see him. If not, their outcome would be just like Tian Yahaoyue. Chapter 945, The Direction in which the Sword Points. After Yi Yun defeated Tian Yahaoyue, there was a moment of silence before deafening cheers came from the surrounding Luo clan warriors. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! To the Luo clan warriors, the battle that just happened in the southern desolate mountain plains was truly rousing. The dark clouds that came from Qi Zhuoyan's declaration of sweeping the Luo clan was wiped clean. Yi Yun and Luo Huo'er had defeated Tian Yahaoyue and goddess Shi Yi respectively. They could be called the Luo clan's Gemini gods of war. Furthermore, people realized that not only was Yi Yun powerful, even the sword in his hand was extraordinary. With that sword, Yi Yun had managed to slash through the dragon's roar purple armor that should not have been broken in the Dao manifestation realm. I wonder what history Yi Yun's sword has? Someone asked curiously. However, people shook their heads in response to this person's question. An elder with quite an impressive cultivation level said, since the weapon that Yi Yun has been corroded so badly, it must be a weapon left behind from primordial eras. However, there are just too many divine weapons from primordial eras. The 12 Empyrean heavens is so large, so to suddenly reveal one of them, who can guess its history? Many weapons exist in books of legend, having existed for hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. They might be buried in a ruin, yet to be discovered. The day that it sees the light of day again, those who had seen such a divine weapon might have already been dead for dozens of generations. It's impossible to recognize them based on the description in records, unless one knows where the ruin was and infer based on the ruin's history. That's right. If there is a precise location of the ruin, especially if the ruin's master leaves behind notes or cultivation manuals, only then is there a chance to barely infer from those materials. However, over billions of years, the description in the books might not all be true. Another elder said. Although they had inferred that the weapon in Yi Yun's hand was of primordial origin, it was apparent that Yi Yun's strength was lacking for entering a primordial ruin in an escapade. Then, the most likely possibility was that a mighty figure had taken the sword out of the primordial ruin, and eventually died from age or an accident, leaving behind a new ruin. Such an event might happen several times, and for some reason, this sword had eventually landed in Yi Yun's hands. In that case, trying to probe its origins was truly nearly impossible. Of course, its power was beyond doubt. This should have been an opportunity that Yi Yun encountered. Only a genius with providence augmented on him can go further. If our Luo clan wants to become strong, we have to try our best to nurture and protect such a genius. The Luo clan had existed in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven for a very long time, but compared to a divine lord-level faction, the Luo clan was still greatly lacking. And now, with the Fei Phantasm sect looming in the horizon, it threatened the survival of the Luo clan. At such a juncture, the Luo clan had to use whatever hidden capabilities it has. If not, it was not impossible that the Fei Phantasm sect would wipe them out. At this moment, Tian Yahaoyue, who had been knocked unconscious by the brick, had been hastily removed from the arena by people from the World Margin sect. However, Yi-Yun remained standing on the arena, while cheers continued. As one of the Luo clan's Gemini gods of war, Yi-Yun's popularity surged, with him nearly catching up to Luo Hui'er. Now, the Luo clan had already defeated the Eternal Eventide Sea and World Margin sect, leaving only the Oracle Fei Empire, which also had the strongest person, Shi Zhuiyun. Shi Zhuiyun had obtained the approval of Felicitous Rainlord, and he had previously defeated Princess White Fox. Furthermore, people could tell that Shi Zhuiyun had yet to go all out. He was able to defeat Princess White Fox without doing his best. In addition to how he had defeated a White Fox clan genius that had been famous for a very long time, Xu Yunjian, who was at the Dao Manifestation realm, Shi Zhuiyun's strength was unfathomable. Now, the two geniuses of the Luo clan, Luo Hui'er and Yi-Yun, were going to fight Shi Zhuiyun, but the members of the Luo clan were still uncertain. What was the limit of Shi Zhuiyun's strength, considering how his cultivation level had reached half-step Dao Manifestation? Many people had such questions in mind, but the outcome would be revealed almost immediately. The only people who remained undefeated was Luo Hui'er, Yi-Yun, and Shi Zhuiyun. Regardless of it was Luo Hui'er or Yi-Yun, the fight any one of them had with Shi Zhuiyun was enough to send ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. Princess Purple Spirit will fight first. Maybe Princess Purple Spirit will be able to defeat Shi Zhuiyun. Don't be too optimistic. Although I adore Princess Purple Spirit, truthfully, the feeling that Shi Zhuiyun gives me is that he's very strong. That person is unfathomable, or else why do you think that Felicitous Rainlord would approve of him? It is Felicitous Rainlord, an important person that leaves even our Luo clan's third imperial uncle in the dust. In fact, during Luo Hui'er's battle with Shi Yi and the battle between Yi-Yun and Tian Yahui, many people had observed Shi Zhuiyun's reaction. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal any looks of surprise. It was like everything was well within his grasp. Especially in the seats of honor, Xu Yunjian and Prince Crimson Firmament had been monitoring Shi Zhuiyun from the very beginning. The way that Shi Zhuiyun remained so calm and composed, having that expression like he was confident about facing any sudden turmoil, was extremely irritating. But at the same time, it also cast a dark cloud over them. A possibility for Shi Zhuiyun to remain so calm could very be that Luo Hui'er and Yi-Yun's strength had never exceeded his expectations. He had the ability to deal with them. According to the rules, Princess Purple Spirit will fight Shi Zhuiyun first. Princess Purple Spirit is extremely gifted, but her cultivation level and age are her disadvantage. Even if Princess Purple Spirit is no match for Shi Zhuiyun, she will be able to drastically expend Shi Zhuiyun's stamina. In the following match, it would be Yi-Yun, and he should be on par with Princess Purple Spirit in terms of strength. With the two of them fighting one after another, I don't believe that Shi Zhuiyun would remain undefeated. A few Luo clan courtiers discussed in private. Although Emperor Luo and Empress Luo were not present, it was only because they needed to consider their stature. For such an important showdown, everyone in the Luo clan attached a great importance with it, so the Luo clan courtiers naturally would not be absent. They were only standing amongst the ordinary spectators, without revealing their identities. Shi Zhuiyun wanted to sweep through the geniuses of the Luo clan with his blatant challenge, so he certainly had to accept challenges by the Luo clan geniuses one after another. Since the rules were as such, there was nothing about it being unfair. It should be Shi Zhuiyun and Princess Purple Spirit's turn now. The Luo clan courtiers discussed in private, but they realized that Yi-Yun remained in the arena. What is Yi-Yun doing? Many people failed to understand. Humph. That punk probably has never experienced the cheers coming from millions of people and he is probably intoxicated by it. In the seats of honor, Oracle Fei Empire's ambassador, Yu Tianfeng, said disdainfully. As long as Yi-Yun remained in the arena, the fervent audience of the Luo clan would not stop with their cheers. Each burst was louder than the previous one, like it was a tsunami or landslide. With millions of people watching the duels, the battles allowed one to make a name of oneself.
Millions of warriors were cheering, reverberating the lands, tearing through the cosmos. Such glory was the dream of countless people. At this moment, it was Yun's new peak in life, but it was not necessarily a good thing for young people. The moment that one was intoxicated in it, it was easy to lose oneself and make it difficult to extricate oneself from the situation. It might even put a halt to any progress. Yu Tianfeng apparently had such a thought as he said with a sneer, that Punk has only defeated an arrogant man from the World Margin sect, and he thinks he's the strongest in the world? He has probably forgotten who he is. He has immersed himself in the cheers for nearly a minute. How long does he want to stand there? Yu Tianfeng's words were not said with a voice transmission, so Chu Yunjian, Prince Crimson Firmament, Bai Yuqing and company, who were sitting in the seats of honor, heard him clearly. Prince Crimson Firmament's face sank. Although he disliked Yi Yun, he was very irritated by the way that Yu Tianfeng spoke. Huer, it's time for you to go on up. Tell Yi Yun to return. Standing there for too long isn't good. Prince Crimson Firmament did not want Yi Yun to continue standing there either. It would illustrate that the Luo clan geniuses were overly arrogant. Now, there was exuberance, but if Yi Yun was to be defeated by Qi Zhuoyun later, it would disgrace the Luo clan completely. When the time came, the irritating Yu Tianfeng would jump out and say something like all of you shouted too fervently. In the end, he's not even able to withstand a hit. Get Yi Yun to return? The reason why Yi Yun hasn't returned is because he's conversing with me in a transmission. When Luo Huer said this, Yu Tianfeng guffawed and said, right. It's best to discuss how to expend Zhuoyun's stamina. If the two of you work well together, there might be that glimmer of hope. Everyone should always have hope, shouldn't they? Yu Tianfeng said with a teasing tone as Luo Huer's eyebrows pricked up. She gave Yu Tianfeng a teasing look as her lips moved slightly, as she transmitted her voice to Yi Yun, Little Yun, proceed as you proposed. All right. On the arena, Yi Yun gave a heavy nod. At this moment, the arena in the vast wilderness had an audience of millions who were in fervor. Yi Yun stood proudly amid the millions of cheers, and at that moment, Yi Yun was extremely ready. Suddenly, he lifted his sword and pointed it straight at Qi Zhuoyun. Qi Zhuoyun. I'll be the only one battling you today. Come on down. Yi Yun's roar echoed in the vast wilderness, abruptly drowning out the cheers from the millions of people. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. The loud voice reverberated again and again as millions of people held their breath. The cheers had also come to an abrupt halt. Yi Yun was planning on challenging Qi Zhuoyun alone today. Millions of pairs of eyes instantly gathered on Qi Zhuoyun, who was sitting on a seat of honor. Chapter 946, A Sword Through Nirvana. Qi Zhuoyun immediately became the focus of attention. As for Yi Yun's voice, it constantly echoed throughout the desolate plains. Only after Yi Yun's voice faded away did Qi Zhuoyun slowly speak. His voice wasn't loud, but it was easily able to suppress the din from millions of people, reaching the ears of everyone. You want to challenge me alone? Qi Zhuoyun's words were like he was of supreme stature, with a condescending arrogance. Ha 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 ha. Qi Zhuoyun burst out laughing. To continue to challenge me after experiencing an intense battle, you are really biting off more than you can chew. As Qi Zhuoyun spoke, he stood up from his seat of honor. Putting his hand out, his spear landed in his palm. He turned around and looked at Luo Huer, who was sitting on a seat of honor as well. You know that you will lose to me, so you aren't going to fight? TCH. Luo Huer scoffed. Who do you think you are? Does every genius of the alliance revolve around you? You think that we want to engage in a tag team battle? Today, Yi Yun alone will battle you so that you won't come up with excuses after losing. Luo Huer was merciless in her mockery, but the crowd was secretly horrified when they heard her. Luo Huer was too bold with her words. In fact, even though many members of the Luo clan were cheering for Yi Yun, they were actually a little flustered. With Luo Huar saying such things, how was she going to get out of the situation if they lost in the end? Princess Purple Spirit, your words seem certain that Jue Yun will lose? Is it because of Yi Yun? The person who spoke was Yu Tianfeng. It was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Luo Huar could not be bothered with the retard as she looked at Yi Yun and sent a voice transmission. Little Yun, I'm counting on you. I've already helped you take the step forward. Yi Yun was speechless. You have so much confidence in me, but you don't even know the limits to my strength, right? I really do not know. In a while, if you were to lose, we will be bearing the brunt of it together, so I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise. Luo Huar said nonchalantly. She always had such a rash personality. So what if they lost? When Yi Yun heard Luo Huar's words, a smile flashed in his eyes. All right. Since you want to challenge me, I'll grant you your wish. As Qi Jueyun spoke, he took a step out into the void, and he walked towards Yi Yun, who was standing in the middle of the arena. Every step he took caused fluctuations in the void, like it was the rhythm of the Tao. It was tens of thousands of feet away from the seats of honor to where Yi Yun was in the middle of the arena. However, in a few steps, Qi Jueyun had already landed in the arena, just 100 feet away from Yi Yun. If you and Purple Spirit had joined forces to fight me one after another, I might have to be slightly serious. But now, if I'm just dealing with you alone, the War Demon form is sufficient. War Demon form? No one understood what War Demon form Qi Jueyun was referring to, but without a doubt, it was definitely not Qi Jueyun's full strength. Yi Yun laughed and said, Really? Usually, people who say such things raise death flags and die even faster. The conversation between the two was sharp and biting, stirring the emotions of the audience. This was exactly what it meant to be young and crazy. Cut the nonsense! Qi Jueyun raised his spear as his Shura domain spread out. In an instant, a crimson patch emanated from beneath Qi Jueyun's feet, instantly engulfing the entire arena. This sanguine energy enveloped Qi Jueyun and his spear. There were countless phantom images of wraiths and demons struggling and wiggling above the spear as they emitted intermittent howling and wailing. For such a scene to appear suddenly in the eyes of millions of warriors, it was like Qi Jueyun had charged out of a hellish prison. Even as spectators, they felt a sense of horror when they saw such a scene. It's Qi Jueyun's Shura Dao domain. In the eyes of everyone, it was as if the entire southern desolate mountain plains had disappeared. There was only Qi Jueyun in this world, like he was the center of the universe, the source of all massacres. Just looking at him made people feel like they were lost in nightmares, unable to extricate themselves. Just a Dao domain alone had enveloped millions of people, impeding their mental processes. Qi Jueyun's Shura Dao domain was simply amazing. Yi Yun has been engulfed by the Dao domain. It seems that Yi Yun has yet to demonstrate his own Dao domain. People thought about it carefully, and indeed, Yi Yun still did not have a Dao domain. A Dao domain was the attainment of a certain nomological cultivation level. It was able to affect the surrounding space, forming a small world. Dao domain was a realm of Dao, but Dao domains might not be suitable to be used in battle because a Dao domain itself did not have any offensive capabilities. Even the members of the Luo clan had to admit that Qi Jueyun's Shura Dao domain was terrifying. It was like it permeated all of existence, slaughtering gods and killing Buddhas, like the entire world had fallen into darkness. As for Yi Yun, he had been engulfed by the darkness. In their perception, they could not even locate Yi Yun anymore. The members of the Luo clan felt their hearts tighten. If Yi Yun was completely suppressed by Qi Jueyun's Dao domain, there was no need to carry on the fight. And at this moment, phew! A dazzling light flashed as pure yang flames burst out from the darkness and shot straight towards Qi Jueyun like it was the light of dawn that pierced through the twilight. This was a sword beam that pierced the heart. Pure Yang sword intent. Back then, the Pure Yang sword palace owner had used this strike to cleave a great world apart, and now, in Yi Yun's hand,
this strike pierced through the Shuradao domain, moving forward in the darkness in an indomitable fashion. Wah! When Qi Jueyan thrust his spear forward like a dragon, the swirling wraiths lingering around the crimson spear headed straight for Yi Yun. An intense clash between spear and sword beams. Boom! With an explosion, the wraiths were consumed by the pure yang flames, vanishing into nothingness. Not bad. But in my domain, the power of bloodlust that I have is endless. I want to see how much you can burn. As Qi Jueyan spoke, he stirred the clouds and the wind with his spear. The wraiths that were incinerated by the pure yang flames crawled out once again. They struggled to come together and they increased in size, like they were emanating a devilish fire. It was alarming. How could they reappear again after being burnt to ash by the pure yang flames? This was probably what they meant by the resurgence of dying embers. What Qi Jueyan said, that the power of bloodlust was endless in the Shura domain, was nothing but the truth. If the power of bloodlust could constantly be reborn, how were these demons going to be vanquished? The crowd began to worry for Yi Yun. At this moment, the demons had combined with each other to form a war demon that had bare fangs protruding out of a hideous face in front of Qi Jueyan. The war demon went from a genuflection before slowly standing up. Its body was hundreds of feet tall, and in front of Yi Yun, it resembled a small mountain. Roar! The war demon suddenly gave an angry bellow. The angry roar caused the minds of the warriors present to quiver, as their lifeblood churned in turmoil. What is that? War demon form. Qi Jueyan hooked his spear up and immediately, a sea of blood was stirred. At the same time, the terrifying war demon raised the spear in its hand, its actions identical to Qi Jueyan. Like a gigantic pillar, the spear was thrust ruthlessly at Yi Yun. Thick bloodlust caused the surrounding air to turn viscous and sticky. It's time for your defeat. The spear struck out as the world faded in color. Just nice. At this moment, Yi Yun struck out with his sword as well. The rusty broken sword, a lonely figure, charged at the war demon, like a moth heading into the fire. However, just as Yi Yun was about to clash with the war demon's spear, a dazzling brilliance burst out from behind him. The golden crow screeched as the 9 neonate howled. Boom! An explosive clash immediately caused a shockwave to burst out into the surroundings. In the sky above Yi Yun, shockwaves burst out incessantly, penetrating the clouds, and leaving a gigantic hole above the arena in the desolate plains. It was just the beginning of that single strike. Boom! 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 Both sides exchanged attacks again and again. Terrifying power and astounding speed were possessed by the two figures as thunder-like claps echoed from their exchanges. It was so fast that the warriors spectating the battle found it overwhelming. They held their breaths as their hearts leaped to their throats. Yi Yun doesn't have a Dao domain, but every one of his nomological sword strikes is able to cleave the Shura Dao domain in front of him apart, said Bai Yuqing. Xu Yunjian was also surprised seeing this battle. In the previous battles, Yi Yun did not even use his true strength. The speed at which his sword was slashed and the power in his strikes were too amazing. It had assumed formlessness. However, Yi Yun's cultivation realm was lower than Qi Jueyan's. If they continued to expend their energies in such a manner, the road ahead for Yi Yun would be bleak. The crux of the matter was that Qi Jueyan's Shura Dao domain's bloodlust power was endless. If this continued on, Yi Yun would be lacking in stamina. At this moment, a desolate aura suddenly surged out of the Shura domain. Yi Yun was calm, as an ancient and lifeless concept was augmented on his sword. This strike thrust straight at Qi Jueyan, and accompanying it was a stance of the soteriological annihilation of everything. Ka-cha! The broken sword clashed with the gigantic war demon's spear, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. A crisp crack sounded, like a mirror breaking. The war demon and its spear appeared like a statue that had experienced eons in an instant. First, it turned gray before shattering, and finally, it was reduced to smithereens.
Withering concept: a sword through nirvana. In front of time, even a demon would wither and decay. A demon could be reborn after being slain, but once they turned to ash because of time, they would experience complete nirvana. With the war demon soteriologically annihilated, Yi Yun's sword maintained a slashing pose, but there were no longer any barriers. His sword. Chapter 947, Celestial Demon Form. Sha! A sword that was burning with pure yang flames came straight at Qi Zhuoyun's face. Qi Zhuoyun was alarmed as he swiped his spear that could wipe out armies. Boom! The sword and spear beams clashed, resulting in a furious explosion. A visible shockwave quaked the Shura Dao domain, as the Dao domain began to turn chaotic. Your war demon form is just that and nothing more. Yi Yun's voice echoed throughout the southern desolate mountain plains. Qi Zhuoyun's pupils constricted, but he did not retort. Yi Yun's strike had indeed caught him by surprise, it had annihilated his war demon. In Qi Zhuoyun's Shura domain, the war demon was undying, it could be said to be invincible. All opponents would have suffered defeat from a battle of attrition unless they could break through his Shura domain. However, Qi Zhuoyun had no peer who had such strength. But now, the war demon that was slain by Yi Yun had its vitality withered, so it could never be reborn. The Shura domain did not break down, but the war demon form had collapsed. This was the first time that Qi Zhuoyun encountered such a situation. What kind of attack is that? Qi Zhuoyun asked in a solemn voice. Withering concept. Yi Yun did not conceal it. There were millions of people present, with old freaks that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. There was bound to be someone who could recognize it. The withering concept was able to directly extinguish vitality, preventing it from recovering. There were numerous elixirs in this world that could regrow broken limbs or reconnect meridians, but there was no elixir in the world that could increase the lifespan of a person unless that person's life force potential had yet to end. This was the power of the ages. Withering was unstoppable. The world would not last forever, and it was difficult for warriors to gain immortality, at least that was what it seemed at this moment in time. So it's the withering concept. That concept is extremely strange and very rare. A warrior said in awe. On his seat of honor, Yu Tianfeng's eyebrows pricked up slightly. He never expected that Yi Yun would possess a few tricks up his sleeves. Yi Yun had used the withering concept to tear Qi Zhuoyun's war demon form down. Previously, Qi Zhuoyun had declared that the war demon form was sufficient in his battle with Yi Yun. But now, the fact of the matter was that it was far from sufficient using the war demon form. It looks like I have underestimated you. I take back my words. Then, I want to see if you can handle my next move. Qi Zhuoyun raised his spear high. Yi Yun grunted coldly and said, "There's no reason for me to break through your moves, you can try to see if you can withstand my sword and sabers." A sword beam flashed around as a thin sword edge tore through a huge blackened rift in the ground like a large and terrifying claw. At the same time, 999,000 snow-flying sabers flew out from Yi Yun's interspatial ring. The thousand snow domain was set up in place. Intense saber aura and sword beams were things that the Shura Dao domain could not longer contain. Warriors who were slightly weaker and stood in the direction of Qi Zhuoyun could not help but take a few steps back. Their protective Yuan Qi had been invoked by the sword beams and saber aura. Yi Yun's offensive was too terrifying. Even without a Dao domain, just that attack alone was enough to cause Qi Zhuoyun's Dao domain to experience tremors. However, it still did not collapse. A good sword. A good saber. But that's only because you have good weapons. Qi Zhuoyun bellowed as he slammed his spear into the ground. Boom! 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 The ground blasted upwards. Rubble flew up as soil filled the sky. Following the landing of Qi Zhuoyun's spear, the Shura domain beneath his feet abruptly contracted, converging back into his spear. A ferocious demonic phantom surfaced on his spear. This demonic phantom seemed to blend with the spear as one. The spear was trembling as it issued bloodthirsty cries. Many warriors felt their eyes start to hurt. It was a peerless weapon of murder. Qi Jueyun's spear tip swept the ground, and immediately the ground burst into flames and it was dyed crimson. 10,000 demons. The spear produced rapid shadows as the spear tip clashed with the sword beam. Qi Jueyun's sword encountered Yi Yun's sword and sabers. Boom! A burning hell appeared as Qi Jueyun and Yi Yun's figures were immediately deluged by the color of blood. The entire arena was immediately consumed by a sea of blood. And in this sanguine color, countless wraiths appeared and pounced on Yi Yun. They let out cackles that sent shivers down the back. This spear attack was a form of purgatory. Many warriors felt their heartbeats racing. They were not immersed in purgatory, but their minds were affected. It was too powerful. The Shura domain's power could even be augmented on the spear beam. It was like there was no way to see Qi Jueyun's full power. This time, Yi Yun should be defeated, said Demon Girl. He was one who was qualified to make Qi Jueyun produce such an attack. Furthermore, Qi Jueyun was the #1 genius of the Oracle Fey Empire. Yi Yun's strength had astounded her. But at this stage in the battle, could Yi Yun still withstand it? The Luo clan disciples held their breaths as they watched intently. What had happened to Yi Yun? At this moment, a sword beam tore through the sea of blood. The blood held seemed like ice that encountered fire. It constantly melted as the wraiths let out shrill screams before turning to dust. Yi Yun's figure dashed out of the sea along with his sword beam. His sword was humming while the space around the sword was distorted. The sword was augmented with the Tao patterns of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. The Tao patterns meandered in an undefinable but abstruse manner. Qi Jueyun's eyebrows pricked up. He had previously seen Yi Yun's mysterious sword that was augmented by the Tao patterns. The Tao patterns were extremely abstruse. A slash with such an augmented sword varied in strength. A weak strike was no different to an ordinary strike, but when it was strong enough, it could defeat Tianya Haue. Previously, Qi Jueyun believed that that was the limit to the Tao pattern strike. But now, from the looks of it, it was far from the truth. Therefore, in the battle with Yi Yun, the Tao pattern sword was enough to rip through his 10,000 demons. What attack was it, and why was it so powerful? This was the first time that Qi Jueyun encountered an opponent that belonged to the younger generation whose limits he could not fathom. Furthermore, it was only a single attack. At this moment, Qi Jueyun was alarmed, but Yi Yun was surprised as well. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence's Tao pattern sword power was as powerful as he wished it to be. It only became stronger against a stronger opponent. However, Qi Jueyun was too powerful. Qi Jueyun's 10,000 demons attack had consumed a great deal of Yi Yun's Yuan Qi. Yi Yun had obviously not used the entire 10,000 demon wheel of existence, but Yi Yun did not want to use his trump card too easily. Furthermore, he wanted to force his strength to its limits. Besides, he knew that Qi Jueyun had an ace up his sleeve. Qi Jueyun had previously said that the war demon form was sufficient to deal with him. Although it was later proven that the war demon form was insufficient, it also meant that Qi Jueyun had a stronger form. Qi Jueyun's style of battle was like a predator approaching its prey. He would close in and finally issue a critical strike. In such a battle, it was not a simple battle to determine whose attack was stronger. This was because Yi Yun did not have the confidence in the fact that he could beat Qi Jueyun in a single move. Once his strongest move failed to end the battle, he would be the one that was defeated. "You are quite an impressive opponent," said Qi Jueyun. "Ever since the Yuan opening realm, I have never been defeated by any peer. Today, I will not be defeated either. Your Tao pattern sword must have a limit. As for me, I will use my strongest move. It is one that I have not fully grasped: celestial demon form. Here's a warning.
At the moment that the celestial demon form is used, it will be difficult for me to control due to its power. I might accidentally kill you. There's still time for you to throw in the towel. Your cultivation level is lower than me by half a level after all. Such an opponent like you is rare, and I look forward to your growth. Chapter 948, Who is the Shura? When Qi Jueyan mentioned how he was looking forward to Yi Yun's growth, it was like he was a senior talking to a junior. This pissed off a great deal of the Luo clan clansmen present. But even though they were pissed, no one made any sarcastic comments because Qi Jueyan was really formidable. War Demon Form. Celestial Demon Form. From the beginning of the battle, Qi Jueyan had mentioned that the War Demon form was only his first battle form. Other than the Bloodlust War Demon that attacked Yi Yun previously, even the 10,000 Demon Spear attack that Qi Jueyan used at the end, none of them deviated from the War Demon form. A War Demon form was already so powerful, so to what extent would the Celestial Demon form signify? According to Qi Jueyan, this was his ultimate power, one that he could not control. A confrontation of this degree was obviously life-threatening. It was not impossible for one's life to be threatened in an intense battle between top geniuses as they used their full strengths. Everyone in the Luo clan was breaking out into a cold sweat for Yi Yun. They did not know if Yi Yun was able to withstand Qi Jueyan's final attack. In fact, if Yi Yun had reached his limits, he could choose to back down. No one would say a thing. After all, Yi Yun was younger and his cultivation level was lower. As for Qi Jueyan, he had already begun his Dao manifestation. Such a qualitative gap required Yi Yun to possess much greater talent to make up for it. However, Qi Jueyan was already a paragon prodigy, so to have one's talent to surpass his? It was extremely difficult. At this moment, in the Luo clan royal palace, a group of ministers, as well as the lofty Emperor Luo, were viewing the battle though a disarray. Emperor Luo was dressed in royal robes, sitting high and mighty. However, he was not feeling relaxed. He was concerned about the outcome of the battle, as well as Yi Yun's safety. Young Mastery can be proud of being able to battle Qi Jueyan to such a degree. The Luo clan courtiers and even the ministers were now addressing Yi Yun courteously, adding the deferential title of Young Master. That's right. Since Qi Jueyan can't even control his celestial demon form himself, clashing with him would be a grave risk. In fact, ending it here would be for the best. There is still time. With the talent that Young Mastery has presented, he is in no way inferior to Qi Jueyan. Another elderly minister said. As he spoke, his palms were sweaty. He was feeling very nervous. Not only was he nervous, many of the other important figures of the Luo clan were extremely nervous. It wasn't easy for the Luo clan to recruit such a peerless genius. He was the Luo clan's treasure. Even if Yi Yun did not become Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple, he was bound to shine in the future, adding strength to the Luo clan. This was particularly important to the Luo clan that was in the midst of a crisis. But now, Yi Yun wanted to take on Qi Jueyan's strongest move. If there were any accidents, even if he did not die, he might be severely injured, possibly affecting his future achievements. However, ending the battle was only the hope of the elderly Luo clan minister. After a few moments of silence, Yi Yun's energy was churning. His aura was constantly rising like he was a mountain with an endless peak. Yi Yun did not need to answer. His aura was already an answer. Good. You should be honored. This is the first time that I am forced to use the Celestial War Demon against a peer ever since I stepped into the Yuan opening realm. Even Senior Felicitous Rain Lord gave me his approval because of my Celestial War Demon. I'll let you see the anger of the Celestial Demon. A foul aura surged from Qi Jueyan's body as he held his spear. The foul aura surged into the sky, dyeing the firmament's dark red. Qi Jueyan's body was completely immersed in the foul aura as his skin turned azure. His body became more burly and taller. His eyes turned cold and heartless as well. At this moment, it was like Qi Jueyun had become a demon himself. Roar! With a demonic roar, a Shura demon that was 100 feet tall appeared behind Qi Jueyun. This Shura demon had absorbed all of the energy in the Shura Dao domain, and at this moment, it was like the sovereign of the heavens and earth. What a terrifying stance! Qi Jueyun has perfectly combined his Dao domain, his spear attacks, and bloodline into one. Is that the final celestial demon form? On a seat of honor, Xu Yunjian could tell very clearly. Although he was no match for it, he was still able to assess it well. It's difficult to resist it. Bai Yueqing said as well. The terrifying killing intent prevented people from looking straight at it. The millions of people present felt their hearts being stirred by the demonic aura, like they were about to explode. Everyone has a demon in their mind. Qi Jueyun's voice sounded like it came out of hell. It was like the whispers of demons, arousing the emotions and passions of people. Yi Yun, the inducement of mental demons in everyone's mind and the stirring of the demonic auras of the heaven and earth, this move will be the result of your glorious defeat. As Qi Jueyun spoke, he merged with the Shura demon behind him. The spear in his hand appeared like it would cut through the world. Celestial demon form Hellblood Stupa. Qi Jueyun struck with his spear. A thrust as fast as lightning stirred the rolling power of foul sanguine energies. Qi Jueyun's figure instantly traversed the blockade of space and arrived in front of Yi Yun. Hellblood Stupa. The first blow eradicates all mortal life, the second wipes out ghosts and spirits, and the third slays the gods and Buddhas themselves. This was a spear that was indomitable. Nothing could withstand it. All of Qi Jueyun's aura was gathered on the spear. Even if gods and Buddhas were in front of him, they would be penetrated into dust. And at this moment, Yi Yun's surging aura completely burst out. Phew! From around Yi Yun, 999 flying sabers shot out together. The flying sabers were not aimed at Qi Jueyun, they hummed in the air, exposing the Dao patterns hidden on the flying sabers. At the same time, Dao patterns on the pure Yang broken sword burst with light as well. Countless dark golden Dao patterns danced in the air, illuminating the sky. What a coincidence! Your move is a Shura demon, but so is mine. As Yi Yun spoke, all the nomological Dao patterns in the air merged into one. Boom! The Dao pattern resonated as a gigantic Shura phantom appeared in the infinite divine light. This Shura celestial demon was slowly pushing a gigantic wheel. In this wheel, there were countless demons and wraiths engraved on it. They were in all shapes and sizes. Some were wailing, some were hissing, and some were killing. A terrifying demonic aura burst into the sky, glazing the eyes of everyone who saw it. They found it difficult to extricate themselves, like they would sink into it if they were not careful. This move. What is that? In the southern desolate mountain plains, the millions of people spectating this battle were alarmed. Yi Yun's 10,000 demon wheel of existence was something only a few people like Bai Yueqing had seen. However, back when this move was seen in the Fei refining rock array, Yi Yun's 10,000 demon wheel of existence was only a tiny wheel. Although it was very powerful, it did not have a shocking appearance. It was unlike its present incarnation of it being pushed by a 100-foot-tall Shura demon. Yi Yun's attack was similar in form to Qi Jueyun's, but it felt completely different. What sort of Dao was that? People had seen the Dao of wind, rain, lightning, swords and sabers, killing intents and all sorts of different Dao. However, Yi Yun's Dao did not belong to any one of them. It was like it only happened during the annihilation of the world when all things experienced nirvana. Qi Jueyun's spear had thrust straight down at the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's core. A celestial demon against another celestial demon. Who was the Shura? Boom! An explosive clash echoed throughout the plains after the two split off. In between Yi Yun and Qi Jueyun, the ground shattered into dust as a gigantic crater appeared. The sky above them was dyed red. The clouds in a radius of 1,000 miles had been pushed away.
This apocalyptic scene left many warriors silent for a long time. Who won? No one expected that Yi Yun's final attack was so similar to Qi Jueyun's. The blood aura remained congealed together for a long time before it dissipated. Only then did people see Qi Jueyun standing with his back facing Yi Yun. His body was stiff and his face was pale. Although he did not look like he had received any physical wounds, people could tell that he was in a terrible state. As for Yi Yun, he was not in a much better situation. It was even worse. His body was covered in blood, and there was a shocking hole of blood on his left shoulder. It was just an inch or two away from his heart. Although this strike had failed to rip through Yi Yun's body, if it wasn't for the 10,000 demon wheel of existence blocking it, the spear would have pierced through Yi Yun's heart. If that was the case, the consequences were unthinkable. Even if Yi Yun did not die, he would be debilitated. By losing a great deal of life blood, he would require several years and countless treasures to recover. What Qi Jueyun said about his strike being possibly fatal was not a lie. Seeing Yi Yun in such a state, the foreheads of the elderly ministers of the Luo clan oozed with sweat. Emperor Luo was slightly relieved as well. Close. It was too close. Thankfully, Yi Yun was fine. The injury in his shoulder was nothing fatal. Did Qi Jueyun win? Or is it a tie? Around the arena, members of the Luo clan asked. Based on Qi Jueyun's condition, it was hard to tell. If the two still had the strength to fight, they could continue battling. Now, no one from the Luo clan wished for the battle to continue. They were afraid that harm would befall Yi Yun. At this moment, pang! With a light ring, the clothes on Qi Jueyun's upper body burst open, revealing his cut muscles. At this moment, people could see that a black wheel was imprinted on Qi Jueyun's chest. There were demon kings, wraiths, heretic gods imprinted on the wheel. It was the 10,000 demon wheel of existence that Yi Yun had used. This wheel had been imprinted on Qi Jueyun's flesh? What, is this move of yours? Qi Jueyun said with great difficulty as his voice trembled. As he spoke, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence engraved on his chest seemed to start moving. The demons and wraiths on the wheel seemed to come alive. They hissed and cackled. The power of the Shura celestial demon was annihilating Qi Jueyun's life force. Qi Jueyun gripped his spear tightly. Ka-cha! The spear's tip was stabbed into the mostly annihilated ground, but it still failed to support Qi Jueyun's body. Everyone was astonished when they saw this scene. That move is so terrifying. What the hell is it? It's destruction. I sensed destruction from the wheel. It's the power of destruction. An elder with a profound cultivation level said in astonishment. It was the Tao of destruction. Everything in this world, be it a boundless world, dragons, phoenixes or ants, they could be born, but they could be destroyed as well. Nothing in the universe was seemingly eternal. Destruction was a law that nothing could escape from. The move might have ended when the 10,000 demon wheel of existence was imprinted on Qi Jueyun's body, but it was still destroying Qi Jueyun's life force. Destruction was endless. Even though Qi Jueyun's life force was immensely powerful, he found it more and more difficult to withstand the power of destruction. Finally, as he gripped the pole of his spear, he slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 949, Tao of Destruction. When Qi Jueyun collapsed to the ground with his spear in hand, there was silence around the plains despite there being millions of people present. The spear was still standing, in a proud but bleak manner on the desolate plains, like it was guarding its owner. Yi Yun was holding the pure yang broken sword in his hand. His body was covered in blood. Even though all of his energy had been depleted and he was severely injured, he was still suffusing with killing intent. Qi Jueyun had collapsed. The stunning battle was breathtaking. This was an epic battle that had shocked the Luo clan, the White Fox clan and the entire alliance.
Yi Yun's final move, the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence that defeated Qi Zhuoyun, made everyone tremble when they recalled it. Qi Zhuoyun's celestial demon form was powerful. Even a warrior at the Dao Manifestation Perfection realm would probably be killed by the attack. However, Qi Zhuoyun had been defeated in his battle with Yi Yun. Yi Yun was younger than Qi Zhuoyun, and his cultivation level was lower as well. It was too terrifying. How could this happen? In her seat of honor, Demon Girl looked at Qi Zhuoyun as her charming body quivered. She had always secretly admired Qi Zhuoyun, but due to the difference in their respective statuses, she had never revealed it. In her heart, Qi Zhuoyun was invincible. But today, the legend had been broken. Qi Zhuoyun's challenge of the Luo clan had ended in him being defeated by Yi Yun, who had leapfrogged him. This was something unacceptable to Demon Girl. Qi Zhuoyun had not only been defeated, he had been defeated by a Luo clan genius who was younger than him. As for Yu Tianfeng, he was feeling distraught. As the ambassador to the Oracle Fei Empire, he was doing as he pleased in the Luo clan because of Felicitous Rain Lord. Even Emperor Luo treated him with respect. In addition, Qi Zhuoyun, who had gained the approval of Felicitous Rain Lord, was also one of the reasons why Yu Tianfeng was so bold. After all, it was very likely that Qi Zhuoyun would become Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple. But now, Qi Zhuoyun had been defeated. He suddenly felt like his backbone had been ripped out, and his entire being was flabbergasted. With a slight probe, he realized that Qi Zhuoyun's life force was constantly being depleted. The strange move that Yi Yun used was still consuming Qi Zhuoyun's life force at this very moment. This tightened his heart. It was inevitable that having the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence continue to consume the unconscious Qi Zhuoyun's life force, the results would be irreparable losses. Zhuoyun. Yu Tianfeng had a rude awakening as his body flashed, arriving beside Qi Zhuoyun. He placed a palm on Qi Zhuoyun's back. As an ambassador of the Oracle Fei Empire, Yu Tianfeng did not have outstanding talent. He had become an ambassador because of his family background and his nobility. Only when he infused energy into Qi Zhuoyun's body did he realize the terror of the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence's Dao patterns. A force that had already left its owner, Yi Yun, should have been like rootless duckweed. It should have been easy to remove it, but when Yu Tianfeng infused his energy into Qi Zhuoyun's body, the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence had ended up consuming and destroying his energy. It left him momentarily flustered. Thankfully, Yu Tianfeng wasn't young, so although his talent was mediocre, he still had a high cultivation level. After a long while, Yu Tianfeng had finally managed to vanquish the destructive force in Qi Zhuoyun's body, causing the Dao patterns of the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence to slowly disappear. The surrounding warriors had all noticed the scene. As a warrior of the older generation, Yu Tianfeng had to go through such laborious efforts to remove the remaining energies of a junior's attack? Regardless of how weak Yu Tianfeng was, he had age on his side. This implied how powerful Yi Yun's 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence's Dao of Destruction was. What was destruction? The Dao of Destruction were divided into the minor Dao of Destruction and the major Dao of Destruction. The minor Dao of Destruction was the destruction of all living creatures, including the destruction of mankind, or even that of minor worlds. The minor Dao of Destruction was already extremely obscure and difficult. Without a great opportunity, it was impossible to gain insights into it. It was ranked as one of the great Dao in the cosmos alongside yin-yang and spacetime, above the 5 elements. As for the major Dao of Destruction, it was close to the power of God. The universe was created out of chaos, but after countless years, it would ultimately end in destruction. The major Dao of Destruction was how elevated worlds like the 12 Empyrean heavens would be destroyed, or even the entire universe. How long would that take? It was impossible to predict. It should be said that ever since the birth of martial arts, no one had been able to experience the destruction of an elevated world on the level of the 12 Empyrean heavens. There was no way to even begin probing the major Tao of destruction. The major Tao of destruction was ranked alongside the laws of chaos that created the universe, being almost impossible to find. There was a peerless mighty figure in the 12 Empyrean heavens that attempted to gain insights into this Tao, but the destruction of the universe was too distant, so he eventually failed to make any progress. People believed that the Tao of destruction contained in Yun's 10,000 demon wheel of existence was just a minor Tao of destruction, but it had to be one of the top grades in the minor Tao of destruction. At this moment, Yu Tianfeng had already carried Shi Zhuiyun and had flown back to the seats of honor. Shi Zhuiyun was severely injured. Shi Zhuiyun said that he could not control the power of his final move, which might end up in it being fatal, but so was Yi Yun's. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence was something that Yi Yun could not control very well as well. After being struck by it, Shi Zhuiyun would definitely lose a great deal of his lifeblood. At the moment that Yu Tianfeng landed, he saw Luo Horror give him a sardonic look. This made Yu Tianfeng's face sink. He had heard of the princess's character. Previously, he had said nasty words in front of her, and now, he had been ruthlessly smacked in the face, so how could he stay here any longer? Let us go, Yu Tianfeng said through clenched teeth. He flew up with Shi Zhuiyun, while Demon Girl and Luo Sha followed closely behind. At this moment, there were quite a number of people from the Oracle Fey Empire that were in the midst of the millions of people present. At this moment, they felt ashamed to stay any longer, as they quietly retreated from the crowd. At the moment that the people from the Oracle Fey Empire left, the disciples of the World Margin Sect and Eternal Eventide Sea felt bitter. They looked at Yi Yun with apprehension. Tianya Haoyue had already awoken. He looked at Yi Yun with a complex look. He had previously deemed his beating down by Yi Yun with a brick as the greatest humiliation in his life, but now, he did not find it too unacceptable. After all, Yi Yun was on a completely different level to him. As for the arrogant goddess Shi Yi, she sighed lightly in her heart and she did not say a word. Recalling her aloofness, she felt ashamed. It was truly the case of there being heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. She closed her eyes lightly as her ears echoed with the tsunami-like cheers from the members of the Luo clan in the southern desolate mountain plains. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! Yi Yun! The cheers echoed at an intensity more than 10 times higher than when Yi Yun had previously defeated Tianya Haoyue. It was as though the entire desolate plains was trembling with the cheers. Little Yun, nicely done. Luo Hoyer's cheerful voice transmission entered Yi Yun's ears. Without a doubt, Yi Yun would become a legend from this day onwards. In the history of the Luo clan, Yi Yun would undoubtedly leave behind a heavy stroke in its history books. As long as he did not fall, Yi Yun's future accomplishments were unthinkable. Chapter 950, Shui Ningxuang. Yi Yun had defeated Shi Zhuiyun. This news spread like wildfire, and in a few hours, the news of the matter was proliferated throughout the royal capital by the millions of warriors that had seen the battle. And that was only the beginning. People knew that after Yi Yun defeated Shi Zhuiyun, there was a slim chance that he could become Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple. Once Yi Yun became Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple, it was truly skyrocketing in a single step. In the future, even Emperor Luo would be respectful to him when they met. In the coming days, the news of Yi Yun defeating Shi Zhuiyun quickly spread throughout the Luo clan through various channels. Yi Yun's name reverberated throughout the 196 states. Many young warriors idolized Yi Yun. His battle with Shi Zhuiyun was recorded on disc arrays, watched by the warriors as a rare collection. It even caused a new craze. And in the royal capital, when Yi Yun returned to his residence, his entire Viscount residence was surrounded by spirit beasts and spirit ships. Visitors from various factions came with many ambassadors bringing gifts. They came in endless droves. Now, even the top 10 factions in the Luo clan, such as the Shushui Ran clan and the Donglin family clan, had their ambassadors visit Yi Yun. All of them had to maintain an attitude of humility. They were not vexed, even if they had to line up without being able to meet Yi Yun. The gifts filled up several guest halls, but shortly after Yi Yun returned to his Viscount residence, he had to leave immediately. The waiting ambassadors did not even get to meet Yi Yun in person, eventually leaving in regret. At that moment, Yi Yun had arrived at Empress Xian's Fenghua Palace. What? The third imperial uncle has summoned me? The Luo clan's third imperial uncle was the pillar of the Luo clan. He was constantly in retreat in the vast spirit mountains behind the royal palace. In his constant reclusion, his exact whereabouts were unknown. Typically, Emperor Luo was the only person in the Luo clan that could meet the third imperial uncle to inform him of various matters. And Emperor Luo would only inform the third imperial uncle of important matters that involved the entire Luo clan. Without a doubt, Yi Yun defeating Qi Zhuoyun was reported by Emperor Luo. This meant that Emperor Luo treated this as an important matter that involved the entire Luo clan. Little Yun, I have only managed to meet Imperial Granduncle once. Crimson Firmament did so once as well. Most of the other princes and princesses have not even got a chance to meet him yet. But this time, Imperial Granduncle wishes to host a national banquet himself. Not only does he want to summon you, he wants to convene many important figures in the Luo clan to hold a celebration for you. That is an honor that even Crimson Firmament will be jealous of. Even Luo Huar and Crimson Firmament had only met the third imperial uncle once. It was imaginable how seldom the third imperial uncle showed himself. Now, him personally hosting a national banquet was completely unprecedented. Little Yun, let me tell you. If Imperial Granduncle wants to reward you, be relentless, take all that you can. Luo Huar winked at Yi Yun as she spoke. Today was the day that the Luo clan royal capital ushered in one of the biggest events in the recent 10,000 years. Just high in the sky, there were numerous flying creatures of massive sizes, as well as spirit cruisers shuttling through the nebula bands. And their destination was the same, the Luo clan royal palace. This was the second time that Yi Yun came to the Luo clan's main royal palace. It was located on a high mountain that was connected by a long imperial staircase. The last time he came here, it was the gathering of the various major factions of the alliance. Ambassadors from various clans had come, with numerous people being present. Back then, Yi Yun was just one of the many disciples and he was not considered to be remarkable. But this time, Yi Yun was no doubt the center of attention. At the moment he entered the main royal palace, all eyes were immediately turned on him. Yi Yun remained composed. He was dressed in a pale green robe with a sword by his waist, while his hair was tied up with a piece of thread. He had an air that seemed to make him rise up above all others. In the main palace, there were gigantic golden columns on both sides that had a circumference that was the combined arm spans of several people. On the ground, there were seats that could accommodate thousands of people. And Yi Yun's spot was impressively in the first row. Opposite him was a spot where Prince Crimson Firmament sat facing him. To the warriors of the Luo clan, being able to sit at where Yi Yun sat was the greatest desire in life. Having rapidly advancing up the social ladder, with him having power and wealth, there were countless beauties who admired him. Everything was at his fingertips. And how old was Yi Yun? He was famous at a young age, with countless people who were envious of him. So you are Yi Yun. A sonorous voice suddenly sounded from the regal seat. Yi Yun looked over and on the regal seat sat a white-haired man, but he looked extremely young, like he was a teenager. His aura was unfathomable from where he sat. The man was also wearing an emperor's robe, but it was slightly different from the emperor's robe that Emperor Luo wore. As for Emperor Luo, he was sitting on the right-hand side. Was this person the third imperial uncle? Yi Yun took a step forward and said with a salutation, "This junior is him." The third imperial uncle's eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes as he stared at Yi Yun for a moment. Yi Yun felt like he was looking into the mirror as the pair of eyes gazed at him. Yi Yun remained calm since the purple crystal could not be detected by him.
Furthermore, the third imperial uncle was only reading his cultivation realm, constitution, and meridians. The more sensitive spots, like the heart and soul sea, were avoided by him. Having attained such a realm, the third imperial uncle was also a genius with providence bestowed upon him. He too had his own opportunities, so he guessed that Yi Yun must have obtained certain opportunities, but he naturally would not covet the opportunities of a junior. If the elders frequently snatched the opportunities of juniors, such a faction was not far from its end. Furthermore, the third imperial uncle knew that he had used up his potential. Most of his lifespan had been depleted, and it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough. The same opportunity in his hand would definitely not be as effective as if it were in the hands of a junior. A miner's seamless pure yang body and heaven-devouring WYRM bloodline. I've also heard that your perception is extremely amazing. The third imperial uncle spoke. Perception is also a form of talent. With superb perception, you can go far down the path of martial arts as well. Little Yun, my third imperial uncle, seldom praises people. It looks like he's very pleased with you. Luo Horror transmitted her voice to Yi Yun. Is that so? However, your third imperial uncle isn't as I imagined. Yi Yun replied. Why? Did you think that he would be some old fogey? Luo Huire giggled. In fact, she was somewhat astonished back when she first met the third imperial uncle. When Yi Yun looked at the third imperial uncle again, he noticed that he was looking at a shadow in the palace. When Yi Yun looked over, the shadow suddenly began to distort. Following that, a woman stepped out of the shadow. The woman looked like a drawing in the beginning, but as she walked out of the shadows, her facial features seemed to suddenly turn clear. She was a beautiful woman, dressed in a bright red skirt. Her skin was brilliantly fair, and her eyes were like deep and dark pools, exuding a strange air in them. Indeed, the aura that I just sensed is the arrival of the esteemed ambassador. The third imperial uncle stood up and said. Upon hearing the third imperial uncle's words, everyone present was astonished. They also realized that even with the woman standing in front of them, they could not sense her presence. The third imperial uncle was the only person in the entire palace who sensed the woman's appearance. There's no need to address me in this way. I am Xue Ningxuan. The red-dressed woman took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the regal throne. I'm here on behalf of my master to greet the third imperial uncle.